all this stuff on all these presentations.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Irina.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
It looks like we have almost all the members except for Dawn.
Dawn Anderson. I see her.
Okay,
Dawn's there.
okay. Okay, so we have everyone, it looks like. Steve, it's all yours. Steve? So it's 9, and Steve, it's all yours. I think we have all the members.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for coming. I'm Stephen Winkle. I'm the chair of the Building, Fire and Other and the Structural Design Ad Hoc Committee. I'm going to call the meeting to order. It's 9:01 on March 1st. And Irina, would you please call the roll?
Start from Lee. Steve Winkle,
Here.
Ara Sarkisyan,
Here. Good morning.
Cheryl Domnich,
Here.
David Tyree, David Tyree,
Hey, David, yeah.
Oh, let me move him. He's logged in.
hey David, you here?
I see him down at the bottom.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, I am now a member, so I can see everything. I'm
Yeah.
here.
But we can't see you.
Randall Metz,
Here?
Don Anderson,
Here, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sharon Goey, Gwyneth Searer,
Here.
Kevin Moore,
Here.
Crystal Sajeski,
Here.
Eric Wolf.
Here.
Okay, we have quorum for the meeting.
All right, thank you. And we do have a quorum, so we're good to go. Irina, would you read the meeting information and instructions, please?
Good morning, Kyle.
And Steve,
A lot better.
can I ask you to maybe speak a little bit louder?
Sorry, could you mute everybody, please?
Ben,
Okay, so instructions for the meeting. Good morning, everyone. I am Irina Brausman, Associate Architect with the California Building Standards Commission, and will be assisting the chairperson through the meeting. I would also like to introduce the other CBSC staff in attendance. Laura Mills, who will help us with the public comments received during the meeting. Other CBSC staff are on Zoom, including Executive Director Mia Maravelli and Deputy Executive Director Kevin Day. This is an open public meeting of the CBSC Building, Fire, and Other Structural Design / Lateral Forces Ad Hoc BFO / SDLF Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of the proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review and recommendations to the Commission and the state agencies on the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBSC commissioners for adoption. The proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in Health and Safety Code section 18930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. The committee members can find the 9-point criteria listed in the Code Advisory Committee, CAC, meeting procedures and references provided as part of the materials for the meeting. The members of the public can find the 9-point criteria posted on the BFO / SDLF CAC meeting webpage, linked on the meeting agenda. Recommendations are restricted to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study. Propositions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. This meeting is being held remotely, consistent with Senate Bill 189, which authorizes a state body to hold public meetings through teleconferencing and to make public meetings accessible telephonically or otherwise electronically. Today's meeting can be viewed in the Zoom webinar and on the CBSC YouTube channel, linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. Real-time closed captioning is available via automated live transcriptions in both Zoom and YouTube. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on the CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, call the CBSC office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the committee chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go through the Zoom participants that have raised their hands. Then the committee chair will take comments from the public on the Zoom online. At this time, please take yourself off of mute. You may choose to announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when done commenting. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023. The committee will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from the landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the committee's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. That's it.
You're muted, Mr. Winkle.
There we go. Oh, I love Zoom, don't we all? The next item is the overview with the meeting schedule and housekeeping. And here's a kind of a few housekeeping things. We have 2 days, but we'd all like to be done early. So let's try and keep it on schedule. It's please honor the time limits and keep things brief. I'll call on the state proposing agency to address the committee and explain the proposed building standards. We'll discuss each agenda item, then I'll call for public comments. Avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Following all the comments and discussions, I'll call for a motion in a second. And as the chair, I may be the tiebreaker, but I'm probably going to typically abstain from voting. But if I need to, I will participate. But definitely I'd like motions and seconds from other members of the committee. A roll call will be taken for each motion. Stay on the subject matter and avoid sidebar conversations. As long as we're staying muted, we can do that. Those extraneous discussions will just slow things down, and it's hard for persons on telephones to understand who is speaking and what's being discussed if you're not looking at the Zoom call. Avoid interruptions, be respectful of each other. I think that I know most everybody on this call, and I expect we're not going to have any trouble with that. We'll take a lunch break around noon, and we'll decide together on a good stopping point. The next agenda item is agenda item 3, which is comments from the public on issues not on the agenda. Comments regarding items not on the agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action can be taken. If it's not on the agenda, we can't act on it. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 3 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name. I'd hope you would identify yourselves and who you represent. Barbara or Laura, I guess, is doing it today. Could you please check the Zoom and then the phone for commenters on item 3?
There are currently no raised hands. We do have 2 telephone call-ins. For the people who are on the telephone, I need to allow you to speak, and then you will have to mute and unmute yourself. If there are 2 people on the phone, person calling from area code 619, if you'd like to make a comment, speak now. And person calling from area code 916, if you'd like to make a comment, you may speak now. I'd also like to remind our panelists that we are streaming to YouTube. And if you want to be seen on YouTube when you're speaking, you'll need to turn your camera on. It doesn't matter if there's a picture or not, but you need to turn your camera on so that the people on YouTube can tell who's talking.
Okay, and actually it looks like the 619 caller just popped up. Can you go ahead and speak? I see the call, 619-723. Do I need to click on somebody, or can they
No, if they were going to speak, perhaps we can't hear them. If you're having a challenge with your audio, you may wish to call our office, 916-263-0916, and for assistance with technical issues.
They just lit up. Can you try again, please? 916. There's 916. (916-531), can you speak?
Hi, I'm just listening.
Okay, so you don't have a comment? Okay. Should we close that item? I think we should go ahead. We don't have any other comments or no raised hands.
That is correct.
All right. That concludes the agenda item 3. Now, since we've mashed up the 2 committees, we have 2 vice chairs, and we need to appoint a vice chair. So that what we need to do is I would like to open the floor. Cheryl Dominich was appointed in the BFO CAC previously, and Gwyneth Sear was appointed as a Structural Design and Lateral Forces CAC as the vice chair. So what we need to do is select a vice chair, either from those 2 people or from any other members of the joint committee. So could I take some nominations from the floor, please?
Motion to nominate Cheryl Dominich.
Do I have a second? Dave, you need to say something, not just raise your hand.
Second.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Could we call the roll then? I don't see any other nominations, so we'll call the roll of the committee, please.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
He said aye.
Yeah, very.
Cheryl Dominich,
Yes.
David Tyree,
Yes.
Randall Metz,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Gwyneth Sear,
Yes.
Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous motion carries.
Okay. So the next item, as we get into the meat of the day, the next item up is item 5, the Office of the State Fire Marshal, SFM 0122, the proposed adoption of amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. If the State Fire Marshal representative would introduce themselves and present their proposal. Please indicate the Commission Action Matrix CAM number, section number, and the section name of the items presented. The CAM and the initial express terms, IET, and the initial statement and reasons, ISOR, can be found posted on the Building Fire and other SDLF CAC Meeting webpage linked to the meeting agenda. I think all of you should have found that stuff. And then I think Greg Anderson is going to be the presenter, I assume, but why don't you go ahead, Greg?
Good morning, Greg Anderson with the CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal. I would like to send welcome to everyone from Daniel Berlant, who is the acting State Fire Marshal. He's in the Senate budget hearings today, so not able to make it. We have several code packages here. I will also say that Crystal Sujeski, give a little echo.
We got an echo, Greg.
Is that a little better? Okay. So, but starting with the admin code, which is fairly straightforward. We have 2 items. We can do them together. In the last hearings or the code adoption process, we did have a comment from the UCs on the legal status of them being not being a state building, but still under the jurisdiction of the State Fire Marshal. So we have reorganized that to comply with their request. So it does not have any regulatory change. They're still under the authority of the State Fire Marshal, but it puts them in a different category. But that. And then Then we did some cleanup on the state specified buildings, state occupied buildings, just to clean up some of the language there with the same. With that, we ask your approval of our changes for the California Administrative Code.
Okay, and there are, I guess procedurally, there are a couple of parts of this. I'm asking Irina or the Building Standards Commission, do we need to vote on each individual item separately, or can we vote on it as a single item if we choose?
So if the motion is the same for all the items, you can vote on as many as you want to. But if you have two different motions, for example, you want to have some modifications in one sub-item, please vote on that separately. So
Okay.
that's the only thing.
So right now, Greg, you're proposing the entire item as a single one, is that correct?
That is what I would propose, but
Okay.
any questions on these?
That's fine. I see Cheryl has a raised hand,
Yes. Yes. Hi, Greg. Thank you.
and then Gwyneth next.
So my question is this, I understand that there is an existing memorandum with the UC system, but it's also my understanding that the CSU system is attempting to go through the same process in developing the Office of the State Fire Marshal and establishing campus fire marshals as well. And I'm curious about whether or not there is or is not a memorandum of understanding with the CSU system as well. And if these two items, if the CSU system should be added to this change in process, or what the status is with the CSU Office of the State Fire Marshal. I'm concerned because the Health and Safety Code puts them both together in all the language, and separating them now seems awkward to me.
Yes, I will agree it is awkward. However, it does not affect this. Yes, there is an MOU. It is in the process. It will be a long-term getting that program set up. But the difference is that the UCs, understanding that I'm not legal counsel, but is the UCs are set up as under a constitutional amendment, which creates them into a different category. However, there is another statute that specifically states the UCs are for fire and life safety are under the jurisdiction of the state fire marshal. Unlike the Cal states, which are a state building, they are set up in a different process. So this really was a legal question on how things are defined. I don't know if that answers your question, Cheryl, or
I guess, Cheryl, are you concerned that this creates a divide that doesn't exist now?
I am concerned about that, especially because CSU is striving to have their relationship with the State Fire Marshal's office change. And my understanding is parallel what the UC system is doing. I'm not aware, I'm not disagreeing, Greg, that there is a constitutional amendment, but I'm just not aware of it.
That goes back to the 1800s.
So even with the MOU, the state fire marshal still has responsibilities for the Cal states. It would be how that is set up and who's doing the work, and that would be basically a contractual agreement or an MOU. So this is really based about the legal basis of how the university system is set up.
Okay, Gwyneth, you had a hand raised.
Yeah. Hi, Greg. I guess my concern or question was more along the lines of who's having the confusion about the state fire marshal's jurisdiction over UC buildings? Because, you know, if we create a carve out just for UC, do we also need to create a carve out for every other state organization? Like, is it U of C who's having the confusion, or their consultants, or the state fire marshal? Like, what's driving this, I guess, is my question.
At the last commission hearing, and we had a public comment from the UCs and their legal staff, which they came and discussed this with the commissioners, requesting that they're separate out on the legal basis that they brought forward.
Okay,
The
so
commissioner
it's
said at that
UC
time
that's
it couldn't be changed, but ask us to move forward to separate them out.
Okay,
So there was
All
no argument about who had the authority. It was a legal issue.
got it. So it's basically the UC is having some there's confusion somewhere in the UC system or their consultants or the building departments around the UC system buildings that have this question, and it's being answered by this change is my.
It's very interesting because it does not actually do a change. It just puts them into a different category. And it was the legal counsel from the UCs that didn't want them put in the same category, but to be put in a different area, though it is very clear in the statutes, but they did not disagree. They actually confirmed they're still under the authority of the state fire marshal's office.
Okay, thank you.
I guess kind of a combination, this is Steve Winkle, combination statement question for Greg. My experience with UC is that typically they have their own campus fire marshals. And then with the state colleges, we end up going to the state fire marshal for review. Is that typically the way things work today?
That is correct. There is a long-term MOU where they have their own fire marshal who is approved by our office, and we still have some oversight over the UCs.
Okay. Cheryl, you have your hand up again?
Yes, Steve, that is true, but CSU is in the process of moving in the same direction or attempting to move in the same direction as the UC system, where they will have campus fire marshals. And still, it's a state fire marshal reporting. State fire marshal is the ultimate authority, but they'd like to develop and have a similar memorandum of understanding. So, Greg, I just have two questions. For the UC system, this does not have any changes other than on paper for legal, and this does not stop the CSU system from moving forward with their path and however that arrangement is working with the state fire marshal's office.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? I don't see any other raised hands. So let me go through. This is the first item. We've gone through public comment. Basically,
Have we gone through public comment?
no,
I don't
we
think
have
we've
not.
called.
We
Okay.
have not.
Don't
You're
have a
correct.
motion.
Okay,
No,
I'll
can you-
move that we approve.
Second,
We need to go to public.
We need to
comment.
go through public comment before we can dispose of the motion. So let's see if there are any public.
Can I ask a question? Is this motion on CAM items 1-1 through 1-5?
That's what I understood when I asked Greg if he wanted to move it as a group. So that but the motion's not on the table yet. We need to have public comment first. This is our first one, so we're feeling through the procedures here. Forgive me. Is there any other committee discussion? So now we'll open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Bob Raymer.
Yes, thank you. This is Bob Raymer representing the Building Industry Association and the Building Owners and Managers Association. And we support the fire marshal's Part 1 changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Good morning.
Hey.
Any other comments?
Mike Malinowski.
This is Mike Malinowski representing the American Institute of Architects, California, and we also support the State Fire Marshal's recommendations.
Thank you. Good brief comments. We like those.
We have one caller on the phone. If you'd like to make a comment, you may do so now.
See whether we can get the phones to work this time.
There's no way for them to raise their hand, sir, so we just have to call on them, and I think if they want to speak, they will, and if not, then we can
Okay.
move forward.
Great. Is anyone on the phone who wishes to speak? Okay, no other, do you see any other comments, Irina?
No other raised hands.
Okay, thank you. So that's all for public comments. Were there any, there were no written comments on this one, if I recall. So that concludes the public comment portion. Now I will entertain a motion. You want to try now, Dave?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Dawn Anderson,
Clarify.
second.
I'd like, David, can you clarify that you want to approve 1 through 5?
I would
1
like to,
1.
Thank you, Gwyneth.
yes, I'd like to approve 1 through 5.
Yeah, that's going to become important because we're going to have other ones later on that are definitely going to be subdivided. So we want to make sure that we're clear on that.
It's still early.
Yeah, really. So I don't, are there, any other discussion? I don't see any raised hands. We'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed indicate no. If abstaining, state that as well. Arena, will you conduct the roll call?
Dick Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian, Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Steerer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
Unanimous motion is carried.
All right, it looks like the vote is unanimous, so that I think we're done with that item. So we'll now move on to the next item, which is the Office of the State Fire Marshal 0222, item number 6 on the agenda, which is the amendments to the California Building Code Part 2 of Title 24. Greg, you want to take it away?
Certainly. And thank you again. So as we look at the California Building Code, we do have more amendments, but on the whole, this package for all of it is much smaller than in other previous cycles. We ran several work groups through this cycle. One was for the existing building code, which we'll get to a little bit. We also brought in the A2L requirements early from the International Fire Code, so there will be some definitions to that. We continue to work on the wildland issue, and we brought in some things per statute. There's one for model ordinance that we'll get to in a little bit, though I will be asking for a further study on that one because we found out the language in the second paragraph needs to be restated as how you would adopt it as an ordinance. So we have a little cleanup work to do, and that was mandated to adopt that. We've also worked with OSHPOD to do some cleanup work. And as we go forward, we try to clean up a lot of things. I will say that we did originally have some changes for the severity zones for the local responsibility areas. We are removing those now because the maps are not done. When we were working on this in the fall, we'd hope to have them done. So with that, we go through the process, and Crystal Jeski, I will turn it over to you because you have been working diligently on all these proposals.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we didn't do an like a grouped items list for you folks at this time. So item 1 is similar to what was just done in the administrative code. It's a cleanup package, and then item 1.2 is errata, as I-1s are not recognized in California. So that's it for item 1. Chair, did you want me to go through items until you say stop, or how would you like to handle that?
If you can group them, if there are ones that you'd like to include or exclude, let's highlight those. But if you can kind of proceed through the CAM on aggregate things, then we can vote on, we'd have fewer votes rather than doing it on item by item. Does that anybody on the committee? Cheryl, you have your hand raised, or Gwyneth, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I mean, So like I have some issues with item 4, but not 1 through 3. So unless you poll the committee to see where people have stopping points to discuss and vote, it might be easier to just go item 1, item 2, item 3,
Yeah,
one at a time.
I think, yeah, given if we were sitting around the table and could look at each other, I think I would do it in groups. But I think given this format, I think let's do it one item at a time. So that Crystal, you presented item 1. Do you have any other comments about it?
No, no further
Okay.
comments on item 1. It's very straightforward.
We ask
So,
your approval.
We ask for
okay.
your approval.
Then looking at this procedurally, I guess the question is, do we do public comments and then committee comments? So the first question is on item 1, are there any public comments? I see Bob Raymer has his hand raised.
Thank you. This is Bob Raymer with the Building Industry Association and the Building Owners and Managers Association. To save you time, we're in support of items 1 through 6. Our first concern pops up for items 7-1 and 7-2. So for the first 6 items, we're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? And basically, if you agree, I would would encourage you not to comment, but if you feel the need, go ahead, obviously. Okay, so I don't see any other raised hands. Is there anyone on the telephone for item 1 and agenda item 6? I don't see any. Okay. So then the next is any committee comments on agenda item 1. I don't see any raised hands. So then I think that we can, I need a motion.
Motion to approve item 1-1 through 1-2.
So
Second.
Randall Metz makes a proposal.
Second.
Gwyneth Sear seconds. Any other committee comments? Okay, we'll now have the roll call.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gweneth Steerer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay, so that we move on then to item 2.
Okay, so definitions is item 2, and the item 2.1 is for Care Suite. We're removing the reference to I-2.1, and this is a global change to remove I-2.1s from the code, as the model code has advanced and caught up to ambulatory care facilities for California. So the California occupancy of an I-2.1 is no longer needed. Item 2.2 is flammable gases. And as Chief Anderson had explained earlier, we are bringing in ICO, or the International Fire Code and Building Code language early for California for use of A2Ls. And this is a new category for flammable gas, dividing it into category 1 and 1B. 2.3 again is that global change to remove the I-2.1 occupancy from the codes. And we ask for your approval. Thank you.
All right. So then we have committee discussion. I don't see any raised hands. Are there any public comments on item 2?
There are no Zoom hands raised. If the caller on the phone would like to make a comment, they may do so now.
Okay. So that's it for public comments. Were there any written comments on this
No,
item?
no written comments.
Okay, that's the public comment portion. I had one just quick clarification question of Crystal or Greg. Is basically the flammable gas was moving the already adopted language that would be in the 24 IBC into the California Building Code. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I need a motion.
Motion to approve items 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3.
Mr. Tyree makes the motion.
Second, Cheryl Domnich.
Okay. Any further discussion? Don't see any raised hands. Could we call the roll?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Bennett Zimmer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
motion carried, unanimous.
Okay. So we move on to item 3.
Okay, item 3 is basically chapter 3, occupancy classification, and it's going to be similar to what was done in definitions. We're removing the I 2.1 from the group B business. It's now ambulatory care, fixing the 6 or fewer to 4 or more. That's a change, an errata change actually. And then moving on to 3.3 or 3-3 in the CAM is the table 307.1, which again introduces the flammable gas categories new for the 24 I codes, bringing that in early. Moving on to 3-4, again removing I 2.1, and those are your group or item 3 items. We ask for your approval.
Okay. Are there any committee discussion items? Cheryl, you had your hand raised? You're muted.
Yes, just a comment and then an item. I just want to thank the State Fire Marshal's Office for this change from the I 2.1 to ambulatory care. It's much appreciated and moving in the direction of the model code, and that's greatly appreciated. Secondarily, I just have a request on the table to take BV and include a footnote that says burning velocity. At this location in the code, I did not see any language that defines BV as burning velocity. That's all I had.
Okay. I don't see any other raised hands for committee discussion. Are there any public comments? I don't see any raised hands. Is there anyone on the telephone? No one on the phone? Okay, so I'm going to, thanks. We're going to close the public comment. Were there any written comments on this?
No, no.
I believe there were. That concludes the public comment portion. So I'd like to entertain a motion for item 3.
This is Cheryl.
Motion to approve.
Cheryl?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve items 3-1 through 3-4 with a footnote addition for table 307.11 to add a definition or a clarification of burning velocity.
Is there any
Dawn
objection?
Anderson,
Um,
second.
Okay, so Cheryl made the motion, Dawn seconded. Any questions or comments from the State Fire Marshal about that proposed amendment? Do you have any issues with that? Or the?
No, actually, we always like things to be clear, and so that is a good addition to provide
Okay.
clarity.
Thank you. Gwyneth, you had your hand up?
Yeah, do we have to provide specific wording at this point? Like it seems, I don't know.
We've not been doing our 9-point criteria. Do we, have we fallen down on our duties here?
My question was more along the lines of, we're telling them to change it, but not giving them a specific change.
Actually, yes, it is a specific change. It's just they use an abbreviation BV, and I'm just asking for a clarification on burning velocity, to call it out as burning velocity in a footnote.
Okay, so footnote R says,
Does it?
It says high BV category 1B flammable gas has a burning velocity. So maybe just put in parens BV. Greater.
That's fine with me,
Okay.
as long as it's.
And then I'm repeating my question to the, just as we get rolling on our procedures here, we have not made a citation to the 9-point criteria. Basically, for each of the adopted items, could we say that it meets all of the 9-point criteria? Is that acceptable?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So
And, Greg, you had a,
I have a request. So if you want to vote on this with added like a change in the footnote, if you can single out that motion on item 3-3 and have it as approved as amended, and then the rest of item 3 just approved, that would be the best.
I'm modifying my emotion to what Arena just said.
okay, so actually then we have two motions. We've got the as proposed item 3 and then a second amended item 3, which would be to
Steve, I think we want to vote on items 3-1 and 3-2 first.
Yes, that's where I'm headed, Gwyneth.
Okay.
So we're going to subdivide. Actually, I think I'm going to propose that we have 3-1, 3-2, and 3-4 as proposed. Does the maker of the motion have any issue with that?
No.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is 3-1, 3-2, and 3-4 as proposed. So I'm going to call that question.
I'll second that, R asserts.
Say again?
Seconding the motion.
Okay, thank you.
3-1, 3-2, and 3-4.
Okay, so Cheryl made the motion, Era second. Any other comments on those 3 items? Okay. Can we call the roll on that question?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan.
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous, motion is carried.
Okay, so we need now another motion on item 0222 3-3.
So I will make a motion to approve as amended, but I'd like to leave the amendment to clarify BV however the state fire marshal sees fit, since it's an editorial. So to be the most consistent with code language in changing that as an editorial item.
Rather than trying to do the language. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you get a second on that?
And,
Second.
Second, Metz.
Okay.
and we need 9-point criteria.
Are
And
there
it
any,
meets the 9-point criteria. Yes.
No,
Quick question.
Oh, you need one? I'm sorry. I'm going to go with 9-point criteria 6, that there's a vague item in there.
A quick question. Were we discussing at one time putting the initials BV behind or BV behind burning velocity in the section? Is that what we were talking
that's
about?
not, yeah, that was discussed, but that's not what's on the floor. Basically, the motion was to define or describe BV, but leaving that description up to the state fire marshal rather than telling them where to put it. Is that correct, Cheryl?
That's correct.
Okay. I guess that still goes back to Gwyneth's question, is we're not giving them specific language or direction.
We're giving them direction, but not language, I would say.
Okay, if you guys are good with it, I am too. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I would normally object to this, David, but because it's such a small item, I'm willing to let it go at this point. Normally, I'd want to see a very specific proposed wording to vote on it, but this is, in my opinion, small enough to be okay.
Any other
Sounds good to me.
committee comment? Any public comment on the amendment? Ara, I'm sorry, you had your hand raised. Excuse me.
I think technically, the way the table is structured, right before the footnotes, there is a abbreviation clarification. I think we should be specific, as Gwyneth said. We just ask this abbreviation to be like, we have NL not limited, NA not applicable, UD, and add BD and be with there as a just clarification on a table. That will be just before the footnote A, just clarify what does BV mean.
Right. That's what I originally proposed, Era, and that's consistent with code language as how we make clarifications at the bottom of the tables. So that was my suggestion. But again, like Gwyneth said, though, it's so minor. I just want the term BV defined, clarified, that any.
To me, that's the best way to define in the table.
Would the state fire marshal have any objection or problem if we put it as Ara suggested?
No, we see this as editorial. It's a very easy fix.
Let's just tell them where to put it. Do you have a problem with that, Cheryl?
No,
Modifying the
actually,
motion?
my preference is the same as Zara's. So,
Okay,
yeah.
could you restate your motion, please?
Yes, I'll restate my motion to approve as amended, citing 9-point criteria number 6 to add the language BV equals burning velocity under the table.
And that would be at the head of the table where the other terms are defined.
Yes.
Okay, can I get a second for that? Ara seconds. Okay, any further discussion on the committee on that motion? It's now a specific motion about where to put it and what to say with the 9-point criteria. I don't see any other raised hands. Anyone, any public comment on that motion? I don't see any. And is there anyone on the phone? Apparently not. All right, so I think we're ready to call the question. Could you call the roll, please?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Didn't hear anything. Ara? He's muted. He said yes. He's nodding his head.
Cheryl Davnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Stewart,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion is carried.
Okay, so we're on to item number 4 of 02/22, the State Fire Marshal. Greg, you want to take it away?
Thank you. Most of this is editorial, but I will turn it over to Crystal.
Okay, fantastic. So again, we'll start out with 4.1 is the removal of the group I 2.1. 4.2 is amendments to align with NFPA 101. This has also been a longstanding California amendment that was omitted. And now we're trying to bring it back in. We see it as editorial, really, but we need to present it here. Item 4.3 again is removing I 2.1. 4.4 is bringing in that flammable gas categories as mentioned earlier. And 4.5 is cleanup with the I1s recognizing as the California R2.1. And 4.6 again is aligning with NFPA 101 for those ambulatory care facilities. We ask for your approval.
Okay. Don, you had your hand raised. I guess it's now committee comment. And then
Yes, question to staff through the chair on item number 4.6. I had questions about the determination of 15 square feet and 200 feet in code 422.3.2 refuge areas and 422.3.4 distance of travel. I see that you're taking from NFPA, but there are research articles for the National Institute of Health on a 150-foot not ambulatory distance as a maximum. So I wanted to know how those amounts were derived.
Chief Anderson, did you want to take it or do you want me to
Certainly.
go? Or
Working with OSHPD and looking at the national standard to correspond with that. I will also note in the ambulatory care facilities, most of these now will be fire sprinklered. So we're trying to just correspond with what's there. If that changes, especially at the national level, we'll be, of course, looking at it again.
Gwyneth, and then Dawn still has her hand raised. I'll come back to you. Gwyneth, go ahead.
Okay, Greg and Crystal. So 4-2. My understanding is you're taking something that was deleted from the 2018 IBC and putting it back in. However, are you aware that portion that was taken from the 2018 IBC or the 2019 CBC is mostly duplicated in 407.4.4.3? Because to me, it looks like you're actually getting two requirements that deal with the same thing in two separate sections now. And I'm concerned that it may create either the appearance of a conflict or an actual conflict. So that it used to be in 407.4.4.1. And then the 2021 IBC moved that requirement to 407.4.4.3. And it's worded slightly differently than what you're proposing to put back in 407.4.4.1. And that's a concern for me.
Chief, I can respond.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so we tried to coordinate with OSHPD on this, and it might have been an oversight. Obviously, you know, things move around in the code, the proposals. When we were discussing this with OSHPD, they recognized it as something that they wanted to have back. We can definitely do further study on this one item to clarify the intent with OSHPD.
That will probably be my motion unless someone has a compelling
Just to
reason.
clarify, we're talking about item sub-item 4-2.
4-2, yes.
4-2.
Thank you. Okay. Cheryl, you had your hand raised? You're muted.
Thank you. On item 4-4, on footnote C at the bottom of table 414.2.53, there's a typographical error on the second line. It says maximum allowable quantities, and that should be, I think, are allowed. But there's also something in this paragraph that I didn't understand. Under separation of control areas is not required. The whole point of control areas is to have separation. And so can you explain this to me? I'm actually not all that familiar with the changes on the flammable gases in the level 1A and 1B and the whole refrigerant issue. So if you could just provide some clarification on that item, I would appreciate it.
To be honest, I would have to look into what was done at the national level, because this is what we're bringing in from the IFC. So to address the A2Ls, which is the slightly flammable refrigerants. So we'll definitely check on the typographical, the separation of control areas not required. Yeah, that interesting point. But I would have to do some research to get an answer on that.
Yeah, I would like to suggest when we get to our motions for further study on this.
Okay, it sounds like we're definitely going to subdivide this into at least 3 parts, maybe all of them.
And I also, can I still continue to have the floor, Steve?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. On that same item, can you also look at, there's a reference to the International Fire Code that should be the California Fire Code under 414.2.5.4. And then there's also a reference to the table 414.2.5.3, which is the MAQs. And so it's very confusing to me, the footnotes there. But I do also have an item on item number 4-6, which is addressing separation. And my concern is that section 4.2.2, 422.2. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Can we go to Dawn first so I can come back to this one? Yeah, thank you. So I don't hold up everybody. Sorry.
Okay, Dawn.
Okay, very good. I did want to follow up with what I said. I will be requesting to create a motion on item 4-6 to disapprove based on public health item 9-point criteria, item number 3. I understand travel distances, even under the ADA, are allowed 200 feet, but considering that this is in a healthcare environment, I'm asking for further determinations. And so that would be my offer for motion. The committee is open for consideration.
Yeah, we're definitely, given the commentary, I think we're going to subdivide this into item by item so that we'll discuss each one of those. There's been comments on enough of them that they need to be looked at independently. Gwyneth, you had a comment, and I'll come back to Cheryl after that.
Yeah, my question was actually for Dawn. I realize we're not in the motion point of the discussion, but it might be worthwhile recommending further study instead of disapprove. But you're welcome to make whatever motion you wish.
Gwyneth, it's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Cheryl, you had your hand up? And then Greg after that.
Yes,
Greg, do
okay.
you want to respond first? Or you want to respond first to a? Sorry,
Well,
Cheryl.
I was just gonna say on the 422.3.2 on the refuge area, we're adding a larger area for refuge for the ambulatory care. If we don't have it in there, it goes back to the minimum standard. So this is actually increased for that allowable area. After that, we'll leave it up to the committee for their recommendation.
But I think the question was travel distance rather than refuge area. Is that a correct statement, Don?
My first question was reference documents and provisions to support these amounts. And then, yes, Steve, I did have some concern about the 200 feet specifically. Thank you.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Can I
Cheryl?
interrupt for a second? Don,
Yes.
when you talk, could you please turn on the camera so that it's shown on the screen, kind of thing.
Did you get that, Don? Nope, she's muted. I guess basically, if any of you are going to make comments or have commentary when you're on the Zoom call, would you please turn on the camera along with the microphone? Is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheryl?
Yes, okay, thank you. Here's my concern. It's in the eyesore on item 4-6, section 422.2 under separation. And it describes that ambulatory care facilities where there's potential for 4 or more care recipients the tenants have to be separated with a 1 hour, and then it changes fire partition to fire barrier. So I am actually not concerned about this tenant to tenant separation, but what this language does is also implies that you have to have a barrier at the corridor because a tenant will be on the other side of the corridor. And that's more stringent than what the code, and certainly the language in the eyesores talks about being similar to NFPA 101 language. And NFPA 101 language still allows a 1 3/4 inch solid core door for the corridor, which is still a fire partition with a similar 220-minute door. And so I'm very concerned that this barrier terminology is going to imply that a corridor now has to have a 3-hour or 1 hour door assembly, 3/4 hour or 1 hour door assembly, 3/4 similar to an occupancy separation, rather than the standard fire partition where we allow a 20-minute door. So I'm okay with the intent, providing there's language in here that says maintain the 1 hour corridor with a 20-minute opening. So I have a little concern there.
So this,
I'm going to suggest further study on
and
this.
this is all to item 6, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other raised hands. Is there any public comment? Anyone on the, were there any public comments? I don't see any raised hands on the attendees, and I don't see, is there anyone on the phone?
There are no active phone lines right now.
Okay. So I think that we need to, there have been some comments on enough items. I think that we need to just take these one item at a time. So the first motion would be on 02-22-4-1, which is the I 2.1. Can I get a motion on just that item?
Steve,
Gwen?
I don't want to rain on your parade. How about we just, I only heard comments, negative comments about 4.2, 4.4, and 4.6. Is that correct? Because we could do 4.1, 4.3, and 4.5 all together.
Okay, why don't you want to try a motion for that?
Yeah, I'm feeling lucky.
Okay.
I move that we approve 4.1, 4.3, and 4.5.
Don Anderson, second.
Thank you.
Okay. So 4.1, 4.3, and 4.5 of O2/22. We have a motion and a second. Any commentary? I don't see any public comment. Can we go ahead and call the roll on that one item?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion is carried.
Okay, so then we have remaining 4-2. 4-6, I guess.
And 4-4.
Yeah, 4.2, 4.4, and 4.6. Can I get a motion on
I
4-2?
Yeah, I move further study for item 4-2 on the basis of 9-point criteria as 1, 6, and 7. Primarily that the language that's being requested is already in there, just 2 subsections down.
Okay, so it'll be
And we'll note
a
that
conflict
the
of
state
confusion.
fire marshal threw Oshpod under the bus on that one. No, just kidding.
So there's people understand. Any second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, Cheryl Dominich seconds. Any comments or discussion on that motion? Any public comments? Don't see any. So you want to call the roll on that question? So restate, basically the question is further study for O2/22 4-2.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion is carried.
Okay, so then the next item is 4-4. Can I get a motion on that?
I will make the motion since I had the comments on this one. I will make a motion for further study due to the questions on the separation of control area. And I will cite 9-point criteria 6 in that the language is vague or unclear.
Okay. The motion seems clear. Is there a second for that motion?
Second. This is Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen, your second?
It's a second, yeah. But Cheryl also had an editorial correction as well, as I recall.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was just a language missing word, if I recall. Okay, any comments, any committee discussion on that item for further study, 4-4? Any public comments or anyone on the phone? I don't see any raised hands. Okay, let's call that question, please.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion is carried.
Okay, so that leaves us item O2/22 4-6 as the last remaining item.
Yes, I'll provide comment for the chair to consider a motion to for further study required on this item because of in the public interest, which would be 9-point criteria number 3 for further study, specifically with respect to code section 422.3.4 in clarification for travel distances, clarifying the intention between an application of ambulatory and non-ambulatory travel distances. 200 feet for ambulatory, 150 feet for non-ambulatory, as per the National Institute of Health. That was a wordy motion, but I'll put it out there.
No, okay. I think that was actually well put in terms of the reasoning and that sort of thing. Is there a second for that motion? And this is for further study, is that correct?
Further study, yes.
Second.
Sears second. Anderson made the motion, Sears seconded. Any committee comment on that motion?
Yes, please.
Cheryl?
I just would like to say that I am in support of the changes on 432.2 and 422.3.4. However, I'm supporting Dawn's motion because my concern is on the separation 422.2, where my interpretation of the proposed language is making the code requirement more stringent than it is in our existing code.
So that's a thumbs up from Dawn.
Yeah.
So basically we have several, is there a different 3-point or 9-point criteria for your?
I cited 9-point criteria 6 for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other committee comments? I don't see any raised hands across the board. Anyone on the phone? Okay, so the motion is for further study of item 02-22-4-6. We call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Nay.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Rennie Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 aye and 1 nay. Motion carried.
Okay, so I think that disposes of item 4. So let's move on to item 5.
Okay, so item 5, 5.1 through 5.3 is removing the reference to I-2.1. And then 5.4 is adding an exception for Group E laboratories that are not classified as Group H. It was never the intent to limit the number of labs in schools, but to ensure that they are separated. We ask for your approval.
Okay, I see Cheryl's hand is raised.
Yes, I just have one quick question on I'm in the IET, the express terms, section 508.2.4. And I'm under exceptions 3 and 4, where it's changed from R2 to R1. And I'm questioning whether that's really the intent, why that's being changed from R2 to R1, from a non-transient to a transient. I mean, the 2019 CBC calls this out as an R2. So it's unclear why you would be less restrictive for a hotel, which is transient, which is greater risk, and more restrictive for an apartment where people are familiar with the building. I'm sorry, this is item 5-2.
So Greg or Crystal?
So where we're looking at, we're talking about an I3. So we're talking about a jail where they have their Sally port, and sometimes they'll have a facility for housing, which would be an R1 because they have free egress to the yard,
Thank you.
and it has to be with the Sally port.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I'm supportive of that change.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. I don't see any raised hands in the public portion. Is there anyone on the telephone?
We have a raised hand in the attendees. Kevin Reinertsen.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Kevin Reinertsen, representing Cal Chiefs Fire Prevention Officers Section. Do you have a comment on, are you guys doing them both a bunch together, including 5-4?
Yeah, and basically it's not a motion, but the discussion is about the entire item right now.
Okay. Comment on item 5-4, the new exception being created. I believe it's missing the group L occupancies, very similar to a group H, higher level hazard. But the hourly separation, depending on what kind of H it is or what kind of L it is, if you go back to table 508-508.4, your hourly rating for separation could be much higher.
Okay,
We're not permitted.
Crystal, you want to respond?
So this is Greg Anderson. This is for the separation. So we currently have a requirement for laboratories in schools, which by statute they're an E, not an H. So we require a separation, and this was put in there because it's under the incidental use, which is limited to 10%. So it can be larger. When you go to the occupancy separation like L's or other H's, you have to meet whatever which is more restrictive.
Okay.
So if it's a 2-hour wall, you have to meet a 2 or a 3-hour wall.
Okay, I get that. I believe you need to add the group L's in there though.
For the exception?
Well, the H and the L, an H or an L wouldn't be because it's the group E laboratories not classified as an H, but a group L is a lab. So you want to include H labs and L labs.
But this exception is straight from the separation for schools, because when you have laboratories in schools, they're always an E. And so it's always called laboratories not classified as H. And so because there was enforcement from DSA saying, well, it's limited 10% because accessory use. And we're saying, no, it's not limited to 10%. You can have a lot of different labs in a school, which would only be occupants group E.
Yeah, I think you're missing what I'm getting at with regards.
Apparently I am.
Well, I think basically, Kevin, could you state what you think the exception should say?
It'd be exception group E laboratories that are not classified as a group H or group L. Because I get that the E, you want the 1 hour separation for the labs, for the E labs. But if you have a group L or a group H, you don't want this applying to that. And there are schools K through 12 that have L occupancies in them. That's just because the designers chose to go that route, which they shouldn't, but they do.
Well, Kevin, you may be correct, but I am not familiar of any K through 12 that has an L occupancy. But I thought by statute, if it's a K through 12, it's an E occupancy.
Not until you start getting higher quantities of hazardous materials in there.
Okay, let's I think you made your statement.
I'm good.
Randall, do you have your hand up? Nope, I don't see any other raised hands.
So this is Dave Tyree. Just a quick question for Chief. I'm just following up on what Kevin had stated. I'm looking at the exception and it refers to section 5 or to the table 508.4, where L's not even in that table. So I'm not sure why L is mentioned in the exception.
Yeah, Dave, you might need to look at the California.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Like, L is its own animal in California.
There are 2 public comments remaining.
Okay, can you,
Kevin Scott.
Hello, Kevin Scott, representing myself as a consultant. With regard to the comment that Kevin Reinertsen mentioned, I think the need to include Group L is not appropriate here because you're dealing with a under college university level school. You shouldn't have a Group L there, period. It's either Group E lab, I've over the allowable quantity, and it is a Group H. I don't go to Group L. Thank you.
okay, you said there's one other comment? Thank you, Go.
George Barnes.
And then after that, Dawn had her hand up too. Let's go to the first person, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Winkle. George Barnes, Principal Fire Life Safety Officer, Division of the State Architect. In response to Kevin Reinertsen's comment, there are no Group L occupancies in any public K-12 in California. We don't allow them, period. You can't have it in a high school campus or an elementary school campus. So I'm hoping that clarifies that for the committee. And secondly, I just have one question or comment for the State Fire Marshal's office in that we are under table 509. The wording of the exception changes the current rating of the fire separation from a fire barrier down to a fire partition in this exception. Was that the actual intent? Or is that a misstatement and should it say 1 hour fire barrier? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg or Crystal? You want to respond?
Go ahead, Crystal.
I was gonna say, we can ask for further study on this and work
Yeah,
with
'cause-
the DSA on what it is that they prefer.
But basically the further study would be about, well, we would look into the L thing, but I think that we got what to me was a clear answer, but the other is the fire barrier, fire partition question. Is that-
Correct.
Yeah, I believe it should be a fire barrier.
Okay, so that would be, we're talking about item 5-4. Don, you had your hand up? No?
My question was answered by George. Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Any other comments? Anyone on the phone?
There are no active phone numbers at this time.
Okay, and I think we disposed of all of the other attendees.
No other hands raised.
Okay, so let's try a motion. Let's see if we can dispose of together, and then if I can get a motion for either the whole thing, or it sounds like we probably want to subdivide it for item 4.
Move to approve items 5.1 through 5.3.
Okay, that's a clear motion. Do I have a second?
Second by
Second.
Dawn.
Okay. So the motion is for 02-22-51, 5.2, and 5.3 for approval. And then 9-point criteria, well, it meets all the criteria, so we're not taking any exceptions. Any committee comment on that motion?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote against that motion because I heard during the discussion that we were going to further study this item. So
That was 5.4, wasn't it?
5.4 was the further study. It's not the entire, it's only the first, it's only 3 out of 4, Mr. Tyree.
okay, I got you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? So it's basically 3 out of 4, 1, 2, and 3, and not 4 out of item 5 is the motion on the floor. Okay, let's call the roll. I don't see any other comments or questions.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Steerer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so that leaves item 4. Would somebody like to make a motion about item 5-4?
Cheryl Domnich, I'll make a motion on item number 4 to clarify for further study to evaluate whether or not it needs to be a fire barrier or a fire partition. And I will cite 9-point criteria 6.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second, Quinn.
Okay. Any further comments or discussion on the part of the committee? Discussion from attendees? Any phone comments? So the item motion on the floor is 02-22-5-4 for further study. You call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
That was an aye, I think.
Nay.
Nay, sorry, nay.
We didn't have a chance to comment.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Steerer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
7 aye, and 1 nay,
No.
motion carried.
Okay. I'd like to, basically, we have, I think we're gonna have a long, or more conversation on 7A. So what I would like to do is see if we can dispose of item 6.
Okay,
And then take about a 10-15 minute break. Does that make sense to everybody?
item 6 is very straightforward, Chair. 6.1 is editorial as the table 602 relocated in the I codes to 705.5. And then item 6.2 is again editorial or removing that I 2.1 from the code. We ask for your approval. Thank you.
Okay. Gwyneth, you had a comment?
Actually, it's sort of unrelated to this. I would like to make a motion that we have a standing understanding that if we move to approve, that the items being moved for approval meet the 9-point criteria, so we don't have to keep interjecting that they meet that criteria.
Yeah, I tried to do the same thing. My understanding is that I think what we really need to do is if we disapprove or further study something, that we need to cite one of the 9-point criteria.
Okay.
But no, I think that's worth saying, or even restating that basically we're not, don't need to state a 9-point criteria reason for approval, that we just, that it really, the way I look at the 9-point criteria is if you don't meet something, then you have a reason for doing something that's not approval.
Okay,
Was
perfect.
restating. Okay, any other comments or questions about, right now we're looking at 6.1 and 6.2 as a joint motion. They seem to be pretty straightforward, but that's not for me to say. Any comments from, I don't see any hands raised on the committee, anyone on the floor. Kevin Scott has his hand up, I believe. Or is that left over? Nope, there it goes.
Oh, you saw that before me. Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
No, I'm sorry. That was my mistake.
Okay. Yeah, you've got a raised hand and some other hand up sort of thing. You've got to. You're shouting. You've got two hands up. Any other, I don't see any other comments. Anyone on the telephone?
There are no active phone lines at this time.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for approval of,
We don't have a motion.
oh,
I don't
sorry.
I don't think we do.
No, you're right. I'm getting ahead of myself.
So I would make a motion to approve items 6-1 and 6-2.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Tyree.
Second, Metz.
Okay. Mr. Tyree made the motion, Mr. Metz, second. Now we have a motion. And I don't see any other comments from the committee, no comments from attendees that I see. I don't expect there's anyone on the phone. So now we can call the motion.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so it is now 10:35. I'd like to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11:45. So let's get up and walk around a little bit, get a cup of coffee, etc. And I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready to resume? There we go. Give everybody a minute to get themselves together and get back. The lights are coming on. Okay, I think we're back live. We are still on item 2-22. And we're on item number 7, which is the chapter
Okay.
7A proposals.
Okay, so I'll just kick it off, Chair. This is Crystal with State Fire Marshal's office. Item 7.1 is some cleanup. We modified the term wildland urban interface. And so in the text, it still said fire area. So we wanted to correlate that language. In the purpose section, we added the SRA or local responsibility areas to correlate with the application dates for the 7A regulations. 7.2 was a cleanup for 7A and chapter 15 correlation for group A, for class A roofs. Item 7.3, we're removing the exception for fascia and architectural trim. Studies have shown that those actually do contribute to the fires spread for homes.
Okay.
And then
Crystal, I'll jump in there. The study is
Okay.
showing that if a structure ignites on fire, 90 to 95% of the times it will be a complete loss. So, and seeing that things that are definitely a source for initial ignition, through the studies and the work group, we're moving there forward. I do want to add one other thing on 7.1. When we're looking at the purpose, this is not to be confused with the application, because for the application, we do not have the LRA in there except for the very high zones or those that have been designated. There is the statute brought that in that we should be the LRA for the high areas, and we're considered the moderate. We did not include this in 701A 3.1 at this time because the maps are not done.
For those of us who are acronymically challenged, would you spell out LRA, please?
Local responsible areas.
Okay, thank you. Responsible or what's responsibility?
What's that?
Responsibility area or responsible?
Local responsibility. Oh, now you're
it's responsibility, Chief.
Responsibility.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
I thought so. I just wanted to be sure for enough of those float around that they don't always mean exactly the same thing.
And you look in 701A.2, it is spelled out versus the
got
SRA, which is state responsibility area, or the local
or
responsibility.
local responsibility. Okay, thank you very much. And did you make and you haven't talked to 7.4, is that one of the ones where you wanted to split that out? Or?
Yes.
7.4, we are asking for further study, because if you look in section 2, it says may designated. Well, that's not the way you write an ordinance, and we need to clean up that language. So it's not quite ready yet.
Okay. So the proposal, I think we would probably need to formally need to dispose of 7-4 from our end, but I think the way you're asking for is further study. So right now, what we would is 1, 2, and 3 would be request for approval, and 7.4 would be request for further study. Is that accurate?
Yes,
that is
please.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or on the part of the committee? I don't see any raised hands. Gwen, and then Dave Tyree.
Yeah, I couldn't find the button quick enough. Earlier in the hearing or this procedure, you mentioned that you were going to announce when there were public comments submitted in writing. Was that my understanding? Because I think there were a large number of.
There are a number of comments, yes.
Okay.
Basically, I'm presuming that the committee got the transmissions from the Building Standards Commission, and that each of us have read the public comments. So that if anybody has a comment on the comment, please feel free, or if you want to agree or disagree. But I think what I'm assuming is that each of us has taken in those comments and kind of factored that into our own opinions about the, I mean, basically what I do when I get a comment like that is I figure, okay, I'll look at it, but I'm going to wait and see what the proposing agency has to say about their proposal, or if they want to respond.
Yeah, I would like to ask Greg or Crystal if you want to respond to some of the public comments, because there were a significant number in this part. Particularly the ones that I found of greater interest were the deletion of the exceptions in 1505.2. It's a reference to 1505.2. So it's in part 7-2.
7.2.
You exclude the exceptions 1 through 4.
Yeah, that's the Bob Raymer letter.
That is the Bob Raymer.
Yeah, most of those I think were actually, they were about 7A, but they really related to 15, if I understood the comments correctly.
And I do remember reading that. I am perfectly acceptable with looking at further study on that one, just based on that issue, because I think there are some valid things that would be acceptable for a roof assembly with those exceptions.
Yeah, basically what I I'll invite Mr. Raymer if he's on the call. I hope that.
Chief, actually, can I respond?
Go ahead.
Please, Crystal.
So back in the triennial, we did a global change that all roofs in the 7A would be Class A. And that was done in a cost analysis study that, you know, the Class B and C had the cost to do those was pretty much equivalent to a Class A. So if you are doing a roof in a 7A, it will have to be Class A.
Okay. But I don't want to speak for Mr. Raymer. Let's see what comes up on public comment. But then, are there any other committee comments? I mean, basically, what I'm hearing then is that we should probably take. Well, we've got further study for 1 recommended. We've got a question on 7-2. I think that we should think about motions as being all, 1 through 4 separate. But that's whoever wants to make the motion. Cheryl and then David.
I would like to hear from Bob Raymer if he's on the line and get his take on these items. I'm inclined to support not only the keeping the items from 1505, but also the removal of LRA for this cycle. I'm appreciative of the fact that Greg and Crystal cleared up the fact that it's in the scope and purpose only. But to me, if we only put it in that location, it can be misconstrued by the local AHJs. And so to me, that further supports the Bob Raymer and the CBIA on their position on that item. So I'd really like to hear from him if he's on the line.
Okay, well, let's wait for that. In the procedure, we need to go through the committee comments, and then we'll open it up to the public.
That was my comment.
Got it. Thank you. Dave?
Yeah, I agree with Cheryl. I'd like to hear from Bob as well. Additionally, I have an issue with item 7.3. I know Crystal mentioned that there was a lot of tests or information out that shows that the architectural trim boards add to this, but I've certainly have not seen that. And we've been working with NIST and in the process of working with NIST right now of doing some fire tests on these. So I think this is a little bit premature, and I would hope that this would be further studied.
Yeah, Cheryl, you still have your hand up?
Yes. Yes, sorry, I have one more item I wanted to mention. I was a little concerned about 7-4. I know it's going to be suggested for further study, but I'm curious as to why this is being proposed in the body of a code rather than an appendix. It seems unusual, awkward to me to put a model adoption that's, is it enforceable? Is it not enforceable? Are you mandating the locals have this model ordinance? So it's a little curious to me that it's located in the body rather than being proposed in the appendix. So any comment that the State Fire Marshal's Office can make on that would be appreciated.
Greg, you had your hand up?
Yes, I will answer that. They passed a law that says the state fire marshal shall adopt a model ordinance. So here's our model ordinance, and normally we would not adopt it, but the statute says we will adopt it.
Oh, so the legislature's writing codes again. I guess the question though, and I think if I'm recalling the commentary or the comments from the public, there was some suggestion that this could be located elsewhere in the code. Would that still meet the legislative mandate? If it was in like one of the back chapters or the appendices?
As long as we adopt it, I think we meet the standard. We put it right in the section where it was talking about theirs, but an appendix might be another option.
Okay, I think looking at some of the comments, I believe one of them was from LA Fire, if I remember correctly. That you might want to think about where you put it in the code when you further study it. Randall, you have a hand up? Oh, Crystal, do you want to respond to that first?
Yeah, I just would like to say that we did look at the comments. I think Ventura also had a comment to put it under in the maps and not in 7A and only in 49. The reason why the work group decided to put it as its own item in 7A is the extent of the appendices has gotten quite large over the years. So we didn't want it to be lost. We did create its own section number and thought that that was the best fit. But again, you know, we'll look at the public comments, and if there's a better solution, definitely we'll look at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Randall, you had your hand up?
Yes, I think that there has been a lot of confusion by local fire agencies and even cities regarding what the legislation requires historically on adoption of the hazard severity zone maps. I think that it should be, the model language should be in the body of the code. Putting it in the appendix gives the impression that it is not a requirement to adopt these maps. So I think that leaving everything in chapter 49 where they've put it is going to be much better for all local agencies that will be going through this process. I know that Ventura County did put a letter forward. I don't necessarily agree with their interpretation of the adoption process and what was originally intended with the legislation. So I support where State Fire Marshal's Office has put it at this point.
Okay, thank you. Dawn?
Yeah, I wanted to support Randall's position. I think having it in the body is important, especially if it will be cross-referenced from other sections in the code. It shouldn't be cross-referenced to an appendix.
Okay, I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. Is there raised hand in the public comment? Is Mr. Raymer around or not?
He did have his hand up. Mr. Raymer, if you'd like to speak, you're,
Can you hear me?
yes, sir.
There you are.
Great. I am so sorry. Whenever there's a storm or whatever over here in the Eastern Sierras, we get internet going in and out. So I apologize. Do you want me to speak to the roofing first, 7.2, or to the purpose 7.1? What's good for you?
Why don't you, let's do 1 and then 2.
Okay, thank you. Our concern here is, it's already been mentioned by 2 of the advisory committee members, and that is just the straightforward statement in the purpose or local responsibility areas. Ahead of that, in the sentence right above it, it basically says increasing the ability of a building located in any fire hazard severity zone within the state, SRAs, et cetera. And that word any, and then the addition of LRAs is going to give someone reading that purpose statement the feeling that all of the LRAs are in there. That seems to be in direct conflict with the application provision, which Greg and Crystal correctly described as basically focusing in only on the very high fire severity zone and the LRAs. And so all we're suggesting is that you approve as modified based on criteria 1 and 6, and simply put the word specified right before local responsibility areas. So it says state responsibility areas or specified local responsibility areas. And the reason why I think that's probably the best solution here is that down the road, as Greg and Crystal have already mentioned, Senate Bill 63, which we were a co-sponsor of, will basically be expanding application of the WUI requirements. First, we're going to see an automatic expansion to the high fire severity zones in the LRA. That's basically a statutory mandate. But then, as Greg's already mentioned, HCD and the fire marshal is going to get together with interested parties once the moderate zone maps are done and figure out all of the standards should apply to moderate, some of them, or none of it. But that'll be something that gets worked out probably for the next triennial when they get done with the maps and we get an idea to know. But right now, there does seem to be some conflict that's going to happen here. And what we're suggesting under criteria 1 and 6, that you approve as modified by putting the word specified right before local.
Okay, so, and then item 2.
I have a question for the public commenter. If that's permitted. Mr. Raymer, what does specified mean? When I read it, specified local response, does that mean adopted, or I'm having trouble understanding what specified means.
If you recall the letter that we submitted for both this part of the building code and also for the residential code, we also added a second option where after local responsibility areas as specified in section 701A31, which Greg and Crystal have already referenced. So in essence, up in the purpose section, you could just simply say after the LRA as specified down in the application section. And since the application section is going to be in a state of flux for probably the next 3 years, that probably would be the best solution here. And so, once again, we're not suggesting sending this back for further study, but if the fire marshal is inclined to put the term as specified in section 701A31 after LRA, we'd be just fine with that. And it would also be accurate for the next updates as they expand the areas.
Thank you.
I've got a procedural question. This may be for the commission staff as well as for the fire marshal. Is if we remand something back for further study, it could still come back in time for the interim adoption. It doesn't move beyond, it doesn't move into the next code cycle. It would simply be put off for a short, it could be put off for a short time, assuming.
Right. Yeah, we don't want to delay this.
Yeah, but that's actually, Bob, it's more of a general question. I'm
Okay.
just thinking about that, the distinction between making an amendment, which would clearly move it forward to the commission versus further study. It could still end up on the commission's desk at the same time.
Yes. Further study does not automatically mean that that goes to the next cycle.
It's
That
not,
can be
disapproval would be something different, but further study, there's another short-term bite of the apple, if you will.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So Bob, you want to address item 2?
Sure. On the roofing issue, once again, it's already been mentioned. Well, let me step back. With regards to SB 63, CBIA and the California Apartment Association strongly support going to a Class A roof covering. Now, if we go back into time when we started developing the WUI standards over at the Fire Marshal's office, God, this is like 2003, 2004. I think Ruben Grijalva was the state fire marshal at the time. We sort of took 2 tracks. You would have a performance approach where you could take your window system, your wall system, the roofing system, and get it tested and certified under specific state fire marshal standards. Those have simply been updated over the years. But there was also the prescriptive approach. Instead of getting the window system tested, you would have a dual pane window wherein one of the panes of glass had to be tempered glass. And as it turned out, as we implemented all this stuff in 2008, and especially in the 2010 standards, the prescriptive approaches were absolutely the ones that were used predominantly in the field. Because they were easy to understand by both building officials and builders and contractors. And I want to make sure it's clear, we're not having any objection over Class A. What we're concerned about is that the fire marshal, in the deletion of basically the exceptions 1 through 4, except when they're tested or certified, is going to remove the prescriptive approaches. And if the fire marshal isn't happy with those prescriptive approaches anymore, maybe they need to update them. But by getting rid of them, all we have left for Class A is getting tested and certified. And that's going to completely blindside the industry. And in particular, I don't have a clue as to what it takes to get a particular roofing system tested and certified, the time or the cost. And so what we're suggesting for is either delete the language, saying exceptions 1 through 4 in section 1505.2, either delete that or send it back to the fire marshal and ask that they come up with, 3 or 4 alternate approaches that you don't have to get tested and certified for. You've got the concrete roof tile. That was one of the exceptions. That's a really commonly used system. And so what we're saying here is don't change Class A. As a matter of fact, it's in statute. We're fine with that. We just need prescriptive approaches to comply.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, sir. Larry Williams.
Good morning, Larry Williams with Ventura County Fire Department. I had submitted a written comment letter there. While we agree with the requirement of the state fire marshal to have to adopt a model ordinance, our recommendations is not to include it in the building code part 2 or the residential code part 2.5, but keep it in the fire code under chapter 49, where the whole discussion of fire hazard severity zones and the adoption processes are located. You already have a reference in the definition of fire hazard severity zones in the building code that tell you to see the California Fire Code chapter 49. So I think just keeping it in the one code is more appropriate because when you get to the adoption process, it's those jurisdictions that are providing the fire protection. In comment to member Mertz's thing, I know he does not agree with our other request to add the definition of local agency, which basically comes right out of the government code. We have a draft request for interpretation being reviewed by our county council that will be sent to the state fire marshal's office. to formally spell that out. Our unique situation is we are a fire protection district where we don't have cities that contract us. They're already included. We are the fire protection authority and agency in those areas. So that will help with some clarification. But again, our request for this part of your cycle here is to only include it in chapter 49 of the California Fire Code and not have to repeat it in the building and residential codes. Thank you.
So, and that's item 7-4 as you're speaking to, is that correct?
Correct. And then it'll come up again on the residential code.
Yeah, understood.
On the fire.
I see Kevin Reinertsen has a hand raised.
Yeah, good afternoon or good morning again.
Still morning.
Kevin Reinertsen, Cal Chiefs, representing the Fire Prevention Officer section. I wanted to piggyback on what Bob Raymer had said about the purpose and revising that. And I totally agree with it, but I just wanted to make a quick comment that if it's going to reference 701A.3.1, there's going to need to look at a little bit more work to item 2.
Okay, thank you.
It just specifically references very high.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Are there any other raised hands in the public?
No, sir.
And anyone on the phone?
No active phone lines at this time.
Okay. So, oh, Randall, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Greg or Crystal, it looks like Ventura County's concerned with putting this language in building code and residential code is an issue. I guess I failed to see why informing building officials of the mapping process and requirements that they should be aware of in the building and the residential code is a bad thing. And a lot of the people that are actually enforcing a lot of these regulations are not the fire official per se, but in many cases, the building officials for cities across the state of California. So I'm just curious as to where the concern is, or do they see the concern on that Ventura County has raised?
Greg, you got your hand up. Want to respond?
Because I'll respond to that. And that's actually what we came up with. Yes, it would be great if every building official looked in the fire code and understood all the maps, but it was much more important to make sure that information got to all of the AHJs, whether they be building officials or fire officials, to keep everybody on the same page. That's why it's in multiple locations.
Thank you.
And so that was a deliberate choice as your response. Great. Okay, are there any other? So basically, I think that we definitely want to take each of these as individual items. So let's take, I don't see any other hands raised or any other comments. Are we good to go for Arena?
Yeah, there was one more written comment submitted.
Oh, okay,
For
sorry,
item
we're
7-.
missing one. And one more public comment. Okay, who is that?
That was written comment submitted, and all the rest of the written comments, they were already addressed by the people calling now. But the one comment for item 7-3 from many Moniz Consulting, these people were not on the line today, so I need to summarize that written comment.
So we have a hand raised, Manny M.
Oh, okay.
Go
There
ahead.
it is. Manny, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
You can, yes. Good
Oh,
morning.
excellent, excellent. Well, I would like to see you take each one of these individually.
We will.
When you get to 3, then I'll come back.
Well, no, make your comment now that basically we're going to do the, once we get to the motions, we're not coming back to public comment.
Okay. I hope you had a chance to look at my letter and the rationale for it. It's based on criteria 3 and 7 of the Health and Safety Code, the public interest, and referencing to the model codes as it pertains to these proposals. in 7-3. Also, I'm referencing a federal presidential executive order, 13728, which adopts the Wildland Urban Interface Federal Risk Management Program, adopting the WUI, the International WUI Code, in those buildings that meet the threshold in all states, regardless of location. And so you're going to be having certain buildings, certain federal buildings in California that have to go by the latest edition of the International WUI Code. So all I'm doing here is pointing out that in certain areas, let's say the proposal on the fascia and the trim board and removing the exception, there are other things having to do with the fascia in the WUI code that should also be brought into the California code. It's my understanding that what's meant by number 7 is that if there's a national specification, a published standard, model codes, that those should be incorporated in the proposal. And that's all I'm trying to do here, is to accomplish that number 7. Obviously, number 3, I believe it does meet the public interest. These fires are not going to get better. They're only going to get worse. And sooner or later, we're going to have to adopt the international code and work on that code solely so that we're not distracted by other things that are on the table. If you only have one code to look at, that's the one you zero in on. And I applaud Cal Chiefs for taking such an active road at the model codes, especially at the International Wildland Urban Interface Code hearings, to bring what we've done in California into the model codes. And I'll shut up and let you ask questions.
Thank you. Mr. Metz, you had a hand raised. Actually, before that, would either Greg or Crystal like to respond to Mr. Muniz?
Certainly. As many of you probably know, we are running a work group to see whether we can adopt the International WUI Code, but this is a large lift. It is not simply, this is the building standards, because the International WUI Code has many other standards that actually fall out of our jurisdiction, such as the Board of Forestry. So we're bringing them to the table to go through this to make sure it will work for our state and how it can possibly work. We never plan to bring it in the intervening code cycle. If we're looking towards the next cycle for the triennial, if it's possible, but there's some big hurdles we have to address first.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Metz?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I
Manny,
believe
we're not going to have a back and forth. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Muniz referenced a presidential declaration, but that would only be applicable to federally owned and occupied buildings. It would not be subject to California codes and regulations that we're discussing here anyways, since they are federal properties. So I don't see a conflict in what we're doing here or what we may do in the future with anything that the president has done nationally for implementing the IWIC on federal lands.
I think the other comment, well, I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to let you guys talk. I'm going to play the role of the chair, not be a committee member at this point. Any other commentary? Is there anybody else with their hand raised?
Just me, the chairperson, Crystal from the State Fire Marshal's Office. I
Okay,
just
go.
want
Thank
to address that, we did provide an attached document A, and it's on the building standards website, that goes into more of the testing and research criteria for item 7-3. I just wanted to bring that to the attention. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. 7-3 is the exterior trim piece.
Correct.
Okay, not Class A roofs. Just make sure that we're on the right subject. Any other public comments? Anyone on the phone?
It's raised at this time.
Okay, Gwen, you had a.
I have a question for Greg. For item 7-1, are you opposed to adding the words as specified in section 701A.3.1 after local responsibility areas, LRA?
No, we are not opposed to that.
Thank you.
I don't see any other committee hands raised. Let's take these as individual items. So I think I would see if anyone has a motion for item 2/22/7-1.
I would like to move an amendment. So approve as amended.
Okay, we state the amendment. We'll see if you get a second.
It would be to add the words as specified in section 701A.3.1. Those are the words after local responsibility areas, LRA, in section 701A.2, and it would be according to criteria 6.
Okay, that seems clear and concise. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that. Metz.
Okay, Mr. Metz seconded. Any discussion on that motion to amend?
It's criteria 6.
Okay.
And it's in response to public comment by Raymer.
Okay, commission staff got that for, okay. Any other commentary? So the motion would be to adopt as amended item 7-1. I'm going to abstain to see if I'm going to be a tiebreaker on each of these items. If there is a tie. So call the roll, please.
Steve Winkle,
I'll defer my vote.
Ara Sargsyan,
It did. Yeah.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
7 aye and 1 abstain. A motion is carried.
Okay, so then the next item would be 02/22/7-2. Can I get a motion on that?
I would move for further study. This is Gwen here. Based on criteria 5 and Raymer's public comment, particularly related to the experience of certain elements that don't necessarily need testing.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second that, Aura.
Okay. So Gizian second. Okay, any comments or discussion? Okay, let's call that question.
Steve Winkle,
Abstain?
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Nay.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Abstain.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
So 5A, so motion carried by majority.
Okay, so the next item is 02/22/7-3.
I would like to make a motion for further study in accordance with number 6. I think we are going through the process of possibly adopting the international codes now, and I would like to see that carried through before we do something like this.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
You have Sarah second. Any committee commentary or discussion?
I'll be voting against that motion there.
You want
As will I.
You know, to me, it doesn't matter what we're considering in the future that may never happen. I think we need to address this issue right now as the state fire marshal has recommended, and let whatever happens in the future with a code that has yet to even be presented to the Building Standards Commission for consideration, let that play out on its own.
Cheryl, do you have any other further commentary?
No, I'm supporting Randy's comments.
Okay, thank you. Any other committee comment? Okay, let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Hey,
Cheryl Damnich,
Nay.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Nay.
Don Anderson,
Hey,
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
Okay, motion is not carried.
What was the
Yes.
final vote?
What's the vote?
For A and for nay.
What happens in a tie?
So we need the majority of the members, of the present members to vote A to carry the motion.
What happens if it's a tie forever?
You ask difficult questions.
Well, we don't have we potentially could get a 4-4 tie. What happens? I mean, we just got one. Do we just keep voting until someone?
So basically the motion is not carried and another motion needs to be made.
And we have, basically, we have an 8-member committee rather than the 9 that is set up.
So Steve, if I'm correct, by Robert's rules, if you don't get a majority, it just doesn't pass. So nothing happens to it. It doesn't go through without a majority.
It would be disapproved.
Correct.
Unless you make somebody wants to make a alternate motion.
No, I'm saying that if there is an alternate motion, let's say for approval, and the vote is still 4-4, you don't have a majority there either.
Correct.
So it doesn't
You can
pass.
but you could still make another motion.
Correct.
The motion on the floor didn't pass, but it's still up for another motion.
Okay, we'll play this out and you'll see what I mean.
I know what you're saying. But like, I mean, what's the alternative motion?
I'll make an alternative motion to adopt or to approve 7-3 as submitted.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second. Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, any other comments? All right, let's call the question.
Steve Winkle,
Abstain?
Ara Sarkisian,
aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Nay.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
aye.
Gwen Searer,
Nay.
Kevin Moore,
Abstain.
okay. We have 4 aye, we have 2 nay, and we have 2 abstain. Still no majority.
Wait.
I think you have a majority.
The motion passed.
Motion passed? Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
4-2.
Yeah, we don't need 5 votes to have a majority. It's just a majority of those voting. Is
Okay.
that correct? So it's 4-2 and 2. Okay, so the motion, and this is for 7-3, and the motion was for as submitted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So moving on. 02/22 7-4. This is the model ordinance.
Based on the state fire marshal's comments, I move for further study. And I will cite item number 8 on the 9-point criteria.
Second, Mrs. Guinevere.
Any other committee comments? All right, let's call that question. 7-4.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Venice Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carried.
All right. Jane's back on track. All right. The next item is item number 8. 02/22 8, and there's only one item.
And this is the removal of the reference to I 2.1.
Okay. Any other discussion, Greg? You don't need to do any
We asked for
committee-
approval.
Okay, right, thank you. Any other committee discussion? I don't see any raised hands. Any public
I'll move for
comment?
approval of item 8.
Okay, then Mr. Tyree, thank you.
We have to do public comment.
Second,
Public
Metz.
comment.
Wait, we're jumping the gun, guys. Wait a second. I don't think there's any public comment. Is there any? No, or there's anyone on the phone?
There is an active phone line now. If you'd like to make a comment, you may do so now.
Is there someone on the phone?
There is a phone in the queue. If you'd like to speak, you may speak now.
This is on item number 8.
I think we're good, sir.
Okay, now you can make your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for being so fast, but you were
That's
on
all
a
right.
roll, and I didn't want to mess things up for
Yeah,
you.
right.
So I'll make a motion to approve item 8.
All right,
Second, Metz.
okay. Seeing no comments on the committee, let's go ahead. Now we can call the question. The motion is approval as submitted.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Venice Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carried.
All right. Okay, so that's item 8. The next is item number 02/22 9. And there are a number of items, but let's, put this on the table for general discussion and then see whether we need to subdivide it or not.
Chair, did you want me? Okay, so item 9.1 is basically longstanding confusion. We get questions on this, and it's a cleanup language, adding the word not less than 4 hours in several sections where it references that. 9.2 is an errata. It basically, the model code language got printed by mistake for group R4, and so we're correcting that to correlate to the fire code. Item 3, 9.3 is the correlation with the mechanical code for I2 occupancies. We just reserved that item number in the quick response for sprinklers. 9.4 is removing the reference to I-1. 9.5, again, to remove the reference to I-2.1. And 9.7, again, removing that reference to I-2.1. 9.8 is a cleanup for the hoistway for fire detection. This further clarifies when we need recall. 9.9 came out of the California or the State Fire Marshal Fire Advisory Committee to further address the use of common use areas and common use or public use areas for the visual alarm notification. 9.10 is to remove the reference to I-2.1. And we ask for your approval. Thank you very much.
Crystal, you skipped 9.6.
Oh, excuse me.
9.6 is also another proposal from the Fire Alarm Advisory Committee for the R2 for universities on their fire alarm system to have the smoke alarms to be smoke detectors so they're connected with the system.
Thank you, Chief.
Certainly.
Okay, that was one point I was going to ask was about 6. Dawn, you had your hand raised?
Yeah, that was one point I discussed with Vic. And we can leave that to further discussion, but I would like additional clarification.
You're breaking up a little bit. I'm not.
Further discussion on
There you
item
go.
number 6 would be appreciated. Especially
Yeah, I would like to do that as well. But let's see, I don't see anything else, so let's do this. Right now, they're all on the table, 9.1 through 9.10. Don mentioned 9.6. You want to go ahead and make a comment about that? And Cheryl, you got your hand up first. Let's go with Cheryl and then Don. You're muted. There you go.
I will have comments on not 9.6 and 9.9.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, and then Dawn can do the same.
Okay. On 9.6, I actually am in support, strongly support this proposal. However, I find the language, the way that it's written, very awkward. In 907.2.9.3, item 3, I would suggest deleting the exception because our California Building Code is more conservative in that the college and universities require smoke detectors, not smoke alarms in the sleeping units. And so this becomes not even valid because it's already required that once we put the smoke detectors in as part of the fire alarm control unit, it's going to activate the occupant notification system. So I don't see that this exception needs to be here any longer. So I am going to ask the State Fire Marshal's Office, am I reading this correctly? Is my comment accurate?
So would your question be maybe further study or just to see let's see what the response of the fire marshal is?
There's a couple things that come on this one because we agree with you that the detector covers a lot of issues, such as the new requirements for the strobe and the standby power. The monitoring requirement in a dorm is great, but we also have to deal when they're doing some work in existing dorms that may be installed at a different time. So now they have smoke alarms and they're working on it. I don't know if it's valid, but we can definitely look at that.
Okay, Greg, are you thinking that would be something that would be further study?
I will lean on what the advisory committee, who is a group of professionals across the state that They're the ones that drafted this language and we are supporting it, but I'm not going to say it can't be cleaned up better. So I'm always open to suggestions.
Okay, Don, and then Cheryl, come back to you. Are you, Cheryl,
I'm
do you
in
still have a comment? Cheryl,
Yes.
why don't you finish your comment and I'll come back to Don.
Okay. I also, I'm also confused by the last paragraph that's being amended, where required smoke alarms is deleted and smoke detectors is installed, because my view is that by definition, the UL 268 smoke, well, it is a smoke detector and it's connected to a UL 864 control panel. So I also have problems with this language and this paragraph. It's just so poorly worded.
Is that still 9.6 you're talking about?
Yes, it's the last paragraph in 9.6.
And you had another comment on one of the other items?
9.9.
You want to go ahead and do that?
Sure. Or do we want to just do 9.6 and let Dawn?
Yeah, let's stay on 9.6 because I've got something to say too, I think, after see whether Don covers it or not. Let's talk about 9.6.
Okay, I'm in complete agreement with Cheryl. And I think her recommendation, correct me if I'm wrong, Cheryl, is to have further study on this. But my confusion is coming from an ADA and accessibility perspective. I need to know how a deaf or hard of hearing person is going to respond to these modifications. And I'm really unclear on what the scoping is on these items. So if I would actually be opposed to these amendments, but it doesn't really make the situation any better. So I'm more inclined to go with Cheryl for more adoption. And I would be saying that this would be in conflict with other code sections. Other code sections, and I can list them now if that is helpful to staff to know what those code sections are.
Yeah, basically, that would be item 9, or excuse me, 9-point criteria, item 1, right? Conflict.
Conflict item 1, and then I would also say I could cover Cheryl under item 6. I'm having under the 9-point. I'm just struggling here. I'm trying to figure out what the requirements are. Not just even for notification and for visual, but also under path of travel. So even if you were to have a delayed deferred submittal, or the submittal was just fire alarm systems, there would still be a burden to provide path of travel, which may actually incur an upgrade or an improvement to the system to cover the ADA requirements for these notification devices. So there's just some conflicts that need more clarity, and I'd like to see more research done on that. And I don't know what state agency would help in that. Probably DSA. So that's, or even HCD for that.
Greg, you want to respond? You had your hand up, Greg.
Certainly. This is about whether smoke alarms or detectors. This does not have any effect on the ADA requirements. Those are still in full effect. In reality, we have found that the detectors, especially the strobe requirements for battery backup, this helps that, because that's part of the problem when you're doing a standalone alarm. When you lose power, you cannot have standby power. By having it actually a detector with a strobe, you get the backup power. That's one of the reasons we're actually doing this, is to increase compliance with the ADA compliance. So all the other rooms that are required, or if you have hearing impaired, you absolutely have to meet the other requirements, the general requirements for any fire alarm.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl, you have
Yeah, I just want to say that I support Greg, and I also just want to let Dawn know that this in fact does improve the disabled access criteria for those who are hearing impaired, and provides much more reliability in in changing this language. So I have no concerns regarding conflicts with other code sections, particularly relating to disabled access and with anything, but also inclusive of disabled access.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Cheryl, for that clarification. I still believe that the section is somewhat ambiguous and cloudy.
Basically, I've actually been working with this on a couple of projects of where you're trying to implement housing at a place of education requirements, which is from the ADA and in Chapter 11B, is in effect, if you want to really meet I think the intent of the ADA is you end up enforcing R1 and R2 provisions in housing at a place of education, particularly in what's being done in modern campuses where you effectively have dwelling units rather than dorm rooms. You've got a 4-bedroom and a kitchen and everything else. It's more like an apartment. So that, things like low-level exit signs, as well as, I think that this, I'm sympathetic and agree with Cheryl and Greg, is I think this is actually the way to go. But what I'm responding to and what I'd like to see as a further study is actually addressing the fact that you have this hybrid R1, R2 environment, which are dictated by housing at a place of education, because it's basically an apartment during school year and a hotel or an apartment for rent during the time the school's out. So you have unfamiliar people in a thing waking up and they don't even know what city they're in, let alone what room they're in. So that the R1 provisions, I think, need to be, I would like to see that addressed directly. Dawn, you have
Follow up on your comments, Steve, is these living arrangements can be awfully ambiguous and very significant.
Ms. Anderson, we're having a hard time.
Yeah, we're having a hard time.
Okay, I'm just saying that these housing arrangements vary significantly with respect to beds and rooms and whatnot. So that's my concern. And that just follows up with Steve's comment.
Yeah, I think we're almost there, but I think I would like to see further study, but I definitely like to see this come back. I think you're addressing a real problem, but we're not quite there yet, in my mind. Are there any other comments on 9.6? Are there any comments? Then you had Cheryl, you had a comment on 9.9. Is that right?
On 9.9, yes. Yes, I am not supportive. I would suggest disapproval of 9.9, possibly with the exception of exam rooms, only because there's a state fire marshal's office interpretation that's already out there. I mean, just like a building code, we're never going to be able to address everything. And I think making a laundry list longer doesn't help to improve a situation. I support jurisdictions that make their interpretations and acknowledge that there's going to be some differences from jurisdiction to jurisdiction on how this section gets enforced. But I have problems specifically with some of these items, and then generally with the concept of making the laundry list longer. I would allow what's now number 15 only because it's been being enforced because there's a state fire marshal's interpretation on there.
Okay. Any other comments on item 9? Any other committee comments? Okay, Ara?
Number 9, also, I'm not sure if we are adding more terms like normally occupied, normally not occupied. We are opening up more subjective interpretation there. So we need to have more definitions than normally occupied or normally not occupied. They are not defined in a code. So I would agree that expanding this list doesn't help me personally. I don't feel confident.
Okay, and so that's specifically to 9.9. Dawn, you had a comment?
I would support Cheryl's, upon reflection, I would support Cheryl's position.
which would be for disapproval on 9. Okay. Any other committee comments on any of the items under 9?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Randall.
As a fire alarm plan reviewer and inspector of fire alarm systems, I think this addition actually helps us greatly in our discussions with designers and architects on whether or not it is or is not intended to have notification in those particular areas right there. It is a common discussion that we have on a weekly basis in the design process. And I think this removes some of that ambiguity in identifying some of these locations that seem to pop up again and again. So I guess I don't agree necessarily with Cheryl's concern on adding to the list here. The list already exists. I think that adding a couple more items to it to remove, regular ambiguity is not going to be a problem.
Okay, thank you. Dawn, you have your hand up?
Just a response to Randall. What about if we listed those areas and use areas that do not require, instead of listing all those that do require?
Got a shorter list?
You'd have a same length of list. We generally, on this case here, are better defined in naming those areas that are included, in my opinion, than those that would not be included.
Okay. Any other committee comments on any of the items in 9? Gwyneth, go ahead.
Just to respond to Ara's concern about normally occupied, if 13 is not capitalized like it's shown there, occupied rooms, if those are lowercase, then it would just be the standard definition, understood by common language. So I think if item 13 isn't capitalized like that, I would be okay with normally occupied. Anyway.
Any other committee? I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. Are there any public comments on any of the items under item 9?
Steve, I'm sorry. I just have
Sorry.
an editorial on.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I didn't raise my hand. I just have an editorial
Well,
on 9-8. Hoistway should be one word. Multiple times hoistway is 2 words. So I'm going to vote to approve, but yeah.
Okay. I think that State Fire Marshal can probably take care of that one. Greg says yes. Are there any public comments on any of item 9?
Sagiv.
Sagiv.
Isha?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, hi Sagiv.
Hi, everybody. Sagiv Weiss Ishai, Fire Protection Engineer, San Francisco Fire Department. And hi, Dawn. Hi, Cheryl. And I also a member of the California Fire Alarm Advisory Committee that came up with this proposed revisions. So first of all, item 9.6. I don't think, Steve, based on your comments, to open it to R1 versus R2, that wasn't the intent. The intent is the fire alarm section, very technical. The original requirement, if you look at the last paragraph, it says required smoke alarm shall be interconnected with the fire alarm system. That was the whole idea. That's what we tried to do here. Mm-hmm. And we basically said, if you take smoke alarms, which are hardwired and battery backup, and you list it to UL 217 and you interconnect them with the building fire alarm system, it creates major issues. It's not compatible. It's create all kinds of issues. We discuss it at length with a bunch of experts on the Fire Alarm Advisory Committee. The idea was make it better, make it safer, make them, if they are required to be in a college and university R2s, instead of having just the hardwired smoke alarms, we want them to be UL 268 smoke detector connected to the building fire alarm system. If a fire alarm system is existing, there is an exception for item number 3 that you don't have a fire alarm system at all, when you don't have interior corridor. So that's the exception in 1.3 that we clarify. You don't need a fire alarm system. But if you have a fire alarm system, you have a building fire alarm system, we basically discuss it at length at the committee that hardwired smoke alarm should not be installed because all of the technical issue. It's a technical issue. It's not about the ADA. There is another section for all the hearing impaired and all that stuff. We're not taking it well. We're just making it safer and better. And to answer Cheryl's comment about if we have smoke detector, they activate the notification. This is incorrect because the smoke detectors that are going to be installed in the units are just going to generate supervisory at the panel. They're not going to generate they're not going to generate a general alarm in the building. There is another section in the fire code that says that if you have smoke detector replacing smoke alarms, they just generate supervisory the panel. They just have the local alarm. They basically behaving as a smoke alarm, just much safer. They don't need the batteries. They are compatible with the system, and they're just making everything better. That was the suggestion, just technical. We're not getting into the ADA issues. We're not getting into R1 versus R2s. That's just that, and I highly support, again, based on the committee. And as a fire, I can say you fire AJ for a large jurisdiction in California that enforces it. It's going to make everybody's life much better and easier. Okay, that's for that. Other thing about the list, 9.9, I actually submitted a little revision to this list as a public comment. I don't know if the committee members got it, but it was a revision to the fire code. This section comes from the fire code. And basically, I totally support as a fire AJ, totally support what Randall was saying. It's going to make our life much easier, much better when we review fire alarm plans. And the reason is there are many jurisdictions in California today that requiring strobes in any electrical room, mechanical room, janitor closet, all these rooms that are normally not occupied. They consider them as occupiable rooms, right? Somebody can be in a janitor closet, somebody can be in an electrical room, but the AHJs don't differentiate between normally occupied and normally not occupied. And they're requiring strobe all over in all these rooms that are crazy. And I've seen it because all over California, people are calling San Francisco because we put this in our San Francisco codes. So totally support what Randall was saying. This is going to make fire jurisdiction way more consistent between them in California. It's going to save a lot of money for building owners, not requiring to put all the strobes and all these occupiable rooms. And the list is already there. It's just making it a little bit better. Again, what you see on the screen right now, it's not the total, it's not the final proposal from the committee. There was a little few items that I corrected here and sent it to the committee as a revision to this, and I can go and expand all that stuff. But the idea is that this is making everything much better for fire jurisdiction and consistent in California. Thank you.
Thank you. And we did get the comments. Thank you, Sigid. Don, you had your hand up?
Okay, I'm going to start asking dumb questions to a bunch of experts, okay? So if I am deaf and I'm in a room and there is a fire in the building, how do I know? Now, there are audible requirements for building notification. But the reason that there needs to be inter-hardwiring is because the person that's in that, it could even be a dormitory with, 5 beds and I'm the only one in the room. I need to know what's happening outside of the room. So that's my first dumb question. The second dumb question
Can I answer this?
Wait,
sure.
Let me answer because it's easier to answer one at a time, I think. Can I answer this? So if we look at college and university, Dawn, right? So when we have a unit or dwelling unit or sleeping unit, there is no requirement to put strobes in every dwelling unit or sleeping unit in an R2. However, if they are hearing impaired person, definitely you need to have strobes in that unit. Okay, but it's another section covers it. Okay. Another section in the code covers it. You get out of the unit, you have strobes all over the place, okay? So we're not changing any of that.
Okay.
Okay, so
Second question. So normally occupied, I understand that there's definitions and such, but unless it's exempt under ADA, then that even a janitor's room is required to have these elements and notification systems because they're employee work areas.
you're fading out
And
again, Don.
They're employee work areas. So I think normally occupied is not the intent of ADA. There are exemptions of areas under ADA and in California Building Code. That would be section 203.5. You'll find exemptions under 203. So it's important that we understand the scope of these devices and where they're required to be. And just using your example, a janitor's closet could, or a janitor's room could be an area that would require protection with these types of devices. Second question.
Randall.
Sagiv, go ahead, and then Randall.
Yeah, so basically, if you read the International Fire Code, specifically it's in the commentary, it says that all these rooms that are janitor closets or electrical rooms or mechanical rooms, definitely they're occupiable rooms, definitely somebody can be in there, but it's not the intent that to have strobes, visual protection. They still going to have audible protection. So under, the small amount percentages of time that somebody is going to be in this room, you need to have like a person that is hearing impaired, you need to have a fire alarm, and you need to have an employee that is hearing impaired. It's again, the probability for this is very slim, and by us requiring strobes in all these rooms, you're increasing the burden to building owners tremendously because there's so many rooms.
Okay,
that wasn't the intent.
We're Randall, and we've got a back and forth going, and this is not productive. We're not getting anywhere.
No, I concur, Steve. I think just to respond to Don's issue concern, it was never the intent to provide a audible visual device to any specific location that a human being could walk in the door of and occupy for 5 seconds and then leave. Things like janitor's closets were never intended. Sagiv brought up electrical rooms, never intended to be occupied, meaning, it's not an office build. It's not an office. It's not a meeting room. It's not a break room. Those are occupiable spaces that were intended to be habitable. An electrical room is not a habitable space, not normally occupied. So I think we're going down a rabbit hole with this here. We don't need to go down.
Basically, I mean, what we've got is two elements of regulation which may or may not be in conflict, and we're not going to resolve that at this point.
I guess I don't see the conflict.
Well, I mean, it's basically Don and I go way back on the accessibility side, and that there are things where there are things don't line up between, say, the fire code, the building code, and ADA. So that, but we're not going to solve that at this juncture. Basically, I think that what we need to do is do something with these elements, and if it means further study or disapproval or something like that. And I think, from a technical point of view, the proposal makes complete sense to me in terms of dealing with the UL listings and what I understand about the machine, the mechanical, the electronics of this thing. It makes perfect sense. But the question of where they occur, we've got kind of an interrelationship going between 9.6 and 9.9 that I think that we should just go through and dispose of these elements and move on. We've taken more time than we needed to on this one. We're not going to solve anything at this point. So I'd like to see if anybody, if we have any, Sagib, you still have your hand up? You want to say one more thing? I don't want to, I'd like to not continue this discussion if we can avoid it.
Yeah, I think there is no connection between the two items. They're completely two separate. The first one is just a technical issue, no smoke alarms, system detectors. Has nothing to do with audibility, with hearing impaired, nothing to do with ADA, nothing to do with R1s versus R2, just technical issue. The second one is just adding to the list and making it more clear for fire AHJs and to be consistent in California.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good summary. Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
There looks like there's a phone, somebody on the phone. I think they're probably just listening. I don't see, are there any, is there anybody on the telephone?
Is a DSA staffer who is just following the meeting for now.
Okay, so they're not going to comment. All right. So let's see if we can come up with some motions on disposing of these things.
Steve, this is Gwen. The only ones I think there were objections to were 9, 6, and 9, 9. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I would concur with that.
And only 9, 8 had a spelling issue. So that's an editorial thing.
That seems like editorial. So
I'd like to move parts 9, 1, 9, 2, 9, 3, 9, 4, 9, 5, 9, 7, 9, 8, and 9, 10.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that. Metz.
Okay. So any discussion on those items? It's 9, 1, 9, 2, 9, 3, 9, 4, 9, 5, 9, 7, 9, 8, and 9, 10 would be approved as submitted. Okay, let's call the question on those.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye. You said aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Rennie Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carried.
Okay, so then the next motion that was not disposed of would be 9-6. Can I get a motion on that?
This is Cheryl Domnich. I completely support this proposal. I have some concerns with the language, so I am going to make a motion for further study only to improve the language.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and then Dawn seconded. Any other discussion on the committee? I don't see any hands raised. Let's go ahead and call 9-6, which would be for further study.
And what 9-point criteria?
Number 6.
9-6.
Dick Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Rennie Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous, a motion carries.
All right, which leaves us 9-9. We want to make a motion on that one.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Gwyneth,
Gwen.
second, sir.
I would like to request the editorial change of normally occupied to be lowercase.
Greg nodded yes, I think. Greg Anderson. Any other comments? Mr. Tyree, your hand's up.
Yeah, I will be voting against this motion only because the proponent already said that he's got a change to this list. And if this isn't necessarily the list we're going to end up with, and he's got some proposals to it. So I would support further study, but not in support.
Well, who's the proponent?
Well, it was Sagik.
The proponent is the state fire marshal's office.
Yeah, it's like, but it's not.
I'm sorry, he said that he was involved in writing it, so that's why I
Well,
thought.
he's on the, I understood he was on the committee, but he's not submitting the change. Greg, you want to respond?
Certainly. He is part of the State Fire Marshal's Fire Alarm Advisory Committee, which worked to create these. It then came to the State Fire Marshal, and we are submitting this.
So you have no proposed amendments. You're submitting it as you would like to print it.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'd like to, my interpretation of what 9.9 does is it adds more locations where strobes are required. So it doesn't do any harm as far as I can tell. And I think it may very well provide some clarity in some locations. I normally do not like laundry lists, but this to me is okay.
Don, you have your hand up?
I just want to clarify that it doesn't add more locations. It just clarifies where it's required.
Okay, Cheryl?
Yes, I want to clarify that the intro to this section talks about visible alarm appliances in public use areas and common areas. And I find it interesting that a mother's room with a mother and a baby is a common use area, or a phone room. My experience in the phone booths that we see out there are phone booths with one person in it. To me, those items go against that line 13 to me goes against common use area provisions that we have typically been enforcing. And I see, Randy, you disagree, but I don't see those as any different than an individual office for a single person where we do not put a visible appliance in.
Don, you had your hand up, or Greg, you want to respond first?
You'll note in there, it does say used by 2 or more persons. And some of the issues is that we've had designers keep using new words for rooms and trying to figure out what they are. Because now a phone room isn't a phone booth like I had in the 80s. It's now with a monitor at a table, but we're going to call it a phone room.
Don?
Yeah, and just to follow up, you know, these terms, common use, etc., are clearly defined in the definitions, and that terminology is used here. So I'm not quite sure why the additional clarity is really absolutely necessary. Public use would cover Cheryl's. For example, you could have an office that's used by a vendor on a campus and in a private building, and it would still be public or common use in that it would be used for a single individual, but used by many people on different occasions. So I think that the definitions that we have in the regulations for public use and common use are very clear. And so I just don't want this list to get things more complicated and be perceived as an exclusive list.
Arena or Mia, I've got a procedural question. At this point, we have a motion on the floor. Are we taking public comment on the motions? Should we? Okay, so we're basically, this is the committee discussion before the vote.
Yes.
So we're not going back out to public. Okay. Any other committee comments on the motion would be for, let's see, I've forgotten what the motion is. The motion was approved as submitted, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So seeing no other raised hands on the committee, let's go ahead and call the question, which is 9-9 for approval as submitted.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian. Cheryl Domnich,
You're on mute.
Nay.
David Tyree,
Nay.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Abstain.
Gwenny Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
5 aye, 2 nay, and 1 abstain. Motion is carried.
Okay. So it's now 12:15. What did we advertise as a lunch break for this? Around now? What's the sense, what's the, would you like to, what's the sense of the committee? Would you like to do one more item? Or do you want to take a lunch break? I get 1 thumbs up. I get 1 break, 1 thumbs up. What does the commission staff think? What
There
about the
could be some
audience?
lengthy discussion on
looks
an
hungry.
item in the next one.
Yeah, what's the next item? Means of egress. Let's take a break. It's 12:15. Is 45 minutes enough time for everybody to stretch your legs and do what you need to do? Answer emails, talk to your clients. All right, so we'll come back at 1 p.m. and we will resume with item 02/22, item 10.
Thank
the
you.
State Farm Marshal proposal. All right, so we'll see you all in 45 minutes. Thanks. All just stay on the call and just mute and stop video. Is that correct? Great. Disconnect, just mute. There we go. Coming up on one.
And
It's
before
1
we
o'clock.
start, quick time check kind of thing. Because we have 14 packages total for this 2-day meeting. And we are at approximately 2/4 of the second package, maybe 3/4 of the second package, and we have 12
More to go.
Yep.
Actually, I didn't do my housekeeping duties this morning, but I think actually people have not been over talking, and we only got into one volleyball match on one change, but we do need to keep the pace going as much as we can. Everybody seems to understand how the procedure works, so I won't go and read all of that stuff, but basically Irina brought up what I was thinking about. I'm sure all you is I was hoping we'd be done in a day. I'm not sure we're going to make that. We'd be lucky if we get through 2. So let's keep going as much as we can.
Okay, so let's kick it off.
Let's go ahead and start.
Item 10.
Yeah.
So 10.1, again, delete reference to I2.1. And there's a bunch of section numbers that are associated with item 10.1. 10.2 is deleting the reference to I1 and replacing with what California considers R2.1. Item 10.3 is basically a pointer to an existing amendment for I2 occupancies. 10.4 is to delete the reference to I2.1.
Okay.
10, that's it.
All right.
We ask for your approval, please.
This one seems pretty straightforward. Gwyneth, you got your hand up.
Yeah, there was a public comment to item 10.3 from John Weisman to Greg and Crystal, I think. And I wondered what your take on the proposed language is. The proposed change.
I remember that. Oh yeah, I'm unmuted. Thank you. So we have always required a building to have automatic sprinklers and fire detection. Shall deactivate upon. Yeah, and actually, I actually agree with that. It should be or. Because you want it has to have both. So we have modified the model code in other sections to show that it has to have both, but the doors should deactivate on either one. So actually we will modify that one.
Okay, and I was actually, John, I think had 2 emails to you, and the second one was like a follow-up email, and he provided pretty good, I thought, decent language. Would you be okay modifying it? Or would you prefer we send it back to you for further review?
Send it back to us.
Okay.
Greg, you had your hand up. I think you responded already.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing any other Dawn and
Yeah, Nancy, why don't you go first?
Thank you, Dawn. This is Nancy Timmons. I'm the Chief Fire and Life Safety Officer with OSHPD. Greg, I believe this was a correction that model code printed, or as we needed for delayed egress, we wanted delayed egress to be activated if the sprinkler, maybe we're saying it the same way, and this might have been where the disconnect was, but both with if the sprinkler went off or fire alarm went off, not choosing between one or the other, but that they both had to be connected to the system in order for the to change that to the and. I think that was the and that we were speaking of, not the or between smoke or heat, right? We're keeping the and. So what it used to have, at one point, it read that both automatic sprinklers or smoke or heat detection. So we changed that and between automatic sprinklers and smoke to an and. We're keeping that and, right?
And this is where the problem comes in, is we want both installed. That's the and. But this section, the deactivation, that should be on or.
Yeah, it sounds like this is not really.
That's a further study because I want to make sure it's covered on both places.
Yeah.
Thank
Don, you have a comment? You're muted.
I just wanted to follow up with an ambulatory care citation in 1017.2, which is an item 10-4. And that item, let me get to it so I can provide some clarity there. It refers to the distance limitation in ambulatory care facilities. And we made some amendments to that. I think we had a motion to have the state fire marshal review for further review. So, and I wanted to make sure that we're actually referring to it correctly. I thought it was just travel distances, but yeah, it could be for ambulatory care.
Yeah, this
Just
is
making
not
sure
about
that's
travel distance. This is about clear space around a for movement of beds. So you have the space. We're not changing any of the requirements except that we're taking out the I 2.1, which is now ambulatory care facility. So it's just a change from the classification, but no actual regulatory change on the width.
okay. I see a section 422.3.4 underlined and italicized. That's not proposed.
Yes, it's in the footnote, and it is referencing that section that was further study in chapter 4. It was 4-6. Does that help clear it up?
Yeah, that helps. Let me go back.
Does this need to be coordinated as further study or
It's
can we vote on it as it is?
It's just a pointer back to that, so there would be
They're not tied together in terms of requirements. Okay. So basically, are there any other comments from the committee on any of the 4 items? It sounds like which one would be further study, Greg?
10-3.
10-3.
Are there any comments from the audience?
Yes, John Wostman.
Thank you, John Weisman here. And Greg and Crystal, thanks much for forwarding my emails to you to the Committee for Visibility. Appreciate that. I missed the opportunity or missed the line item in the agenda to submit public comments. But definitely support the future study on 10-3. And even the second email, which I think was better than the first information, still had some ambiguity in it, and been kind of scratching my head over that during the lunch hour here. And I have a further modification I'll share with you, Greg, for consideration in that future study. So thank you for the opportunity to provide some input.
Okay, great. Thank you, John. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised.
Anybody on the phone?
There is no active phone call right now.
Okay, so we're good. So we're back to the committee. Can we make one motion that would do, I guess we need to do approve and further study as separate motions. So somebody.
I'll move that we approve items 10-1, 10-2, and 10-4.
Motion second.
Who seconded? Gwen?
Sure, me and Dawn. We'll do it
together. All right. So any other committee comment? Okay, Cheryl? No, okay, so let's call the question.
Steve Winkle,
Aye,
Ara Sargisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwenny Stewart,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
okay. So then we have one remaining item, which is 10-3. Somebody want to make a motion on that?
I move 10-3 for further study per the comment by John Weisman. Criteria 6.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right. The motion is 10-3 for further study. Call roll, please.
Sorry, who was the second one on this one?
It was Dave.
Mr. Tyree.
Thank you. Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwenny Stewart,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So the next item is 11-1.
Yes, there's only one item here, chairperson and committee members. And this had to do with the correlation between 7A and chapter 15 for roof coverings within the wildland urban interface area. And just to remind the committee that this item where it correlated with 7A was further study in your recommendation. We ask for probably the same motion.
I don't think so.
So, thank you.
Okay, Dawn, you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment to Greg and Crystal. My brain wasn't working on the last one. I just want to point out that says for travel limitation in ambulatory care, and the section title is actual travel distances. And that's an editorial comment. No comment on this item.
Okay. And basically, yeah, my recollection was the same as Crystal's, that the kind of the companion item to this was further study. Are there, and I don't see any other committee comments or anyone from the audience who wishes to speak. I don't see any raised hands.
Gwyneth has hands up.
There was, I think there was a public comment on this, and that was to change roof covering to roof assembly or roof covering. And so if we remand this for further study, I'd like that to be considered.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you. I don't see any other raised hands. Mr. Raymer's not there, not raised his hand. Anyone on the telephone?
No active phone line at this time.
Okay, then it's back to the committee. We need a motion.
This is Cheryl. I make a motion for further study. Maybe I'll take that back if Irina has a question.
Yeah, as we have two written comments, I think I need to give a summary, a little bit of summary for the public, because those written comments were not shared with the public. They were only shared with the committee members. Oh,
okay.
One comment is from Bob Raymer. So if Bob, you want to speak, that's the time. And the other one was from Aaron Phillips. So if Bob doesn't want to speak, I will.
His hand is not raised.
Okay.
His hand is not raised.
So Bob Raymer submitted the same comment for item 11 as he submitted for comment for item 7-2, requesting to remove the proposed language about exceptions 1 and 4. And as committee already knows, that item was sent for further study. And the second written comment that we received was again for item 11, section 1505.5, not classified roofing. And that was to replace the terminology a little bit and have roof assembly or roof covering there in the language.
Which is that a companion to what you were referring to, Clara?
Yes.
Okay. Dawn, you have a comment?
Yeah, just to note that there are different definitions and standard setting agencies that adopt different languages, roof assembly and roof assembly system. Just when you put the system on it, kind of gets a little cloudy. So just include that in further study to correlate with definition.
Okay. So that's the only, I'm seeing no other hands raised. And there's no one on the phone, is that correct? Oh, Bob? Mr. Raymer has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, great. Bob Raymer with California BIA. Just making the same comments we did back at the beginning of chapter 7A. I think it was item 7-2 for further study. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that was brought up by Irina too. So thank you. All right, so the item then is a single item, 11-1. Can I have a motion?
This is Cheryl. I'll make a motion for further study based on 9-point criteria item 6. And I support both Bob Raymer's comments as well as the comment from Aaron Phillips on the terminology.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay.
Oh, David Tyree can have the second.
No, Gwyneth can have it.
Oh, come on. Let's fight.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay, any other comments from the committee? So it would be further study for 11-1. Call the roll, please.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian. Aye. Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Venice Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion is carried.
Okay. The next item is chapter 30 elevators, item number 12. It's a single item, 02-22-12-1.
Yes, Chairperson, this is a cleanup in the intervening rulemaking of the 2019 code. State Fire Marshal had an elevator work group. We deleted the reference to ASME A17.1 and pointed back to Title 8 for consistency. We ask for your approval.
Okay. Any other any committee comments or questions? Seeing none, is there Dawn, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just to clarify with Crystal, we're still including these standards in the reference standards, correct? It's just we're pointing to the part of the code applied.
In the reference standards, the ASME 17.1 refers back to, it's there for accessibility, and that'll come up in item 13 if you hold on. Unless
Okay,
you want to do them together. It's up to the chair.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
Well, and we also look at Title 8 adopts the regulations, but it was this was part of a project to correspond, so there wasn't conflicts by different editions and when things came in. So by pointing to the one location, which is Cal OSHA and their elevator unit, so we have found in the past there were a lot of conflicts and we're trying to get rid of them. So that was part of this project. This is the one that was missed.
Okay, so going, I guess, further to Don's question is Title 8 going to be caught up with the reference that's in Chapter 35? Will they be identical, or they're going to, you get there different ways?
That's their rulemaking procedures, I think, is still in its working format. So we have no control over when that would be approved or submitted.
Okay, thank you.
So you're saying that the standard still appears in chapter 35?
Yes, and if we go to item 13, you'll see that it's going to be clarified.
Okay. Seeing no other committee hands raised, are there any public comments?
Sagi,
Yes, this is Sagi of San Francisco Fire Department. So I was on this elevator advisory committee. And I think the issue here, if you look at the annotation, it specifically say A17.1 2019 / CSAB 44. The idea is we don't want the 2019 to be referenced, but that's okay to have the A17.1 / B44 because this is what's shown in Chapter 35, which sends you to Title 8, Elevator Safety Order, to tell you which edition. In this specific section, 3008, which talks about occupant evacuation elevators, I think it's really important to leave the A17.1 as is. Don't make this change. And the reason is the current California Title 8 Elevator Safety Order refers back to the 2004 edition of the A17 code, which does not have occupant evacuation elevators. Therefore, when in San Francisco, we had like 3 buildings with occupant evacuation, we had to do a variance with the state to adopt the 2019 edition of the A17.1 code. So in my opinion, just leave it as is, don't make this change. It's still referenced. And when the Chapter 35 sends you to the California Title 8 Elevator Safety Order, it's basically, it will tell you if you cannot do it per the whatever is adopted, the 2004, which is right now adopted for Group 4 regulation, you will have to do a variance and go to the 2019 edition.
So just to clarify, you're speaking in opposition to approval.
I speak in opposition. I think that it's okay as it is right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I don't see any other raised hands. Anyone on the telephone?
no, sir.
Okay, now back to the committee. I see Dawn and Gwyneth.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, Crystal or Greg. Does the reference standard then note the year of the standard, as Sagiv had pointed out?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then we're referring to 19. I don't have the part 35.
Well,
Okay.
it points it to Title 8, and you have to look at what edition they've adopted.
Which won't be the same one.
Right. So for clarification, and I guess we can't get around the, if you look at item 13.-1, we're bringing back model code language that references the A17.1 2019 version. And that was necessary to address those 11B items, which, it covers some, and then it covers 16, and then one section in chapter 30. So we took that, and then in the items or the section numbers that address the elevator safety standards, you'll see A17.1 with a reference addition struck out. And then those sections that would apply to elevator safety orders only are referenced underneath that. So that is our cleanup item for 13.1.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Crystal.
Yes.
My question is for Greg or Crystal. Does what Sagiv mentioned give you heartburn, or was that considered by the committee that that was working on this.
I would have to review it a little bit more to see if that's a problem. Because we have separated out what goes to Title 8 and what goes to the 19 edition. Most of the things in 19 were based on ADA compliance, to be honest, and we wanted to keep them the same. This one, I cannot answer at this time.
Thank you.
Let's see, Ryan and then Sagiv had his hand up as well. Sagiv, are you responding to one of the committee comments? Or can you go ahead, Sagiv?
Yeah, so if you look right now at the chapter,
I can barely hear you.
If you look right now at chapter 35 reference standards, you will not see an addition next to the A17.1. It sends you to the Title 8. So I don't think we need to specify an addition like 2019, 2004, or whatever. It just needs to state that the standard is A17.1/B44, and it tells you that you have to go to Title 8. And Title 8 will determine whatever the requirement is to which edition you need to go. So
Okay.
I don't see any point for leaving the 2019 or making this change. It's all consistent with what we've done in the elevator committee.
Okay, Ryan Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note that this is something that DSA brought up with State Fire Marshal, and we feel it is appropriate to maintain the 2019 edition for A17.1, in that we do refer to that reference standard for seismic forces. And if it does revert back to Title 8, which takes us to the 2004 version, that creates really big challenges for us to correlate the seismicity from such an old reference standard that's based on UBC 97 versus current IBC language or current model code seismic. So it's from a seismic standpoint, it is very important to have the 2019 edition, as Crystal has outlined, and where it's referred to from the reference sections that it points to.
Are you speaking in favor of the State Fire Marshal proposal or against it?
I'm in favor of it. I agree with the proposal put forward by the State Fire Marshal.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl?
Yeah, I was prepared to recommend approval, but after Sagiv's comments and then after Ryan's comments, I'm even more confused, because the reference to Title 8 is going to be a reference to the 2004 edition of ASTM A17.1. And no one, if you're giving that reference to Title 8, no one is ever going to get to Chapter 35 to see that adoption of those appropriate sections of the 2019 edition. So I'm confused. And I support Sagiv, and I support the intent of what DSA is looking for, but I don't know how you ever get to the appendix section. Or I'm sorry, reference chapter 35.
It's what I'm looking at the 22 code, it references 17.1-2019, but then in italics is the addition is referenced in the California Code of Regulations Title 8. So I mean it's broken right now. The elevator, the State Fire Marshal doesn't have purview over elevators at that level. I don't know if further study is going to resolve this, but it seems like, yeah, I'm confused as well. Ryan, you want to? And I'd like to, I don't want to. I think we've had enough commentary on this. I think the commission or the committee is informed and confused enough that they need to make their minds up.
Chairperson, this is Crystal from State Fire Marshal's office. May I just state one more item to help with this,
Sure.
to clarify it? So currently, as Sagiv said, and what was recommended by the elevator work group in the past was wherever it referenced A17.1 was to point back to the California Code of Regulations Title 8. But since State Fire Marshal and DSA accessibility identified that there was additional use of the A17.1 standard in other sections of the code, again, referencing to our proposed item 13.1, we'd like to bring back the model code pointer or reference standard that would be applicable to those accessibility provisions or section numbers. So I think item 13 will clear up the confusion for code users. And
should we reverse the order? Should we hear 13 first? Is that possible?
We're fine with that.
Or hear them together? The other, it seems to me like it may make more sense. We're not going to solve it here. I think that we need to perhaps look at both this item and 13 together as further study, but that's somebody else's prerogative, not the chair.
Chair, I would recommend that we combine this item with item 13.1.
Can I ask a question as a suggestion? Maybe it's silly. In the revised language, can we reference California Code of Regulations Title 8 as you've written it, and then say, and and chapter 35, so that the reader knows to go to chapter 35 under section 3008.1.4?
Chapter 35 says exactly that. It has both the 17.1 and the reference to Title 8.
Yes, but that's
You don't know
exactly
what to do when you get there.
But that's exactly my concern, Steve, is that in 3008.1.4, it doesn't send you to chapter 35. It sends you to Title 8.
So does chapter 35.
Okay.
I think combining the two makes sense, but it seems like this needs to be
Further
studied as a unit together with those two items. Anybody want to try that as a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Mr.
My motion is to remit for further study 12-1 relating to the concerns that have been raised by the public comment and addressed in this hearing.
I'll second that.
Based on criteria 1 and 6.
And with a friendly amendment to add 13.
No.
Wait, we haven't got there yet.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
I second Gwyneth's motion.
Okay, now Don, try. You want to try the amendment or you want to wait?
I'll wait for Gwen to do it. She can throw it out there.
I'll try the amendment. I would like to also include item 13 in that motion for further study.
I mean, we haven't had public comment on it.
No, I think that's out of order.
I was just amending.
Even though I brought it up, I was
trying to help you.
No, let's help ourselves by getting off this so we can move on to 13. Any other comments? So do we know what the motion is? It's further study, and you gave us a 9-point criteria?
Yes, 1 and 6.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, let's call the question on that item.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan, I can't hear you.
Aye.
Got it.
Carol Davich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Vinnie Sir,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carries.
Okay, so that disposes of 12-1. Now we come up to item 13, which is the reference standards in chapter 35.
Okay.
So now you can talk, Crystal, about all of it, but starting with one.
Okay, so 13.1, as you know, was mentioned and discussed in 12. State Fire Marshals worked with DSA, or Division of State Architect, on an analysis of the ASME standard. We decided as a consensus to address or bring in the model code language and adopt the latest edition for those accessibility sections where it's needed, as a further modification to the existing A17.1 with the California amendment to send you to the elevator safety orders in Title 8. Those sections where it's applicable have been remain, and then the other sections where it would be accessibility were deleted. So that's item 13.1. 13.2 is bringing in the latest edition of ASTM E108 for roof coverings. 13.3 is bringing in the fuel gas code. It was recognized that in model code language where it's not amended by California, that it's needed for these sections that are listed. 13.4 is additional amendments to 13, the 22 edition that were missed in the triennial. So we have our California amendments for that. 13.5 is to adopt the latest version of NFPA 24 and 409. And then 13.6 is to adopt the latest edition of UL 790, again, for the fire test of roof coverings. We ask for your approval.
Okay, so commentary on the committee. Everyone seems to be okay. I don't see any hands raised on the committee, so I'm going to go to the public. Kevin Scott has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Scott, and I just want to speak to item 13-1.
Okay.
And I think that the way that it's set up right now with these modifications in 13-1, dealing with A17.1, solves the problem if you disapprove item 12. Item 12 will send you to chapter 35. 35 then sends you in two directions depending on which section was referenced. I think that's the appropriate way to do this. I think that's a good fix to solve the confusion. But that means that under further study, the revision in 12, item 12 needs to disappear.
Well, that would be one of the further study options, I would think. Mr. Reinertsen, you have your hand raised.
Thank you. Yes, Kevin Reinertsen. On 13-3, did you consider bringing in just those specific items so that everybody doesn't have to go purchase another standard? Because there's so few that are in the references in the building code. Fire code has quite a few more references, but the comparison between the mechanical code and based on the uniform mechanical code, which is statutorily mandated to adopt here, has fuel gas provisions in it, but bringing those in from the other standards because the UMC is missing them versus purchasing it. I'm not sure how you get around statute on this one here.
Greg or Crystal, you want to respond to that one? Greg, you're muted. There you go.
Kevin, I missed the comment on how we got around statute, because I know this is a lot of references have been into the International Fire Code, and the editor keeps changing it to the California Fuel Gas Code, which doesn't exist. So it was kind of, well, if we're going to do this, we're bringing it in for those sections.
Well, real brief. I'll try to be real brief. The Uniform Mechanical Code has fuel gas provisions in it, whereas the International Mechanical Code doesn't, because that's all contained in the International Fuel Gas Code. So it's almost a catch-22, but there's so few provisions that reference the International Fuel Gas Code, especially in the building code, that you could look to bring those in as an amendment versus but this would only apply where the California Mechanical Code doesn't have the provisions that are trying to be addressed. And we're only talking about a handful, but for the entire state of California and anybody doing business in here to purchase that, struggle with that.
Yeah,
Chief, do you want me to reply?
I will go ahead and answer on that one, because you're going, yes, that is an option. We would have to work with ICC on the copyright to bring it over. But we also look at, because this is referenced that way, any conflict with the mechanical code takes precedence because it's regulations. So yes, as Mr. Reinerson said, there are a couple different ways to do it. This was the easiest at this time, to at least for sections that already exist in the code that reference the code. This, at least we gave you addition. It's something we can look forward to the next edition, but as it stands right now, we asked for you to approve it.
okay. Kevin Scott has his hand raised. Is this further, or you just leave your hand up? No, he's not talking. All right.
No, I'm sorry, this is Kevin Scott. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Ah, okay. I'm questioning this. I'm talking about item 13-3, International Fuel Gas Code. Because if you're saying this is what we're going to reference and we're going to use it in these, does the current building code currently refer you to the International Fuel Gas Code? International.
Yes, for those sections that are listed in 3-3, those sections specifically call out International Fuel Gas Code. So it has been a constant question to our office as to which edition. And when we did the analysis, these sections, there's a gap in the Uniform Mechanical and Plumbing Code where these are identified in the International Fuel Gas Code. I hope that makes it clear.
It does, but I just, without looking at each one of the references specifically, you want to be sure that, is it referencing the entire code? At which point then you are creating conflicts with mechanical and plumbing code. And I don't know if you've looked at that, great. If you haven't, I just see a bigger problem this is creating than the one we have now.
Okay, Kevin, do you have anything to add?
No, it wasn't to add, it was to answer. Kevin brings up great points and does create a larger problem than what we currently have. And there might be conflicts, or there's going to be conflicts actually, because in some sections it's referencing both the Uniform Mechanical Code, or excuse me, it's referencing the California Mechanical Code and the International Fuel Gas Code. It's referencing both. So there's an inherent built-in problem right there.
So, and it's you're saying that that's a general reference, not a section-specific reference to the.
They are a general reference.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
This is Kevin Scott, if I can, may. I'm sorry.
All right, we're playing ping pong, guys.
I just want to follow up on the response from Crystal, because I just looked at 3 of the sections that are referenced here, and they don't say International Fuel Gas Code. So I think you're putting something in here that isn't properly referenced yet in the document. This may be part of what you want, but not all of it.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other raised hands. Is there anybody on the phone?
No, sir.
No one?
No.
Okay, so back to the committee. I think we got to split these up. Let's start with 13-1. Or is there a motion that would wrap up a group of things? Let's try it the other way. However, whichever you want to go.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take item 13-1 into further study based on 9-point criteria 1 and 6.
Okay, that's a straightforward motion. Is there a second?
Second, Gwyneth's here.
Okay, discussion on that, further study for 13-1. Cheryl?
Yes, I will not be supporting that motion. I think 13-1 as it is standing alone works. It's the reference from chapter 30 that I'm having a difficult time with.
I mean, my response to Cheryl would be that I just want the state fire marshal to take one more look at both sections, 12.1 and 13.1, just to make sure. That's why I'm supporting this.
I guess a question, Dawn, as the maker of the motion, is that sort of your
Well,
intent?
yes, and I would just point out to Cheryl that there is a reference to 3008.1.4 in item 13-1. So that's the reason I brought it up for coordination with item 12.
Okay. Cheryl, you have a comment back?
Yeah, I could go either way. I think it's not necessary. It's going to end up looking the same probably, but I could go either way.
Okay. So the motion in 13-1 is for further study. We've got a 9-point criteria. So let's call a question.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Nay.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
7 aye, 1 nay, so motion is carried.
Okay. Then the other item that got discussion, fair amount of discussion, was 13-3. Does somebody want to make a motion on that one? International Fuel Gas Code.
I'd prefer to move the remainder as.
I was going to move. Yeah.
You want to move the all the remainder?
I do.
I was going to move 13, 2, 4, 5, and 6 to dispose of those.
Well, we could potentially also include 13.3. Unless does anyone want to have a vote on 13.3?
So Gwen, if I remember correctly, I think Kevin mentioned that in 13.3, there's some sections referenced in there that do not pertain to the International Fuel Gas Code. So this would not be ready.
Correct.
It sounds
I
like,
could make a motion for that really quickly if you want, Mr. Chair.
yeah, we didn't get a second for the other motion, did we? So we're open for another motion.
I'll make a motion to move to recommend 13-3 for further study based on criteria number 6.
Second. David Tyree.
Okay, we got
Sorry, Ara.
a tie. A tie for second. Okay, so the motion for 13-3 is for further study. Do we need any more debate on that? I don't think so. Okay, can you call that question?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Sear,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so then can we get a motion on the remainder?
Motion to approve items 13-2, 13-4, 13-5, and 13-6 as submitted.
Okay, that seems clear. Can I get a second?
Second, Gwen is here.
Okay. Any discussion necessary? I don't see any raised hands. Okay, let's call that question. 2, 4, 5, and 6, item 13.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Sear,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, we're on to item 14. We're getting there. This is why
So
don't you go ahead?
item 14 is an addendum. So if you switch to your addendum item.
Yeah, it was added, it was a late addition.
It was a late addition. It is errata. So 14.1 is residential group R for the conditions for 310.5. Again, we missed that in the first printing. Item 14.2 is to correct table 504.4 for those R2 sprinkler, non-sprinklers for the allowable stories. It's an existing amendment that we've gone back and forth with printing. It actually was missed in the 19. We brought it back as an errata. And then in the first printing, it was missed again. So now we're bringing it back in this intervening as an errata. 14.3 is, again, the model code change was missed for the state fire marshal amendment. Model code changed kind of their order of how they were, how it's organized for the formula. So we had to add in that 3. And then 14.4 is panic and fire exit hardware. The word occupancy and assembly requires a comma between the 2 words. So we're adding that comma. And we ask for your approval of these errata items.
And I will point out, these are not things that we normally bring to the CAC, but we were requested just to add the errata to it. That way, if you do have any issues, you have an opportunity to comment on them. So we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any raised hands on the committee. Are there any public comments?
No hands raised,
Okay, anyone on the phone?
no phone.
All right, back to the committee. Motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 14, all parts.
A second?
Second, Ara.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve the entire proposal. So can we call the question?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Carol Domnich,
Cheryl?
Muted.
Abstain?
David Davy,
Aye.
Randall Matt.
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Sears,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
7 aye, 1 abstain, carry.
Okay,
Well, last one.
so is that the last one? Or do we have another?
That was the last one for part 2.
Right, okay, so we actually finished one.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, let's go on.
Steve, can I interrupt? This is Kevin Moore.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I've got to run, but I think you have a quorum even if I'm not here. Is that correct?
I think so, Irina.
I couldn't hear what.
One of the committee members has to, Kevin Moore is going to have to leave. We still have a quorum. We established a quorum at the beginning of the meeting, so I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, excellent. Okay, I will see you again tomorrow morning. Sorry. about
Okay.
that. Thanks. Yep.
All right, so we're now moving on to part 2.5.
Steve, you need to take a global motion for the whole agenda item.
Okay, the motion would be to approve item 2, given the decisions on each sub-item. Is that a proper motion?
Agenda item 6 are all the motions that the committee.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, Steve, to accept all motions and committee actions made on item 2.5. Is that what it was?
No, 2.
On item 2 that just concluded.
Yeah, it's just to clarify, it's SFM 02/22, agenda item 6.
Yes.
That'd be the one.
Okay. You need a second?
Second. Gwen here.
Thank you. Any discussion? We don't want to go back and revisit any of those again? Don't you dare. Okay, call the question, please.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Sears,
Aye.
and Kevin Moore left.
Kevin Moore is absent. Right. Okay, so then now the next item is agenda item 7, which is State Fire Marshal 03/22, which is for the residential code part 2.5 of Title 24.
So I will go ahead and open. Good afternoon. Hopefully this will go quicker. You will see a lot of these are very familiar. I will add, we have an addendum, which is item number 9. I want to give a warning. That is a duplicate of one of the proposals in the fire code on energy storage systems. So I don't want to throw anyone off by adding the addendum, but it is something we realize it should be in the residential code also, though I don't know whether you want to have the discussion here on this one or when we're hearing to the fire code. But with that, we'll start with item 1. I will turn it over to Crystal.
Crystal?
Now I'm on mute. Okay.
There you go.
All right. So item 1 is a similar action that was proposed in the administrative code, and it's deleting the reference to the University of California for the item 8, and then the exception at the end of specified state occupied buildings. We ask for your approval.
And refresh our memory, what was the disposition of that similar item? It was approved, correct?
It was
The,
approved, yes.
yes.
Previous. in the
Recommendation
previous
for
item.
approval.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Seeing none, any comments from the audience?
There are no hands raised at this time.
I don't see anybody on the phone.
No phone call at this time.
All right, back to the committee. Motion.
Motion to approve item 1-1.
Can we get a second?
Second, Gwen.
Second, okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I don't see any raised hands. No discussion, so we go ahead and call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree, David Tyree,
David, you're muted.
Aye.
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Zero,
Aye.
motion carried.
Okay, so 03-22 1-1 has been approved. So the next item is item number 2.
Item number 2 is basically definitions and or the application and purpose of the wildland portion in chapter 3 of the residential code. I'll remind the committee that we modified this in 7A to be as specified in after local responsibility areas. In this case, it would be as specified in section R337.1.3.1. We ask for approved as amended to correlate with what you did in 7A of the building code.
Okay. So that amendment would be item 2-3.
So let me look at the CAM. Another person from Building Standards Commission had made this, so
2-2. I would say.
2-2.
okay,
Okay, so
so it would be
so that would be
2-2.
so basically what you would propose is all 3 items, but with the amendment to item 2 to be parallel with what we approved in the building code.
Yes, please.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the committee? I don't see any raised hands. Anyone in the audience?
No hands raised and no phone call.
Okay, so we're back to the committee for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. This is Cheryl Domnich, to approve items 1 and items 2-1 and item 2-3.
Okay, with as amended.
No, we're gonna do that right after. We're all, right, is that, can everyone else shake your heads? If you're ready
Yes,
for-
I'd like to second Cheryl's motion.
Okay,
Steve, we'll get to 2-2 in a minute. That's a separate motion.
Are you just moving one?
I'm moving items I'm making a motion to approve as is items 2-1 and 2-3.
Okay, now I understand. Now I get it.
Okay,
Okay, everybody clear now that I am too? Okay, so I think seeing no discussion, let's go ahead and call 2-1 and 2-3 for approval.
Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Zero,
Aye.
unanimous. Carried.
Okay, now we have a cleanup. We have one item left.
Cheryl Domnich, I'd like to make a motion to approve as amended item 2-2 for consistency with what we did in part 2. And that is going to be based on 9-point criteria 6.
Okay, people clear on the motion? Is
Was
there a
that enough
second?
information?
I think so, yeah.
Second, this is Gwennis here.
I can't remember the precise, I don't remember the precise language, but it was as specified, et cetera.
Yeah, as specified in a subsequent section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. I don't see any hands raised, so let's go ahead and call that. Item 2-2. Approved as amended for correlation.
Just to be clear, I didn't like the word specified. We came up with other language, and that's the language I think Cheryl was proposing.
Yes, I'm in concurrence.
Yes, okay. That's sort of what I was trying to get at.
It was with the reference to the other section. Yeah.
Okay. So can we, seeing no other hands raised, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Steve,
Aye. I lost you.
Aye.
It froze for a second there. Shall we start again?
Yes, Mr. Winkle. Yeah, start with me.
Aye.
Aye. Winkle, aye.
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
unanimous. Carried.
Okay,
Okay, moving on to 3.
correct.
So item 3, and I just want to point out to the public following along that the express terms in ISOR don't necessarily match up correctly with the CAM. So when we're referring to item numbers on the CAM, again, apologize for that disconnect. But item 3, and it's broken into 3-1 and 3-2 for the roof covering. In our previous conversation for the building code in 7A, this was voted on for further study based on public comments regarding the exceptions for the Class A roof. So just to move things quickly, we'll rely on those statements made and ask for further study from the committee. Thank you very much.
Would that be for both 1 and 2?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any other committee questions or comments?
I also
No?
believe that we had some question regarding the words roof assembly and roof covering. That would be clarified.
Yes, that was noted in our comments. So it's part of the further study. Thank you.
This coordination with industry standards uses different terminology. Okay. Are there any, I don't see any other comments on the committee. Any comments from the, I think that because the motion is for further study, so I think that should be coordinated with the comments that we got on the building code part 2. So I don't see any hands raised. Anyone on the phone?
No, sir.
Greg?
Crystal, I do have a question. You asked for a further study on 3.2, but isn't the only issue in 3.1?
Well, it was the terminology of roof covering, which is
thank
part
you.
of
Okay,
that.
that's what I missed.
I think there were questions. I thought there were both items, so I think
There
that
was.
okay. The one is minor, but the other one, you know, definitely we got a lot of comments. So the motion then is for further study for 3-1 and 3-2.
I don't know that we have a motion yet. Do we?
Thought we no, we don't.
I think
I'd like to make a motion.
State Fire Marshal tried to make your
Just
motion
trying
for
to
you.
move things along here.
Further study based on criterias 1 and 6, per prior action as well.
For both 1 and 3?
For 1 and 2, 3-1, 3-2.
Thank you.
This is Cheryl. I second it.
Okay, now we can try the motion.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwenny Sear,
Aye.
carried.
Okay. So that brings us up to item 4.
Item 4 is the mirror of 7-6 from the building code, or sorry, item 7-3 from the building code, and to remind the committee that that was approved as submitted. Again, we've taken data from our damage inspection program, from industry reports and studies. We did include an attachment which is available on the Building Standards Commission website, and we ask for your approval to remove the exception on these section numbers for the architectural trim and fascia in the building standards for wildland urban interface areas. Thank you. We ask for your approval.
And this is basically, this doesn't extend any of the coverages of WUI areas. It's really just about elements in high hazard.
That is correct. This is just on the construction for the fascia and the trim. This is the one that was 4-2 before.
Yeah. Okay. And this was approved as submitted on the other previous item.
Yes.
There were some, as I recall, some public comments on that. I don't see any other hands raised on the committee. So I'll go to the public to see if anybody has comments.
No hands raised and no phone call.
Okay. So we're back to the committee for a motion.
But do we want to, there were public comments. Do we need to summarize them for the record?
So there was public comment for part 2 on this similar item, but I don't think it was for this item also.
Aren't those comments available, if they were done in a timely way, would be available to the public? Isn't that correct?
No, we only send them to the committee members. We do not post them online. Yeah.
They're available upon request to members of the public.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Did you have a particular comment you wanted to summarize, or?
No, actually, I mean, I'm not entirely sure at this point. It's okay.
yeah, Gwen, there was a comment for the same item on part 2 that we discussed to include some standards from the International Review Code. And this item, the same item, was approved as submitted.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
Okay, there's a motion. Can I second?
I'll second that motion. This is Cheryl.
Any discussion? Don't see any raised hands. Let's go ahead. And so the motion is for approval as submitted. Is that correct? Okay, let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Abstain.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Aye.
Gwyneth, 0.
Aye.
So 6 aye, 1 abstain. A motion is carried.
Okay. So the next item is,
So 5-1 is the model ordinance, which is duplicated here from the building code, and we ask for further study. We recognize that there is some language that needs to be cleaned up in the second paragraph of the presented text. So we ask for further study. Thank you.
wasn't the other potential for the, I'm not sure whether it applies to the residential code, but the question of where this appears, as well as what it says, but where it appears in the code itself was one of
Yes.
the, was discussed. Should it be in the body of the code or an appendix? I think that's the other, just wanted to capture that as I think part of the further study idea. Any other comments or questions from the committee? I don't see any hands raised.
No hands raised and no phone call.
Okay, so
You
back
have
to
a, you have a panelist hand up.
oh, there, Dawn, sorry.
Question for the chair on item 6. Was not item 6 for further study. My intent in asking this question is that we bundle these 2 items together for further study and a motion.
We're only on item 5 right now, aren't we?
Correct.
There's only one item. I think you're one ahead of yourself, is that right?
She wanted to combine them, but because we've already gone through public comment, we probably should just finish up 5.
Yeah, let's not lose that comment, but I think for right now, we're just voting on 5-1.
Cheryl Domnich on item 5-1. I make a motion for further study to clean up the language and also consider the location in the code. And I will cite 9-point criteria as item number 8.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, this is Gwen here.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on the motion? So we're voting just on 5-1.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Ara, aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth, 0.
Aye.
Unanimous, carried.
Okay, so that's now we're on to item number 6.
Item 6, as the committee recalls, we discussed this in the building code, item 7.2, and then earlier in the residential code in item 3-1. This is the roof coverings and the exceptions for roof materials in the wildland or in the WUI area. So we asked for a correlation between the two, and we'll ask for further study.
Would that be for all 4 items?
Yes, all of item 6, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I think
Well,
four we could approve, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I have to refer back to the CAM. On the ET, it's only 1 item, so I'm sorry.
Okay, so
So
1, 2, and 3. would
1,
be
2, and 3, where it deals with the roof covering terminology, the exception. Yes,
Yeah.
and then 4 would be, I guess, a standalone.
Yeah, it's
So,
the fire retardant treated shingle and shape.
yes.
It's a
Thank
separate
you.
item. Okay,
Thank you.
so then for the discussion, we're talking about 1 through 3. Any comments from the committee on that, on those 3 items? any comments from the public? Bob Raymer has his hand up.
Thank you. Bob Raymer with CBIA, supporting further study proposed for item 6-1 based on criterias number 4 and 6. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Short and sweet. I don't see any other hands raised. None. Anyone on the phone?
No, sir.
All right, so back to the committee for a motion.
Move parts 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 for further study based on criterias 4, 5, and 6, actually.
Okay. There's a motion. Do I have a second?
Cheryl Domnich, I'll second.
Okay, Cheryl was first up there. Any further committee discussion on the motion? So it's the committee, the motion is for 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 for further study. Let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
He's giving a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Gwen
And
is
no
zero,
case now. Aye.
unanimous. I carry.
Okay, so that leaves us with item 6-4, which is R 902.2, fire retardant treated shingle, with shingles and shakes. Greg, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I would ask if the committee would consider approving 6.4, 7.1, and 8.1 all at the same time, as item 7 and item 8 are just updating to the newer standards.
Okay. And in terms of the concerns that have been raised, I'm looking at 7.1. In terms of the concerns that have been raised about the exceptions or kind of the deemed to comply sorts of things, is those standards wouldn't have any impact on that further study, would it?
Those are the titles of those standards.
Yeah,
So
just-
if
It's really just updating references, right?
Yeah.
it's the addition.
Scope
it's-
doesn't change at all.
No,
Other than what's in the standard.
so items 7 and 8 are updating the additions of those standards. I'm not sure if public comment got to, or public got to comment on those.
We didn't have any public comments on these.
I don't recall any. Okay, so basically you're thinking that we could do 6.4, 7.1, and 8.1 as a body, as a group. That would be great. Anybody, any objections? Greg, you still have your hand up? You got another comment?
No.
Okay, good. I don't see any raised hands on the committee. Is there anybody in the audience?
No raised hands right now.
Okay. Anyone on the phone?
No calls.
Okay, so the motion hopefully would be to do 6.4, 7.1, and 8.1 if that's the pleasure of someone.
Motion to approve items 6-4, 7-1, and 8-1 as submitted.
Okay,
Second, Gwen is here.
all right, we have a motion and a second. So 6.4, 7.1, and 8.1 approved as submitted. Can we call the roll?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Just give me a thumbs up.
Gwen is zero,
Aye.
unanimous. Carry.
Okay, so then I think the last item is an addendum and a late addition. To chapter 3, this is item number 9.
So the chair, I would like, I will point out, this is the same proposal that is item in the California Fire Code, item 10-2. So this was, it was pointed out that we didn't have the same proposal in the residential code. So this was to add it. We did have a public comment on this one. This was a proposal that was heard at the ICC hearings. It did not pass. It came back as the public hearing. It was voted on. It lost by about 1 to 2 people. It was very close. The committee members told us this sounds like more of a California issue. Why don't you try it in California first? So we did. What this does, it increases the size of energy storage systems outside of the garage, if you put it on the exterior or adjacent buildings. The public comment that came in that this is the kilowatt hours are too big. These are like commercial units. My comment is these are residential units. They have to be listed to UL 9540, and they are limited 20 kilowatt hours per unit and have to meet all the separation requirements or pass all the testing to reduce that. So if you want to do 600 kilowatt hours an exterior unit, well, that's going to be 330 units at 3 feet apart away. It is not one unit that you would see in the commercial. We have had requests from the industry because there are some homes in California that are much, much larger than mine, that they want more of an energy storage system supply and battery backup. So we went, yes, we're going to move forward for this. There is a mandate from the California Energy Storage Systems. You're building new structures to have energy storage. They are looking at balancing the grid with energy storage systems. So we are trying to promote this to allow for larger units that are listed and tested and to promote moving outside of the garage. The only difference on this one that was heard at the IFC hearings is the garage was going to change to 100. We kept it at 80 so that there was no increase inside of any of the buildings. So we asked for your approval on this one, though I know this is a different time. And if you want to hear it of the fire code, we understand.
Is it completely parallel? Would it make sense to defer this one and hear them together?
We absolutely can. It's the same language.
What's the pleasure of the committee? That seems to make sense to me. Rather than.
No, I'd rather vote on it now, but.
As long as we don't have to rehash it all over again, if we approve it here and then counter it at fire code.
That's true. I mean, basically, if it's a parallel, if they're the same thing, we only need to hear them once, so we can do it now. Is that what you're thinking, Gwyneth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with Gwyneth on it. Plus the person who made the comments on parts 2.5 and 9. So if they want to be available, they should be available at this point also.
All right. So, Greg, I just had we're talking about basically battery storage systems. And if you're looking at, say, an average, like a typical LG or Tesla home battery, what rating are those things? What is the standard?
One of the nice Tesla walls, they're coming in about 11 to 13 kilowatt hours. The limit is 20 in the code for any individual unit, but the technology is changing, so we have to be somewhat flexible on what can be made.
Yeah, so the size, there can be actually more power in the smaller size as they get more sophisticated.
Correct.
Okay. Any other committee comments or questions?
This is Gwen. I read the public comment and there was a link to the hearing, and I felt that the hearing actually supported the opposite of the public comment. It came very close to passing by basically one vote, and they needed a super majority. And the public comment did not provide any alternative other than just reject the whole thing. I'm inclined to vote, depending on what public testimony I hear upcoming, but I'm inclined to vote to approve this.
Yeah, I will also be doing the same. The California Fire Service overwhelmingly supported this. In fact, we were the co-author of the code change proposal that went to ICC in the first place. And I think there's some people that will speak to that during public comment, but I know that the letter of concern that was sent was from a fire agency, but it does not reflect the position of the California Fire Service as a whole.
Okay. Any
So
other?
can I ask Randy a question real quick?
Sure.
What was the opposition at the hearings? Do you remember?
You know, they had to get beyond committee, and I don't recall exactly what the committee dialogue was, but when it got to the public comment process, it deadlocked, I believe, at 40-40 to get to a public comment process. And then it got to like 64, almost 65%, I think. So we were only a couple votes away from overturning the committee decision there. I think there was only one opponent, possibly two, that even spoke on the 600 kilowatt hour issue. But ultimately, I think the proponents had a much stronger argument, but just couldn't get the number that they needed on the supermajority 2/3.
Okay,
David,
thank you.
the objection was it's a lot of energy, basically.
Yep.
It's a lot of energy. But the proponents of that ICC change were pointing out that the limits were very arbitrarily set early on, and the technology is evolving and it's surpassing what was initially contemplated. And so they need to update it, or we're not going to have enough storage capacity.
Okay. I think let's go to the public comment. I see Bob Raymer has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is Bob Raymer with the Building Industry Association and the Apartment Association in strong support of this proposal. And we really appreciate the time and effort that Greg and Crystal put in with the California Solar and Storage Association. As they've mentioned, the Energy Commission is moving forward to try to basically electrify, 100% new homes in California, as well as doing a lot of retrofit efforts through the governor's budget. At the same time, the Air Resources Board, HCD and BSC are pushing strongly to electrify our transportation sector. And you've got this going on at the same time, and the Independent System Operator, ISO, is concerned about peak loads, particularly in the summer. But the bottom line here is energy storage is the best way to hedge against problems with the grid. And we really appreciate what the fire marshal has done here. Thank you.
Okay, I see Kevin Reinertson has his hand up.
Good afternoon, everybody. So to tag on to the support comments and discussions, I was part of the committee that developed the original language that got moved forward last year. I wound up getting COVID and couldn't speak to it at the committee action hearings, but did speak to it. And they were in Rochester and it was cold, but was able to go to Louisville and speak to it there. So the history behind this is exactly what was commented on about the systems are getting larger. The demand for larger systems is there. So really quickly, SEAC, I sit on SEAC. SEAC is the Sustainable Energy Action Committee. It used to be the Solar Energy Action Committee, which started here in California, but now it's gone national. That national committee is part of IRAC, and it's funded by DOE as well, or grant funded by DOE. So myself, well, Cal Chiefs, Fire Prevention Officers Association, SEAC, a couple other energy associations, and the National Association of the State Fire Marshals all proposed this proposal. We've put, I couldn't tell you how many hours. This was a big one we tried to get through. The committees, to the comment that, Dave, did you have a comment regarding what the opposition was by the committee?
You're muted, Dave.
I was just, I wasn't concerned about anything. I was wondering who would be against it.
Yeah.
If the fire service was in support of it, I couldn't think of anybody that would be speaking against it. So that was my only question.
Okay, the committee, so ultimately the committee at Rochester got confused. They were thinking about vehicles that have 100 or 200 kilowatt hour cells in them. But those are one complete cell compared to this proposal where each individual cell is limited to 20 kW. And then you get the separations with it. We did come back with a public comment to it. We addressed one of their public comments by adding additional language for large scale fire testing when they want to reduce the size. And that's in accordance with 9540, 9548 UL. The other comment dealing with the vehicles being in there too, or having to roll them out. If fire service is there, fire service can roll them out. Well, that's true, but they're two completely different animals. There's also separation distances that are built into the code now. And I think Greg and Crystal brought that in for the 2022 code. That was also a proposal that we made at the national level. That one was successful. So you're going to have separation distances between the vehicles and the energy storage systems and protection on top of that. We worked long and hard on this. We will be bringing it back in Group A code hearings next year without changes in it. And like Greg said, the only change made here differently than what was proposed at the national level is the inside the attached garages. We had it at 100. The SFM was proposing it at 80. I encourage you to move this forward. The comments made about what's going on with California and energy, California and moving to net zero someday, those are all solid. And we are making more revisions to UL 9540, 9548 currently, should be done in 8 to 10 weeks. They're going to put more safeguards into the testing and the maintenance. And this code here, this supplement won't be approved or won't be in effect until what, 15 months from now?
About,
I appreciate your guys' time and hearing this out, but I'm a big proponent of this for a multitude of reasons.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Era?
A quick question, Kevin. The table R328.5 says maximum aggregate rating of ESS, right? And very bottom says the code official is authorized to approve reductions based on the testing. So I need a clarification. Maybe it's a stupid question. Like, is this reduction for the rating or reduction for the setbacks from property line?
So if you look at the footnote below there, it's one footnote that has 3 items with it.
Yeah. Oh, so it's a reduction on the distances for the non-combustible portion of the exterior wall, you mean? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So
Yep.
this is pertaining
then-
only to footnote A, not to the table.
Well, no, footnote A goes with the table.
Yeah,
Footnote
I mean, but this
for the location
authorization,
and separations, yes.
for example, building official is not authorized to reduce the distance from the property line, let's say 10 feet or go to 8 foot or 5 foot. It's just a reduction of the space at the exterior wall or 8 foot height or 1 foot below. That's the area you are authorizing the building official to act.
It's the spacing of the units themselves. So if you have
Okay.
2 units, right now they're 3 feet apart. If the testing is performed and reflects, you could go down to 2 feet or 1 foot. That's what the footnote's for.
Okay.
But you would have
Okay.
to validate that reduction. You can't just ask for it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Kevin, your answers really confused me now. Because
Great.
footnote A does not apply to the entire table. It only applies to one cell under installation requirements. That's where the footnote is.
Maybe it's an editorial thing that I'm looking at on my screen. It looked like they were together.
And
I'm
then the
looking
one,
at our original proposal and it's just a separate note.
okay, then that needs to be revised on this somewhere. If it's going to apply for the whole table, you need to put it up with the heading. Secondly,
That's a simple editorial fix.
you bet it is. That's what I am, simple. So, and the last one, the code official is authorized to approve reductions. Again, that footnote doesn't have a letter or anything, and it doesn't reference anything in the table. So I think R's got a good point that when you're asking for a reduction, is it a reduction in the spacing? Is it a reduction in the ratings or the location or anything else? It really doesn't make any sense where it is.
Okay, I can work with SEAC and Greg and Crystal and get that editorially fixed.
Okay.
But it also sends you a code section for the use of that large scale fire test.
That's correct. But my point is that if you've got a code requirement, you shouldn't hide it in the table and the footnote in the tables. So this should be something completely separate of the table if it applies to 120715. I don't see where it applies in the table.
The only place it applies in the table, and this was taken directly from the proposal, is in the installation requirements for exterior walls and eaves that are non-combustible surfaces. That's the only place where that footnote is supposed to be applied to.
Okay, so right now, the one I'm looking at has only got footnote A there.
Yes.
You're saying that footnote B should be there as well.
No, footnote
It's all
A is
part of A.
everything that you see.
There's a different code section that gets you to the reductions. That's already in the code. It's in the 2022 code now.
All right. Well, I would recommend that you take that out of the footnotes in the table and put it in the text of the code, because you don't want a requirement hidden in a table. That's all.
Okay, Cheryl and then Ara.
Cheryl,
you're muted. You're muted. There you go.
I just think that the last sentence where it reads the code official needs to be indented so that it's in line with those numbers. And then for further clarification, may say the code official is authorized to approve reductions from footnote A based on large scale testing or something to that effect, because I mean, Ara's comment and then clearly David's questioning about it must mean it's a little confusing. And so I think an indentation and then maybe a reference back to footnote A would be helpful.
Okay, Ara, you go.
Yeah, that was my point, that the way I see that this pertains only to these 3 items of footnote A. So this last sentence is part of footnote A. That's the way I read.
You are correct.
Can I comment again? If you go back to the original charging language of 328.5.
We lost you, Kevin. Well, I lost everybody.
No, I'm still here.
I can hear you.
Yes.
We're here.
It must be a snowstorm in Southern California.
Okay, Ara, you still have your hand up, but did you get an answer?
No. Storm is gone.
Okay, are there any other public comments or anyone on the phone?
There are no hands raised or phone calls at this time.
Okay. This one sounds like something which has got a lot of support, but it's maybe not quite there yet. Glenn, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can do it as modified. I'd really like to see it move forward. I would like to propose a modification of indenting that sentence about the code official is authorized to approve reductions. And then after reductions, say in these minimum non-combustible wall surface extensions. In these minimum non-combustible wall surface extensions.
Greg, does that make sense to you?
Actually, I think that creates a little confusion. I like the indent, but I think other the language, because you already have the note there, that actually might muddle it. So we would agree with indenting it.
All right, then I'll probably move to, or I would support further study with just that one issue, just how to deal with that note.
What?
That's a partial. partial
So Gwen,
approval.
I would.
No, no,
I
no,
would
mine.
Yeah,
recommend-
I'd approve it, as submitted right now with that one change with the indentation there.
Randy, I agree, but I think you need to put the number 4 with it. So it does apply to footnote A. If you just put it down there as a dangling sentence, it doesn't make any sense.
So David, what would it say?
Oh, you indent it like you're talking, but you'd make it number 4 to footnote A.
That's an option.
I can
Easy.
support that if Greg can.
Easy fix.
Yeah.
Gwen, does that, you got your hand up still?
Oh, sorry. I don't know what reductions means. I mean, I know what a reduction is, but I don't know that it's pointing to 1, 2, and 3.
No,
And-
but if
and
you
those
make it
distances.
if you make it number 4, it would be part of the footnote A, which is referenced in the table. So it would apply to the exterior walls and eaves.
Well,
That's
then,
where it would
but
apply.
is it referring to 5 feet, 1 foot, or 8 foot, or the 3 feet in that line where the A is? I just think it needs just a little cleanup to make it clear.
Chair, I think Director Marvelli would like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, mention where we are on the agenda and how much time we have, and that perhaps the direction could be further study and the state agency gets direction on, look into this because this is a problem, but fix the code language between now and the 45-day. Kind of sounds like we're talking about trying to make changes on the fly.
Yeah, and the other, that was sort of the point that I made earlier, is that further study and even approval with a modification still keeps you on the same timetable, potential timetable to go to the commission for adoption. You're
That's
not
correct.
losing a cycle if we do that.
That's correct.
So let's
make
let's
that
just,
motion then.
rather than trying to write it, writing code from the floor is always dangerous. Mia's got a good point. So let's get a motion, I would suggest, for further study, but somebody needs to do that. But,
I
basically,
would make a
I
motion
think,
for further study of
Okay.
item, whatever it is we're on. Item 9.
I second the motion.
it's item 9. It's basically 9, it's all of 9, 9-1 and 9-2 as a single entity. Yeah, so did I get a second? Don says
Done.
yes. Okay,
We need a 9 point. We need a problem with the 9-point criteria.
Number 6.
okay.
Work.
So I think we're good. Okay, so let's call the question.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Dominich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Stewart,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carried.
Okay, so that's it for that item. Isn't that correct? Item 7.
Yes, and we need global motion for the agenda item.
Okay, somebody make a motion.
I'd
about-
like to make a motion to approve all committee decisions for agenda item number 7.
Second, this is Gwen Sear.
Okay. Any discussion needed? I don't think so. Okay, let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Dominich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Stewart,
Aye.
unanimous carried.
Okay, so let's, the next one up is item 9, isn't that right? Item 8, sorry, part 9. SFM 0722. Let's get started on this and then we'll take a short break after we get rolling on this one.
All right, good afternoon. As we move into the fire code, I think we'll have seen a lot of this. We are doing overviews of bringing in the new storage requirements early from the International Fire Code, specifically for the allowance of A2Ls, the energy storage system, which you already saw, and then, of course, always some other cleanups and work with OSHPD. So I will turn over to Crystal as you move through the numbers.
Okay.
You're muted.
Okay, let's start off. Item 1 is, again, a correlation with the other parts in the admin code for the University of California, deletion in item 8, and the removal of the exception at the end of that. We ask for your approval. Thank you.
I would ask if we could do a couple more items at a time, where I think we've already covered it, Chair.
Sure, give it a try.
Okay.
Two looks like it. Two.
Okay, item 2 is your definitions, where we removed I2.1 in item 2.1. Item 2.2 was a correlation with the definition, as Chief Anderson explained in the introduction, for flammable gas. And then item 2.3 is that removal of the I2.1 and just referring to the ambulatory care facilities. As was discussed in part 2, model code language has caught up with California and our I2.1 is not needed. 2.4 again is expanding the definition for those flammable gases into categories. 2.5 is the removal of the group I2.1. 2.6, the same thing. And 2.7 is it's basically an errata in California. We have approximate audience requirements in chapter 56. So the reference to the NFPA standard is not appropriate. And then 2.8 lodging houses is an errata for the correct reference in the residential code. I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think that we're.
About 3.1.
Okay, yeah, so item 3, again, we consider this a errata cleanup. It's the group I1, as we refer to it in California as group R 2.1. And
I think that's, let's stop there. I think we
Okay.
different.
So we ask approval of those items.
So it's basically item number 1 in total, item number 2 in total, and item number 3
in total. Thank you.
Don?
Okay, make sure okay. I'm looking at item 2-4. This is an editorial comment, capitalization of the letter F under high hazard group H-3.
It's F flammable, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I believe that's just editorial, and we can make it down to lowercase. I don't actually think that needs a modification. We can just correct that.
I'm sorry, what item was that? 2.4?
Yeah,
So, Greg,
item
if you-
2.4, category 1B, flammable gas, it should be a small case F.
So Greg, just a mention, you've got high hazard. You got hazard capitalized in the first, and in the second you don't. So I'm not sure which one's correct. Or maybe it is correct, but I just want to make you aware that you've got a lowercase h.
On the first one, it's a title, and they capitalize every word in the title.
Got it.
So it's just the way they format it.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Greg, you had your hand up. You're probably done.
Yes, thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised on the committee. I see Bob Raymer has his hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Bob Raymer with CBI. We support all of these. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other hands raised?
No hands raised,
No phone?
no phone.
Okay, back to the committee for a motion.
This is Cheryl Domnich. I'll make a motion to approve the following items in part 7, part 7/22, 1-1, 2-1 through 2-8, and item 3-1 to approve as is.
Okay, you get a second?
Second,
Okay, Mr.
Tyree.
Tyree seconded. Okay, any discussion? I don't see any raised hands. Okay, let's call the roll. Everyone's clear what we're voting on, items 1, 2, and 3.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Dominich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Venice Searer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So can you combine any of the future ones, or do we need to take these one at a time? What do you think? I'll leave it up to the fire marshal.
I think we could probably combine them.
Yep.
Item 4, and let me go to the cam, is one item, which is an update to the NFPA standard. The latest addition is for radio response communication systems is 1225. This is a basically 1221 is discontinued and correlation within the NFPA standards. Item 5, fuel oil storage systems. This is a reference back to NFPA 31, which is more appropriate for these generators. Item 5.2 is the same. 5.3, basically referring you to the NFPA standard 31 instead of the mechanical code, and then NFPA 30 for those generators and fire pumps. 5.4, cleanup, again, sending you to the correct reference standards for those tanks and piping systems. And 5.5 is the same.
Okay, so those make sense to aggregate together. So basically, looking at items 4 and 5. Any other committee comments? Anyone in the audience? I don't see any raised hands. Anybody on the phone? Dawn?
Yeah, I had a minor comment on item 5-1. Again, this is editorial. Reading the sentence, fuel oil storage systems for building heating systems, combustion engines, and gas turbines shall be installed. Is there intention to be a comma after combustion engines for a listing of 3 items?
It can
We can
actually
add
be
that.
either way, according to grammar. You can have a comma there or it not. So it's whichever way we do.
Yeah, publication with ICC typically deletes those when we put them in. So it's definitely not consistent throughout the code, as Chief Anderson mentioned. If you want a comma, that's an easy fix. You can do it.
No, that's not critical.
But ICC will look at this editorial as well, is what you're saying.
They will. We'll get it in the proof set. And typically when we have a comma there in the past, they've asked us to remove it.
Okay. Eats, shoots, and leaves. Anyone, have you seen that book about where you put punctuation? It's called Eats, Shoots, and Leaves. It's great. Because it means something different no matter where you put the comma.
Yep.
Okay, so Mr. Scott, you got your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 5-1 that we were just talking about. The first sentence says building heating systems shall be installed and comply with the code. Second sentence says the building heating systems shall comply with this section and NFPA 31. Was it the intent to delete building heating systems in that first sentence because you added it in the second sentence?
You want to respond to that? Greg or Crystal?
Oh. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong section. You said 5.1, right?
5.1, 605.4 on fuel oil storage systems.
You know, this was a correlation with OSHPD. I would have to refer back to my notes and our work group on that. This was the language that was put forward. So unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you at this time.
And Nancy may still be on here. And this was aimed specifically at generators that they're dealing with for the addition around buildings.
Oh, I just saw Nancy pop in.
Yeah.
Nancy, you want to take it?
If I can just respond to that, generators are already included under the item of fuel oil storage. Diesel fuel is a fuel oil by definition. So the generators, fire pumps, diesel driven fire, they're already included. So I'm not sure what they were trying to do. It seems to make it more confusing with this revision here.
This is Nancy with OSHPD. I need to read through the language again, but we are trying to make it clearer actually. So some of our language that we have for the ISOR, let me read this through here. So 6054 includes the requirements for the installation of fuel oil storage and piping systems for building heating systems and also for generators, fire pumps, but it's not clear in the charging statement of the section. So we're trying to make that clearer in that charging section. That 6054 provides the reference to the mechanical code for the fuel oil piping, but the mechanical code doesn't contain requirements for the installation of the fuel oil storage or the piping. The mechanical code in 1301 requires that the fuel oil piping shall be installed in accordance with NFPA 31, but NFPA 31 is not applicable to the fuel oil piping systems for combustion engines and gas turbines.
I think that we're not going to fix this one here. It's probably a simple fix, but I think that the agency needs to decide what the two agencies need to decide what they wanted to say. I don't think we can wordsmith it at this point. To me, it's not clear. I think Kevin brought up what to me is a conflict. I guess, what does that mean in terms of what the approval motion would be? Is would we single out 5-1 or is that the item?
I'll make a motion to.
Wait a minute, we're not there for motions yet. We still have to dispose of the public comment. We'll come back in a minute, hopefully soon, Don. Kevin, you got anything more to say? Or
no, other than I think this one does need to go back to further study. I would recommend that. And it is confusing. It's been confusing for a long time, and I don't think this made it better.
This doesn't fix it. Okay.
I'd like to help.
Just to double check, we're talking about item 5-1, correct?
Yes, only section 605.4.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on, I don't see any other hands raised. Anybody on the phone about this item, any of these items?
No phone calls.
Okay, so basically what we were talking about was item 4 and all of item 5. And then the discussion was about item 5-1. So let's see if we can get a motion.
I have one more comment, just while our OSHPD speakers here and on what item is this? I'm looking at 605.4.2.3 under item 5.3. We have NFPA 31 and 30 noted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
This is Nancy with OSHPD. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
you.
Okay, so that reference is correct. All right. So what's someone's pleasure for a motion?
I move approve 4-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, and 5-5.
Okay, that's clear. Is there a second for that?
Second, Tyree.
Mr. Tyree, second. Any discussion on those items? So let's call the roll on item all of 4 and all of 5 except for 5-1.
Dick Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Esther,
Aye.
unanimous, carried.
Okay, then we need another motion for 5-1.
Move for further review of 5-1 based on 9-point criteria number 6.
Is there a second for that?
Second, Tyree again.
Okay. We need any discussion on that? All right, let's take a vote.
Sorry. Is it too late? This is Nancy with OSHPD. Is it too late to still comment on that?
I'm looking at, you're somewhere between the public and the committee. So, as an agency person, so yeah, go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Thank you. I'm just reading this through. I was looking at going back and forth between the three documents, but just reading this through with 605.4, the proposed language that fuel oil, I'll just read it through. Fuel oil storage systems for building, heating systems, combustion engines, and gas turbines shall be installed and maintained in accordance with code. And then it further explains that tanks and fuel oil piping systems of the building heating systems shall be installed in accordance with this section and NFPA 31, but then that tanks and fuel oil piping systems for generators and fire pumps shall be installed in accordance with section 60542 or chapter 57. So differentiating within this section that yes, this section applies to both, but then leading the user to the appropriate section for what they're dealing with. If it's the building heating systems,
okay,
and it's this section in 31,
no,
tanks and piping for generators, then to 42 and 57.
no, I think it's up to the committee then to decide whether they like the language or not.
Okay.
The motion.
Thank you.
The motion that we have is for further study.
Yes.
And a second. So let's call the question on that.
Dick Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Esther,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carried.
Okay, I'd like to take a 10-minute break. So basically let's make it a little bit longer. Let's come back at 20 after 3, and then we'll take it out from there to the end.
All right,
Okay,
thank you,
so
Chair.
see you all in a few minutes. 3:20. Okay, are we back? Looks like 3:20 on my clock. Actually, got a minute left. There we go.
Steve, did we finish item number 5?
I have that item 5.2 through 5.5 was as submitted, and 5.1 was further study. So we're
Yeah,
on 6
yes,
now.
Yeah.
Okay,
we got-
perfect.
We got through it. So we're up to item 6. So, the other thing is, we are running way behind. I think anything, let's try and keep it substantive. If there's anything which is really editorial, just make a note of it and submit that to the agency, because they'll take care of it and that sort of thing. Let's see if we can, just focus on those things which are, like some people may think that they're editorial, but some things like the fuel gas thing was really confusing, and I think that was worth discussing. But let's just, try and keep it on point, and we're moving as fast as we can. There's just a lot of items for us to deal with. So we're up to Greg, and I guess you guys are doing your best to try and combine elements. So let's keep going with that. That seemed to make up some time on the fire code. So mash them up as much as you can.
I would recommend items 6 through 1 through 7.3. Those are editorial. Crystal, I'll let you go.
Yes, so 6.1 and 2 are basically removing that I2.1 from those sections, and then 7.1 through 3 is editorial for clarification of not less than 4-hour fire resistant rating in those few sections, 4 sections in chapter 9. We ask for your approval.
Looking at the CAM, 7.4 refers just to the I2.1. Could we include that as well, even though it's subtly different?
7.4, yes.
Okay, so
Oh, wait, so no, 7.4 I think is combined with a whole bunch of different stuff.
it's a number of sections, so I think-
Yes,
so
but 7.4 has that one item that was discussed in the building code on 9-6, which was further study.
Okay, so let's leave that out. So then
Yes.
6.1, 6.2, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3.
Yes.
Okay, Dawn? You're muted.
I have an editorial comment looking at 7
Can you just forward that to the agency?
Yeah, well, no,
Is it-
actually, I'm not going to forward any editorial comments.
Is it substantive?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at 7-1, 903.2.1.2. Item 4 listed says by firewalls not of less than, and then below it says walls of not less than. Eliminate the word of. That's my only comment on those items listed.
Okay. You guys have, Fire Marshal have any trouble? You understand the comment? It's just
Yeah,
deleting one word.
Well,
or
we
rearranging
can,
them.
We can look at it in the 45-day.
Okay. Any other comments? I don't see any other hands. Is there anybody in the public? Nope. Anyone on the phone? No calls. Okay, back to the committee. Can we get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve as submitted item 6 and 7, subsection 7-1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Now, there are two parts to 6. Did you mean to do that as well?
Yes,
Okay,
both parts on 6.
okay, thanks. So it'd be 6-1, 6-2, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. Second,
Yes, second.
okay, Mr. Tyree. Any discussion? Okay, so we can call the roll on that one.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Venice Zero,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carried.
Okay. So does that, the next one up 7-4?
Yes, so 7.4 has multiple sections that are just, there's really not a reason why they were grouped, but the first section, 907.2.62 is cleanup and removal of I-2.1. 907.2.93 is the group R, college and university buildings, smoke detection. It's a correlation with the building code action that you did on item 9.6. And just to remind the committee, that specific section was for further study. Section 907.2.13 for high rise is a cleanup of removal of I-2.1, as is the rest of those section numbers in item 7.4. So I
And
guess
basically, we can't partially approve the item number. I mean, I think the best thing is to just take this as further study. It sounds like 95% of it is okay, but there's that one item that ties back to the building code. So
right.
Okay, Dawn.
I just want to put a bug in State Fire Marshal ear, and I'm looking at 907.5.2.2, which I'm not quite sure what. Oh yeah, that's this item number. It says audible fire alarm notification devices are not provided. This is not something that we're looking at right now, but shouldn't it say are not required? That's my only comment. And if we're taking it back to further comment, it's just a bug in an ear.
What section was that?
907.522.
Yes, it says exception, audible fire notification devices are not provided. And that seems like it's voluntary and not required. So I just wanted to clarify that came up in our previous review.
But that
in a
refers, it actually refers back to another section.
Correct.
7525.
And it's not an item we're looking at right now, but since this is going back.
Oh, yeah.
This is Nancy with Oshpod. If I could speak to that. It's saying where are you're reading, if Donna, you're reading at 907.5.2.2, correct?
Correct.
So in the group I choose where in accordance with that other section, they aren't provided. So if they are in compliance with that other section, then this is not, that's why they're not provided, because they're in compliance with the other sections.
Dawn, the reason why it's a good item is because in hospitals, sometimes we don't have audible notification appliances in patient rooms. And so that's why in this particular case, it's worded exactly that way.
I understand. Thank you
okay.
for that clarification, Cheryl.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we understand that these are not anything a person with a hearing.
No, yeah, it's specifically for hospitals and it's more disruptive for patients, clients to have the audibles rather than having staff just take the appropriate action.
Also okay. Cheryl, oh, you're done, Cheryl, right? Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. I don't see any hands. I don't see any hands raised on the committee. I don't see any hand raised on the public. Is there anybody on the phone?
There's no active phone line at this time.
Okay, so going back to. This is item just 7.-4, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, can get a
we
motion?
could we
Yes.
bundle in 4, 5, and 6, since those were all, I think, referred? We had a comment on hoistway on 7-5, but I think item 7-6 was also for study.
7-5 was just an editorial comment. We approved it.
And I think that 7.6 got approved also.
I think so too.
Yeah, 7.5 is not where we're pointing to the addition, which was what was the further study. This is pointing that if you're putting in the detection, then you should follow what's there when it's required by Title VIII.
So they
Thank you.
they should be separate then. So 7.4 then is the one that would be up for a motion by
This
itself.
is Cheryl Domnich. I'll make a motion on 7.4 for further study. Most of the further study is exclusive to 907.2.9.3.
Great, thank you.
Second,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to go with
Which criteria?
yeah, the criteria number 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Any comments on that motion? Okay, is everybody clear then? We're voting just on item 7-4. And it would be as for further study. Call a roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Renee Sewer,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carries.
Okay. Is there another group of bundle elements?
Yeah, we can do 7.5 through 8.1.
Ooh, I like that.
And
Those
we
are
asked,
basically-
do you want a little rundown?
Yeah.
I can do it
go
real
through-
quick.
Go through them quickly.
Okay, so 7, sorry, going back to 7.1.
7.5.
No,
Sorry,
7.5.
7.5 is that hoistway. We understand that it's supposed to be one word and not two, so we'll make that little correction, but we ask for approval of that. 7.6 is the laundry list of the public use and common use areas for the visual alarm in the building code. It was voted as submitted, so we ask for the same. 7.7 is a removal of the reference to I-2.1. 7.8 is bringing in the table for flammable gas categories, as was mentioned in the building code. This is in line with the 2024 I-codes, bringing this in early. And then 8.1 is removing that I-2.1 from the sections that are listed there on the CAM. There's a number of them, so if you just refer to the CAM, you'll see those section numbers.
Right.
We ask for your approval.
And you're not including 8.2?
Well, 8.2 is
Was
for
a
the
further
delayed.
study.
That's,
So it
yeah, that
matches what's with
was,
the building
that was
code.
in a separate, that's a delayed, that, we had a public comment and I think we agreed with that one if I recall.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we'll hold that one as it's
So-
standalone. Thank you.
Okay. Any committee, is everybody clear on what we're looking at? I don't see any raised hands on the committee.
Why don't you repeat it real quick, Steve?
Okay,
Please.
I will, let me do that. It's starting at 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, 7-8, 8-1. And with the parallel adoption, if I understand, remember correctly, and I think Crystal mentioned this, as those were adopted in the building code as in parallel. That was submitted. Okay, I don't see anybody Is there anyone on, no hands raised? Up there is Sagiv. You need to unmute yourself. There he is.
Yes, so again, I'm talking about item 7.6. I'm aware that it got approved for the building code, but I sent a specific public comment on this section for the fire code. This is the source. The fire code is the source, and then it got into the building code. And I think we should make this change on section 907-5231. I totally support what Cheryl Dominic said for item 13. My proposed change that I sent as a public comment was to delete the used by, on item 13, to delete the used by 2 or more person. This should not be there, because if you have a normally occupied room, even by one person of the public, general public, this person might be hearing impaired. One person might be hearing impaired in a normally occupied space. You want to have a strobe there. So this needs to be corrected, item 13. The other change that I submitted to the committee on my public comment was for item number 11, sanitary facility, including restroom, bathroom, and shower rooms. And if you look at the public comments that I sent you, I basically said, exception for that, we don't want strobes in private bathrooms of R1s and R2s. This is only for common use bathrooms. So it's very important because some AHJs, fire AHJs, require strobes in every private bathroom of an R1s and R2, and this is not the intent. So I think it's really important to add this exception to item number 11, that it's only for common use or public use restroom and bathroom, but not for private. And the last one was in item number 13, for the normally occupied rooms. I specifically put an exception there for it does not apply this, the strobe, and that's basically what Randa said before. It should not apply for janitor rooms, electrical room, mechanical room. So this is the 3 important, very important items that I think is going to clarify this completely. I sent it as a public comment to everybody before, and it was for the fire code, which is the source. So I really hope that we can fix it here and then go back and do the same in the same section in the building code. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments?
Joseph Cervantes.
Hello, Chair. This is Joseph Cervantes. I'm speaking in support of what was just mentioned by Sagiv. The need for these strobes and the areas that are not considered constantly occupiable by the public does seem to make sense, and it's created a lot of issues for a lot of the installers out in the field. So I ask that you consider that public comment.
Okay. Is there anybody else on the phone or any other public comments?
No other hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll come back then. Ara, you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks, Sagiv and Joseph, for your comments. I will not comment on 2 or more. I'll let my colleagues discuss that if they want. But including here the residential single units, I think it's not the best place to have anything here, because I believe the following code sections in the fire code are addressing residential occupancies there, R1, R2. I think there is no need of, when we are talking here about public use areas, to bring some uses from the following code section and squeeze in here. I don't think that's the right thing to do for this. I saw the single family or residential uses included in your comments, Sagiv. So I'm not comfortable with that. That's all I have.
Okay. Greg, you had your hand up.
Yes, I would ask the State Fire Marshal, we have submitted this. I would ask you to consider this. we have public comments. The state fire marshal will review those and consider those afterwards. But we could sit here all day and talk about more things that could be added to this list or exempted, and we could do that all day. So I'd like to, this is a starting point. We've already looked in the other code to move forward at this time.
Okay. So how about a motion?
We're considering 7.5 through 8.1, correct? Is that where we're at?
That was, yeah, that's
Okay.
what the discussion was. The
So
motion
my
did not include
my
that.
motion is going to be approve 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, and 8-1.
I'll second that, Randy.
Okay. Discussion, Mr. Tyree.
I'm gonna have to speak against that motion only because I'm kind of in agreement that 7.6 is not correct. I'm not a person that likes lists either, but some of these in here just are unreasonable, and I think it should be corrected if we can do that. I am in support of 7.5, 7.7, 7.8, and 8.1. So I'd like to split 7.6 out of this group. Go
You
ahead.
can't split it out. You can vote against it, but
Or
That's fine. I'm just letting you know I'd have to vote against the motion as it is currently. That's all.
okay, so the motion is for all of the elements from 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, and 8.1 right now. Is the motion. Dawn and then Cheryl.
I will also be voting against this motion and would vote to affirm all but 7.6.
Cheryl.
I will be voting in support of this motion only because I believe in consistency, and the committee already approved this in the building code.
Okay, so there's no other committee comments. We're not going back to the public. So the motion is for all of the elements that were discussed between 7.5, 6, 7, 8, 8.1. We all clear on that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you call a roll, please?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Carol Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Nay.
Randall Metz,
aye.
Don Anderson,
Nay.
Gwen Stewart,
Aye.
5 aye and 2 nay, motion carried.
Okay, so then the next one is 8.2, which was, I think, further studied in the building code, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. So
That is correct.
8.2 is basically the delayed egress, and we received public comment from John Woosman. So we will further study that for consideration of different wording. So we
Okay.
ask for the same to be consistent. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other committee comments or questions? Seeing none, back out to the public. Sagiv has his hand raised. Nope, he doesn't. I don't see any other hands on this item, which would be the delayed egress item 8-2. Anyone on the phone?
There is no active phone line at this time.
Okay, so we need a motion.
Motion to recommend 8-2 for further study on 9-point criteria number 6.
Okay, that's Mr.
Second.
Metz, and seconded by Mr.
Sweeney.
Ms. Bergman. Okay, call a roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Carol Damnich,
Aye.
Cheryl,
Aye.
Oh, thank you.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
Right.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So what can we aggregate from now on? From here on, starting with
I think
item
9.1 and 9.2 are editorial, just removing the I 2.1 reference. 9.3 is I2, and it was a correlation with OSHPD and is a new proposed amendment. It's up to the chair if you'd want to include that as well.
And we have questions. After that, 10.1 is the same one that was further study on energy storage systems. So we should stop there at just 9.
So basically just do, I mean, it seems like, was the parallel, is there a parallel for 9.3 in the building code, and was it approved?
No.
No, this is for, so chapter 11 is buildings under construction or construction for existing buildings.
Right.
So no, this is a new amendment. Nancy, did you want to fill in?
Well, hang on just a second. Let's
Okay.
do this. Can we do 9.1, 9.2 together?
Yes, those are just
Okay, let's
removing
just
the
talk about
I2.
that, and then let's dispose of that, then we'll come back to 9.3.
Okay.
Are there any other
So-
questions or comments from the committee members about 9.1 and 9.2? Those are really just really editorial. I don't see any hands raised. Is there anybody on the public? Anyone on the phone?
No hands raised and no one on the phone.
Okay, so we're looking at 9.1 and 9.2 together. I need a motion.
I will move for approval or submitted of items 9.1 and 9.2.
A second?
This is Cheryl. I second it.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions? I don't see any committee hands raised. So I think we can call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Carol Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So now we come to 9-3, correct?
Yes, so 9-3 is a new amendment that is being proposed in correlate or in, we worked with OSHPD/HCI to address construction in existing buildings. And-
Specifically, I2s for hospitals. Currently, the IFC allows you just to use plastic, but some of that can be flammable. And so to put it this is, you can just use a standard partition that would be allowed for the type of construction. So it adds a little bit more level of fire safety. Nancy, did you want to add anything to that?
Sure, thank you, Greg. It also is in line with the other entities that the hospitals have to be in compliance with. So, well, also NFPA 241, but CDPH, JACO, et cetera, requires the rated separation between the occupied areas and the areas under construction. The plastic is okay for infection control, but not for separation between areas under construction. So this, and in the model code language, they just express construction types 1 and 2, and not the other types. So we add this language so that it's applicable to all construction types for the I2s, and requires the rated separation between the areas of construction and the occupied areas.
Do you consider there's a reference to minor work. Do you consider that the description, existing minor work description is adequate, that people know what to do with that?
Yes, in the explanatory language, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl, you have your hand up?
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to comment that this is a good change and very important for Joint Commission accreditation. So I
Wow.
certainly support it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other committee comments? Greg, you had your hand up?
I was gonna say, you might also want to consider 10.1, which is a standalone. It's not the energy storage.
We got this, I think. Well, let's see. Let's just dispose of this one and then do it quickly. Kevin, did you have a comment on this item?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Winkle. This, from the discussion that I've heard from the committee, this is intended to be used during construction. I'm waiting for a head nod from Nancy or Greg. Yes, okay. You're in the wrong chapter. This should be in chapter 33, which deals with how do I deal with construction, alterations, and buildings. Chapter 11 deals with how do you're not building anything here, you're separating, which is an operation function during construction. It goes away when I'm done.
This is
This is in the wrong place. It won't be found here.
model code. Thank you, Kevin. And I forgot to raise my hand twice now. Sorry about that. Model code.
Okay.
This is a section here. This is new to model code. So we are amending model code language. This is the location they put that in.
Okay, this should go in section 3305.9. It should be in chapter 33. It won't be found here. This is not chapter 11 deals with the things that you're going to build. All that this is dealing with is how do I separate the construction area from the work area.
If I understood that correctly, I mean, I'm not sure. I think I agree with Kevin, but the basic thing is if you're following model code, this is where they put it.
This is not.
The title of
It's in
1105 is construction requirements for existing group I2s.
That is correct. Construction. How do I have to do in an existing hospital
Okay.
with the? We can talk later, but this is the wrong place.
This is
Okay. It sounds.
I just suggest further study.
Yeah, that seems. Are there any other? I don't see any other raised hands. Kevin, you mind putting your hand down? I'm assuming you're done. Thank you. Anybody on the phone? And then I'll come back to Nancy and Dawn.
There is no phone call at this time.
Okay, Nancy, you want to respond?
Sure, it might help to think about when it's the existing facilities that are remodeling and have construction within the buildings built, but they have remodel projects that they're working on. So they're existing facilities that have construction within them. That may be why model code has this there.
Okay.
Thank
Dawn?
Yeah, I was just going to tell the last public speaker that I appreciate the intent of your comment, and we should be putting a reference in the other chapter to look to this section. This is model code. I agree it should stay here, but the commenter's suggestion is a good one, but for the future.
Okay, Greg, you started to, no, you're done? Okay. So we need a motion. This would be just for 9-3.
Motion to approve 9-3 as submitted.
Second, Cheryl Domnich.
Okay, Mr. Metz made the motion, Cheryl second. Any discussion on that item?
I think the issue
Glenna?
that Kevin had needs to be brought up with ICC at the model code hearing process if they put it in the wrong section, but I don't think it would behoove us to put it in the right section if the model code already would be in conflict then.
Okay.
I'm good with
Gwyneth?
keeping it exactly where Greg has it right now.
Gwyneth, you had a comment?
Yeah, I thought Kevin's public comments were persuasive, and I'm going to be voting against this motion because I would like to see further study to see if maybe it is more appropriate in, I think it was chapter 31. It might have been 33, sorry.
Okay. I guess I think we're ready to call a question.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Nay.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Searer,
Nay.
5A and 2 nay, motion carries.
Okay. So it seems like the next one, 10.1 and 10.2 seem like different things. Can they be aggregated or not? Are there any others?
So 10.1 is a new section proposed for those combustion engines and gas turbines to point to the appropriate section in the fire code, and then NFPA 37. And then 10.2 is the duplicate of what you did in the residential code in addendum, item number 9. And you did further study for that one. It's the ESS systems bringing it in to California.
Okay.
And then 11 is just the formal adoption of chapter 27. So that's probably an easy one.
What's the pleasure of the committee? Nancy, you have your hand up?
I do. I'm not, thank you. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place, but 12.1 addresses the concerns that Kevin had for, I forgot the item number, or what we just talked about with the construction separation. 12.1 has that language carried in the spot Kevin was speaking of. I don't know if that makes it easier to vote on that, or if you're carrying on into 12 yet.
We're not there yet, I don't think.
No, we're not.
Didn't know if that would be part of that group.
Yeah, I didn't go that far yet.
Thank you.
So what
We're
what's the
considering 10.1 and 10.2. We're probably going to break them up, I would assume.
And
So-
11.
Oh, and 11. So we need public comments.
Okay.
Can State Fire Marshal suggest something? Can we combine 10.1 and 11.1 together and ask for as submitted, and then you can vote on 10.2 separately?
That makes sense to me. Does anybody have any heartburn with that? The parallel, I mean, basically there aren't any parallels. These are kind of new standalone elements, aren't they?
Chapter number 11, the semiconductor, we have traditionally adopted it, but it was a mistake in the last adoption. We didn't. We're correcting that.
Okay, so, and then 10.1 in the building code, we adopted that. So those two could be taken together. Don, comment?
This is comment through chair to staff. Nancy, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure NFPA 37 is what you want to say here, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Which item are we talking about?
10.1. I believe Don, sorry, I don't want to speak for Don. But I believe Don is about 10.1, yes.
Combustion engines, yeah, NFPA 37, that's the question. Okay. Okay, Dave, Tyree?
I just want to ask a question of Dawn. She's mentioned that twice now about the proper reference to NFPA 37. Is there a concern?
Can I comment on that? There's a lot of NFPA 30s and they relate to different gases and flammable and combustible liquids, and so the references would all go. It's hard to tell if you're not a user of all the codes and standards which one would apply. So it seems as if they're sort of randomly being thrown out there, but they're very specific to each particular category. So I think Dawn's just double checking. Am I right, Dawn? But that's the right one in the right location.
Okay. So I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. I don't see any raised hands in the public. Anybody on the phone?
No phone call.
Okay, so we maybe try a motion.
Move to approve 10-1 and 11-1.
Can I get a second?
Second, this is Cheryl.
Okay, so Gwyneth and Cheryl. Okay, any discussion? I don't see any raised hands, so let's call the vote.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Carol Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Stewart,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so now we're back to 10-2, which was the ESS. This was further studied under the previous item.
Move 10-2 for further study based on criteria 6
Okay,
related
you can't,
footnote.
can't move it.
Point of order.
Yeah,
Haven't we,
no.
did we take public comment on all of these?
I'd like to go back and see if
Okay.
anybody has any.
Sure.
We did discuss them together and then took them apart, but let's see if, I do see one, and nothing on the committee. I see a raised hand from Kevin Reinertson.
It's specific to 10-2.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. To Dave and several others, the footnote is actually written correctly as is. What was missing from the residential code was additional language that we had submitted during public comment last year regarding the spacing of 3 feet. The item A 1, 2, 3 are correct as written. That last line there is part of footnote A. Whether it's indented or not doesn't matter. I would not make it an item 4 because then it's a standalone thing that doesn't make a lot of sense, because that last line is applying to items 1, 2, or 3. Now, what was missing from the previous was the spacing requirements that we made a public comment to it that tied this together. 1207.11.2.1 addresses the spacing correctly, and that's in the code today. And that's the spacing of whether the units can be closer or not based on large scale testing.
But it seems like, since the other one's further study, it seems like it's going to be easily remedied, but they should be on parallel tracks, should they not?
I would recommend not. I would recommend moving this one forward because it's correct as written, unless you want that last line indented. That's editorial, but the companion to what should have been in the residential code is 1207.11.2.1 of the fire code. There was an R328.3.1 that was missing from the residential code. So this one here is at 100% correct. Pleasure of the CAC committee on the footnote and indenting that last line.
I have a question for the commenter.
Yeah, go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, that footnote.
Yeah.
It refers to the International Fire Code. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Kevin, Scott?
You're muted.
On the
Kevin.
internet, my comment was just on the International Fire Code that Gwyneth just brought up.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And that line should just be, you don't even need to reference the code because you're in the fire code. Just delete those last 5 words.
Okay. No other, I don't see any other comments. Anybody on the phone?
No phone call.
Okay, back to the committee. Dave, Tyree's got his hand up.
Yeah, Greg,
Greg.
go first. If you want, Greg, go ahead.
Go
I
ahead.
just say we're perfectly acceptable with just deleting the last 5 words and putting the period there.
Okay, Dave, what was your comment?
Okay, I respectfully disagree with Kevin's comments.
Which Kevin?
This footnote is not correct. It's not done in accordance with ICC terminology, and you don't just stick a dangling sentence at the bottom of a table and have it apply to the entire table. You need to put a footnote, C, D, E, F, whatever you want, and apply it to wherever it applies in the table. But as written, it's not correct.
Okay, so then, any other committee comments? How about a motion? How about a
I mean,
motion?
there was a comment about reductions, and I don't know if reductions talks about the 5 foot, 1 foot, or 8 foot, or it refers to the 3 foot in location. So it's not clear. Needs further study.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, there is a footnote that is specifically for the exterior walls, the non-combustibles. There are 3 different measurements, whether it's horizontal, vertical, or a minimum. That's the 5, 1, and 8. It is supposed to be a reduction, any of those as appropriate.
Okay, but the question, it doesn't really say that. So a
Greg,
motion.
it says all. It
Somebody,
doesn't say any of the following, it says all of the following.
okay, no, we're
Motion for
wordsmithing.
further
We're not
study.
gonna wordsmith it here. Give me a vote. Give me a motion.
And then second, I'm seconding Randall's motion for
Okay.
further study.
I was ranting when he made the motion. What did he say?
Sorry, Steve. I was trying to move it along.
Thank
Further
you.
study.
For consistency purposes, further study under criteria number 6.
Thank you. Everybody clear? Okay, call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
She's got thumbs up.
Okay, yeah.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so what can we aggregate from now on?
So we've just finished 11. We can do 12-1, 12-2, and 13-1.
Okay. Anything beyond that?
No, when we hit 13-2, that's the model ordinance, which we're asking for further study.
Right.
We can jump it if you'd like to go.
How about 14?
14-1 is actually an exception we put in for medical gases, specifically on crash carts, because we found out during the COVID, they were exceeding the MAQs because of the number of crash carts. But this is adding an exemption for the crash carts, so that small amount of oxygen doesn't add up to their MAQs.
Chair, and I think that there will be public discussion on 14. So,
Okay, so let's just do 12-1, 12-2, and 12 and 13-1. Does that make sense?
yes, and we'd like as submitted for that. 13.2, we're requesting further study.
Okay. And 13-1, that was approved. That was one of the WUI ones that was approved.
This one's a little different. It's just cleanup language when, because the law changed to the director, it put it to the state fire marshal. So
Okay.
it's just cleaning up the language. It's editorial.
All right, great. So 12-1, 12-2, 13-1. Any other, I don't see any other hands raised on the committee. Anybody in the public who wants to talk about those items? Anybody on the phone? Apparently not.
No.
Okay,
No phone
so
calls.
back to the committee for, Greg, you got your hand raised? You got a question?
Yeah, I don't want to give wrong information. I just realized the last one in 3.1, it does have, we're taking out the very high severity zones. So that one should probably be future further study.
So
For
that would be
13.1 and
13. So basically,
13.2.
we're going down to 12.1 and 12.2.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
So, okay.
We will make that change and then probably in the next cycle.
Chief,
Okay. Yes.
I'll talk.
so that's just basically clarification that the fire hazard severity zones are the state fire marshal. So all fire severity zones, not just very high. So we did consider this as editorial.
Oh,
It's just,
It's really restating statute.
yes,
Effectively.
restating statute.
Okay, well, let's leave it on.
And there was,
I'm gonna take it back out and see if there's any public comment on 13.1 or any committee comment. I don't see any raised hands on the committee, nor in the audience.
I think Irina is trying to make a comment.
yes, there was a written comment submitted by Ventura County Fire Department about item 13-1. As they asked to add definition of the local agents.
Okay, well, let's take it off the item. So let's go back to 12.1 and 12.2. So can we get a motion on that?
Motion to approve 12.1 and 12.2 as submitted.
Seconded, Sarah.
Okay, Ara seconded. So did Mr. Tyree. Okay, any discussion on those two items, 12.1, 12.2? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Sear,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so then let's go back to 13.1 as an individual one.
Could we just combine 13.1 and 13.2 since they're probably both going to be for further study? And we've already
Yeah,
had this
sounds-
dialogue when we heard them the first time.
Sounds reasonable to me. Any objections to doing that? Okay, any comments from I don't see any on the committee. I don't see any raised hands. Anybody on the phone for taking 13.1 and 13.2 together?
There are no phone calls.
Okay, so give me a motion.
Motion to recommend 13.1 and 13.2 for further study.
Second?
Correct.
Second, Gwen's here.
Yeah, I cut you off. Randall, give me the criteria.
We'll do 4 and 6.
Thank you. Okay, any committee comment on either of those? 13.1, 13.2 further study? Call a roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Sear,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so we're up to item 14. How far can we go?
So, did the committee need any further explanation than what Chief Anderson provided? For 14.1?
No, I mean, basically, this is about the crash cart MAQs.
Yes.
Yeah. And then if we keep going on, 14.2 is about bringing in the categories for the A2Ls for the different classifications, language from the model code that we've been doing everywhere else. 15. Oh, was there a comment on 14.1?
On one, I don't think so. I thought there were comments on the
Yes, there is on 14.1 from Helen Walter. Terry, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she was just commenting that she's in support of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And there were some comments on 14.2, were there not? I remember. I remember the subject. I'm not sure which number we were talking about.
So we have several written comments in support of items 14.2 and 16-1.
Okay.
Oh, so we have comments on support. We can keep moving then.
Okay, so we got then 14.1, 14.2, 15.1. You want to go as far as the reference standards?
15, Crystal. This one was the flammable and custable storage tanks, not regulated by 5704. That's where it's sending the other exception. Is this the one that came from Oshpod, right?
Yes, again, this is a correlation with section 605 for those tanks and heating systems.
For those generators, putting them over to the NFPA standards, but they have, that's why it's sending them to those sections.
Correct. And then 16.1 is a correlation to bring in those A2Ls with those flammable gas proposals. 16.2 is for the updated latest standard for roof coverings. 16.3 is the adoption of the fuel gas code. So
let's stop at that one because
okay, so up to 16.2.
Okay, so it would be scrolling back down, we're going basically 14.1, 14.2, 15.1, 16.1, and 16.2 would be the aggregate. Don, question?
Yeah, let me see. I've got so much. There's an addition of or an outdoor control area, and I know that that's not well defined. I just wanted clarification because outdoor areas are often areas of refuge, and they could also be on an outdoor space. So I didn't know if this was ground level or any outdoor space like a balcony or, you know, so just clarification on that. That's all.
Which number are we at?
I think that's 14.1. And I'm looking at 5003.11.1 or an outdoor control area. That's 14.2. Sorry, guys. 14-2.
Oh, yeah. And 503.11.1 is the
Chair, this is Crystal Sajewski from State Fire Marshal's office. There is there was a comment on the table that correlates with 14.2 in the footnote that we made note of and will address in further study. It would be the footnote C to table 5003.11.2 for the separation of control areas is not required. So if you want to be consistent in the building code, you did this as further study.
so that would be 16.2.
Sorry,
14.
14.2.
14.2. Sorry.
And also the BV, that was a previous comment by Cheryl. That's also in 14.2.
I lost you.
The BV is footnote under the table.
Yeah, to spell it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another further. So basically what we're looking at then is
approval of 14.1 and 15, 16.1. And that's where we're at right now.
16.2 as well.
16.2 Oh, 16.2, yes.
So,
Oh.
so it would be, okay,
So asking
people
for
clear?
approval of 14.1, 15.1, 16.1, and 16.2, please.
okay, Dawn, comment?
That's all good.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience? I don't see anybody in the audience with a raised hand. Anybody on the phone?
No phone call.
Okay, so somebody take a stab at the motion and see if you can include the numbers.
Move approve 14.1, 15.1, 16.1, and 16.2.
Okay.
I'll second, Dawn.
John seconded that. That's that's what I recall. I don't see any raised hands. Any discussion needed? I don't think so. Let's call that question.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Carol Damnish,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
She did thumbs up.
Aye.
Gwen Steerer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carries.
Okay, so what did we leave out?
14.2.
14.2. So, discussion on the direction for that. You want to give us a hint what you would like us to do?
We're asking further study to correspond with the other one, to fix the footnote and to spell out PV.
Okay, so let's just vote on this one individually. It's a standalone. Don, any
I just
additional
wanted
comments?
to have discussion around the outdoor area. I needed a section. But this is, I just want to make sure we're using it properly, why it was added, and if there's any conflict with exit discharge in chapter 10, that's all.
Is the outdoor control area, it's italicized, is it a defined term?
It's a defined term. It is. There is an outdoor control area defined, and it specifically deals with hazardous materials, and there is no confusion. There are so many places in fire code that outdoor control area is defined and used. So I don't see why would be a problem at this point.
Okay, so you're asking for further study anyway, right, Greg?
Yes, not on that
For not-
issue,
not for
but on
that
the other
reason, but-
issues, yes.
But for different reason.
Okay, but that would still, any other committee? I don't see any other committee hands. I see Kevin Scott put his hand down. Thank you, Kevin. Any other, I don't see any other raised hands in the audience. Greg, you got a comment?
On 16.3, the International Fire Code, wasn't that also a further study? So could we include
Yes.
that to get that done at the same time?
That makes sense. Would be the same. Although, I guess the only question is, make sure whoever makes the motion that you give the appropriate 9-point criteria. That's the only thing I would. I
So
don't think
Chief,
that's gonna be an issue.
we didn't go that far, and so they'd have to open it back up to public comment.
Yeah, we stopped at that. We knew that was going to be further study.
And I think there's public comment on 16.3 too, so.
Okay, so let's just stay with.
Okay.
14.2. Okay, so it's 14.2 would be recommend further study. Any other committee comments? I don't see any raised hands. I don't see any raised hands in the audience. Any phone calls?
No phone call.
Okay.
Mr. Tyree has raised his hand.
All right.
I'm sorry. 16.3, if I remember correctly, I think Kevin Reinertson had an issue with it because it was noting some sections that didn't even pertain to the fuel gas code. And I think,
yeah, that's why we're actually only looking at 16.2.
14.2.
14, geez. 14.2.
All right. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I agree with what you said, by the way, Mr. Tyree, but that's not what's on the table at the moment. So 14.2, further study.
Move further study for 14.2.
Thank you. For why?
Number 6, criteria number 6.
Okay, thank you.
Second,
Cheryl,
Ara,
sorry, Cheryl.
No,
Ara
you're
got there
good.
first. Okay, any further discussion necessarily on 14.2? Not, let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Glennis Searer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carries.
Okay, now we're up to 16.3. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you give a,
We're asking for a further study to match the action that was done in the building code.
okay. Does anybody on the committee and hopefully in the audience feel any need to relitigate this? Thank you. Okay, seeing nobody on the committee level or at the public level, is there anybody on the phone?
No phone call.
Okay, so back to the committee. The request is for further study. So we need again a 9, if that's the motion, a 9-point criteria.
Move further study for 16.3 based on criteria 6.
Thank you. Any second?
Second. I think Chief Anderson deserves this one.
So Mr. Tyree gave the second there. Okay, so we call a question on that.
Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Glennis Searer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carries.
Okay, so we're down to,
I would like to try to finish this one off with this one.
works for me.
16.4 is updating NFPA. It's something we've already done. This is not a new change. It's just basically clean up the language as we went to different editions. Updating the NFPA to the newer standards, 24 to the 22 edition, 409 22 edition. So anyway, just updating to the newest editions. Item 16 is UL 790, also the 22 edition. We also have the other addendum that we added, which is item 17, which is literally just errata that we have found. So the heat release technical bulletin 133, which doesn't exist anymore. It's 116, 117. Removing condition 2 for R4 because we don't adopt that. And there's the reference to the technical bulletins from the, I always forget the name because it used to be what known as Bear Ifty, so they changed their name. It's their technical bulletin. And updating NFPA 22 to the 18 edition. We ask your approval of these items.
Okay, so that takes us out to the end of that that item number. Any questions or comments on the committee? We would take the remaining items and we'll restate them when we get the motion. I don't see any raised hands. Is there any raised hands in the audience? Anybody on the phone?
Mr. Reinertson's raised his hand.
Kevin.
Good afternoon, Kevin Reinertson, representing California Fire Chiefs Association, Fire Prevention Officers. I'm going to take the opportunity now because I don't know if you'll call it for later, but appreciate all the hard work this committee's done. Good job, great job actually, and applaud the SFM on moving these provisions forward. And the codes committee for the FPOs are totally available to you and Crystal anytime. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, so we're back. Can somebody run me through the numbers, make sure that we get them all?
Move approve 16.4, 16.5, and 16.6.
You want to go beyond that?
The addendum is item 17.
Oh,
17
item 17.
17, yeah, which would be 17.1, 17.2, 3, and 4.
So 17 in
Second.
its entirety.
Okay, great. Dave, who second?
Second,
Dave?
Dawn.
All right, so it's a approval is submitted. Okay, any discussion? I don't seeing none. We'll call the question.
Winkle,
Yes, aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
He said aye.
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Wendy Searer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so moving on. Part 10. California.
Global,
Oh, yeah, we did the global approval. Okay, somebody make a motion for the approval of SFM 0822, agenda item 9.
So moved. Move.
Oh, sorry,
Committee.
it's 07. It's 0722.
Move approval of the committee's action on, do you want me to say part 9 or 8F? Whichever.
It would be agenda item, let's see if I got it.
8F, I think.
Yes, it's agenda item 8, SFM 0722. Having them one number off makes me crazy. I don't know about the rest of you.
Item 8, move approve committee's action.
Okay, get a second?
Second, Cheryl Domnich.
Cheryl, okay. Any comment, questions? Okay, let's call the vote on the total question of agenda item 8. Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Wendy Searer,
Aye.
unanimous motion carries.
Okay, so that now we're up to the last state fire marshal item.
All right. Good
All right.
afternoon, Chair and members.
Yes.
We're going to present the existing building code. This was a big undertaking that we took with many different stakeholders, state agencies, HCD, OSHPD, Building Standards Commission, the American Institute of Architects, many individuals. This started with an appeal of why we didn't adopt these chapters, and we did have some issues. We have some specific legislation that calls out types of construction for certain occupancies under certain conditions that would not be appropriate to use this. So the many subgroups worked on this, and we modified it to California for reasons to maintain a level of safety, but provide a work area method that could help be more useful to define an area where work was to be done. This is actually a significant change. This can increase the use of existing buildings as a tool to assist designers and AHJs. I have opened this up for a lot of comments on this. I know we've got a lot of letter of support in this, but we're welcome for any comments on this. Though I would like to move these in larger chunks because a lot of this, it may not be able to adopt parts of things without the other. But that being said, Crystal, if you would start going through this.
Yes, and I agree. So the only one that really could be separated out is item 1. The rest of the items are, as Chief Anderson explained, been kind of researched, analyzed, and gone through several subgroups in our pre-rulemaking activities with a lot of stakeholder involvement. So item 1 is correlation with the admin code. And then items 2 through 14 are again the great work that was done by all of our stakeholders to bring in these area work methods. A great deal was taken into looking at conflicts between the different parts, especially sending them to part 9 for all the fire protection provisions. Healthcare and working with OSHPD, they at this time did not want to add these methods in. So in the general scoping, there is an exception. The use of these chapters is not permitted in HIL, R2.1, R3.1, and those Rs are driven by statute. So again, those provisions are outlined in state law. Moving on to the last item, which is the appendices. We are proposing to print it, but not adopt. And those would be the performance compliance method. Basically, you can refer back to section 104.11 for alternate means considerations, but again, not adopted by the state. And Chief, did you want to add anything further?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say on the performance level, actually, historically, we used to print that all the time and not adopt it. But somehow when it came in here and we adopted the existing building code, that didn't happen. So now we want to go back to provide that tool to the designers for looking for justification for alternate means. If a local jurisdiction wants to adopt it, they can do that.
So I think that's the bulk of our presentation.
Yeah, we will turn it over to the chair to say, if there's anything you'd like to look at specifically, talk about, we're here to answer questions. At your pleasure.
I'm going to have to recuse myself from this, partly for so I can speak in support of it, but partly because I helped develop it. I participated in the task group that developed this work, so I don't think I necessarily should be voting on it, but I would commend this to the committee. That I think this is an effort that's worth considering. Gwyneth, you had your hand up. I'll continue to select people, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut from now on, and I'm not going to vote on this.
So I had a question on 2-1, carbon monoxide detection. We're striking the exceptions. Are the exceptions in the model code?
Yes, they are. So that's model code language that we are proposing to strike.
Okay.
And part of that is because we have statutes in this here when you have to put in carbon monoxide for new and existing, depending on the occupancy. So we can't just have a general exception for certain things.
Okay, so the reason why is because of statute, because otherwise we're deviating from the, okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other raised hands. Are there any public comments? I think that as somebody mentioned there was a lot of public comment, but okay, Cheryl, you got your hand up. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm a little slow because all of this is new and being adopted new. So it was a lot of time to go through it, and I'm not familiar with all of the language. I do have quite a few comments. I think most of them could be editorial. And if the committee prefers, I can just submit them in writing. I'm okay with that. I think it's just that it's a first go around, and there were some coordination things that I picked up on and some scoping items that didn't seem to match up with the deletion of the HIs, Ls, R 2.1. So I have no problem handling it that way if the committee prefers.
I guess the question is,
I have a hard time saying that we're going to blanket this. And
I guess the one, if the comments could be collated, and furnished to the agency, further study would allow them to come back and fix the glitches, again, without losing the timeline.
yeah, I don't know how you want me to handle it, and I'm fine not taking up our committee time to go through them, but I do have quite a few comments in this.
Don?
Well,
Further?
I would actually like to hear some of Cheryl's comments, and I think they may provide some persuasive thought. So we could go through these quickly if we just go through them.
Actually, the problem, Dawn, is that I don't know that I could go through them quickly because I have to keep opening up the IEBC to look at it and then refer back to it with my comment. And so I don't know how quickly I could go through it.
Can we take these items one by one quickly and get through these items, and then you can participate more readily?
Is there any place where, if we homed in on something that would focus that?
Point of order.
I'm sort of trying to say the same thing as Don was saying, I think.
Are there any that don't have any comments?
Okay. Oh yeah. There's lots that don't have comments on them.
Steve?
Yes.
Can I make a point of order?
Please.
Yes.
I'm just curious, are you said you're going to speak on behalf of the item right here. Are you stepping down as chair over this section to where Cheryl would become the chair over this particular issue, or are you remaining as chair?
Actually, you were reading my mind. I think if I'm going to recuse myself from this, whether I speak or not, I should basically turn over the chair position to Cheryl.
That's my thought as well.
That's fine. As chair, my suggestion is going to be that if it's okay with everyone, can I compile my comments to this afternoon and send them to Pamela, and have them distributed to everybody right after our meeting? Most of them are editorial and putting things in context and deleting some words. And so that would be my suggestion for this item.
Cheryl, may I suggest that we focus on those sections that you don't have comment on, and then try and get those ushered through?
Sure. No one else has any comments. Is that what I'm hearing from the committee? Okay. All right. So I'm going to address the committee now as chair and suggest that we move forward with item number 1, all of item number 2. Is there any, I have to find the order. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Cheryl, I don't believe that the public got to speak and
Oh, no. I'm okay. Sorry. That was what I meant to do, Crystal. So there's no comments from the committee right now on items 1 and item 2. Hearing none, is there any comment from the public?
Mike Malinowski.
Thank you.
Mike?
Yes, my name is Mike Malinowski. I'm here today representing the American Institute of Architects, California. Our 11,000 members design the built environment in our state and beyond. What you have before you today is an effort, as Greg mentioned, that has actually been going on for years. I've been actively working on this personally for over 3 years, but I'm aware that this effort has actually preceded me by in previous efforts that came that were not successful. And the challenge is that what you have here are 7 chapters of a code that are all interlinked. You cannot adopt chapter 6 and not adopt chapter 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. They're connected to create a methodology that we do not have access here in California, yet is widely used across the United States. The reason the previous efforts were not successful, as Greg mentioned, this was a tremendous amount of work. And I would like to take a minute. I know we're running late, but I'd like to thank Greg and Crystal, Sagiv, Paul, and Joseph, who headed, along with myself, technical subgroups, Tom Martin and Mitchell Baker from HCD, Irina and Mia from Building Standards. We had a lot of people who are on this call who were very active. Kevin Reinertson, who you've heard from a number of times, and others from CAL FIRE, and also a whole plethora of building officials, such as Ali Fatah from San Diego and Trong Wang from Long Beach. There are literally hundreds of volunteer hours distilled down in what you see in front of you. And while it may not be perfect, it is important to move it forward because the benefits are sorely needed in our state. AIA California has presented a wide range of references that illustrate that we need to save more existing buildings as a tool in climate action. We need to convert more existing commercial buildings that are obsolete and underutilized to housing and other uses. And this is an important path forward to do that. If there are editorial comments, I would request that rather than worrying about minor issues, this code will be polished over time. The International Existing Building Code is unique in the code framework in terms of how it functions. So someone who just picked it up and opened it to a chapter would not understand how those chapters interconnect and how it's even utilized. So I would encourage this committee to move forward with this. I would encourage to pick up on your comment, Cheryl, that your editorial comments be addressed, as often those are, by staff before this gets to building standards, but for you to move forward and keep this effort, the momentum that we have. Thank you.
So Mike, I certainly appreciate your comments and the effort that all have done to bring this forward, and it's greatly appreciated. I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that we separate any items out and not make this a comprehensive and complete document. As would be the case for any first-time document, there's going to be comments that are going to be picked up every 3 years. When we publish a new code, we immediately get a whole bunch of amber pages because of all that errata that comes through. And so really, those are the comments that I'm suggesting. I think that the effort that everybody's put into this is tremendous. And I also acknowledge the need for having this, the IEBC now soon having additional chapters from the document adopted in the state of California. So I am not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that we should not do that. Okay, I'm going to go with Dawn, who has her hand raised first.
Chair, I'd like to limit conversation to the items on the agenda that have been called, and that would be item number 1 and 2, I believe. Thank you.
Yes, Kevin Reinertson.
Kevin Reinertson, representing the California Fire Chiefs Association Fire Prevention Officers Section. We did put a lot of work into this, and I want to second your last comments, Cheryl, or actually all of them, and definitely Mike's from California AIA. We never thought of putting an effort into this, even when I was at the State Fire Marshal's office. The IEBC was at its infancy back then. but it's come a long ways. As far as our fire concerns that we had, the fire concerns that we had were conflicts with either statute or conflicts with minimums that we set in the building code. You'll see there's a couple chapters, I think it's chapter 12. There's one chapter that's totally not even in this package. And the reason for that is because you could drastically lower a standard means of egress, for example. So there's things that aren't in here that we had concerns with. And I think the FPOs stepped up to it and assisted with that. I'm not sure if there was anybody else on the call that was part of this, but it was a huge undertaking.
All right, Kevin, we're gonna thank you. Thank you for the additional comments, Kevin. We'll move on items 1-1 and item 1 and item 2. Are there any other comments relating to those items?
There are
And
no other hands raised.
thank you, Irina. Okay, is there a motion for these items?
Motion to approve 1-1 through 2-2 as submitted.
Motion second, Dawn.
Any further discussion from the committee? Irina, can we have roll call on those items?
Steve Winkle,
You're muted, sir.
Abstain.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Searer,
Aye.
6 aye and 1 abstain, motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on to item 3. I should have included this in 1 and 2. I also have no comments on items 3, on item 3 at all. Is there any discussion from the committee? Any comments from the public or any callers?
No, ma'am.
Looking.
This is
Steve.
Stephen Winkle, stepping down from the chair, speaking as the public. Basically, I would like to support what other proponents of this section or this chapter have done, is to adopt this in whole rather than doing it in parts. I think that even as an editorial, like Mr. Malinowski said, this is really a whole set of moving parts that fit together. And to do it on an item by item basis, I think the editorial comment should be made, but this is something which is a tremendous amount of work has been put into this. And I think the things that needed to be included have been included and excluded have been excluded. And I think it's ready for prime time.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. And Dawn?
If that is the election of this commission, I will be disapproving every motion. And we are reminded that we have 10 minutes to complete all of these items. And may I suggest that we move this into tomorrow's agenda?
So I, as chair of the committee, I am going to actually be silent, and I'm going to look for a motion from the committee on this. Gwyneth, you have a comment.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to move everything and get it done with and do something else right now, the way the California building codes work is once it gets in there, it's harder to get out than maybe it seems like. So I'd rather hear even if they're just editorial, I'd rather hear them.
So the challenge that I have with them, Gwyneth, is my first comment on here is, I'm just going to bring this up, is in item number 4 on 4-1. And it's hard for me to even articulate my comment because now as chair, I also have to look at the IEBC and go to section 701 on scope and figure out the comment. I mean, we could literally be here all day doing that. And I don't want to do that either.
Right. Well, I would prefer then if you actually, and this may give other people heartburn, but I would actually prefer that you just say exactly which sections you have concerns with and we'll move them for further review exclusively relating to your comments, which you'll provide to the state fire marshal.
I can support that.
I can support that.
But we're still going to have to execute a motion on every one of these.
We can do it in bulk.
Point of order.
So the only thing you can do then is move the whole thing for further study. If she's going to have comments and she won't approve them as submitted, it's a package deal.
No.
We either do it all or we do none unless we know specifically which issues that Cheryl has issue with.
Well, she's going to list them, but I don't think it's a package deal. Like we could just pick out 3.1 and say for further review, state fire marshal can look at that one and decide what they want to do with whatever comment Cheryl provides.
So Cheryl's going to be up until 5 o'clock in the morning compiling all of her information then, from what I'm gathering.
No, I don't think so.
Cheryl's
I
not
think
the
Steve
only one that
Winkle's
will
right.
have comment. I have comment as well, but I'd prefer to stay in an orderly manner and take these one item at a time rather than go and railroad this through. I think discussion and having public participation in these matters is the best course of action.
And as a time wise, we have just 6 minutes till the end of the meeting, and we need to take a motion, some kind of motion or kind of.
I'm going to move. I'd like to move 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 for approval.
Second.
Any additional discussion from the committee?
There's a public comment.
Sorry, thank you. I can't see, the screen that I'm on doesn't allow me to see all of that, so thank you for letting me know that. Will the speaker, I don't know who the speaker is, so.
Kevin Ryerson.
Hi, Kevin.
What's published on the website for the Building Standards Commission doesn't break it out into different items. I have item 3 and it's all of chapter 6. Item 4, it's all of chapter 7. So when you say 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's on the CAM. I'm reading right off of our committee action matrix, Kevin.
Okay.
But I'll explain it for Kevin. It is all of item 3.
Chapter 6.
Yes, chapter 6 is all of item 3, and that is 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3.
All right, hearing no further comment, we have a motion to approve item number 3.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, there is another public comment in the attendees list.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnes.
George?
Yeah, Cheryl, this is George. Just to pony on what Kevin was having a problem with, I emailed Irina earlier. If you go to the agenda items, some of the documents that you're referring to won't open. They're coming up as an error message that they're blocked or locked. It may just be my system. I've had to revert over to the Building Standards Commission website to look at the documents, which is why Kevin and I are not getting 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. We're just getting the straight ET and stuff. So we're not getting the CAM as you see it, just so you know. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah,
thank you, George. Okay. Anyone? Oh, David Tyree?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chairman. I'm a little bit concerned about breaking this up into parts and portions because I think a lot of the important stuff is going to get lost if we do that. I think as a whole, we should probably not table the entire item, further study the entire item and let the state fire marshal work on it with your comments and during the 45-minute period and get that corrected. I'm not sure that going through it point by point and giving him a portion of it and keeping a portion of it would help him. So
Can we dispose of the motion and then deal with that for the rest of it?
Thank you.
Okay,
It's called the vote.
so yes, so we have a motion on the floor to approve item 3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. And so can we call the vote, please?
And who was the second?
I forgot.
I'll do a second. Dawn Anderson.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Nay.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear.
Aye.
Point of order. Is Steve voting on this as a committee member, or did he step down?
No, I should have abstained. Sorry.
Thank you.
Apologies. I can't have it both ways.
Yep.
I'm trying, but it's not working.
Nice try, though.
I wish I could say no.
So we do the revote.
Okay, so there's a suggestion from the committee to do further study for the remaining items for the rest of the remainder of the package and submit comments to the State Fire Marshal's office to review. Is there any comment? Does anyone want to make any additional comments on that item? Okay, it's 5 and
You have 3
Can
panelists.
I do a motion on that one right now, quick, and dispose of it?
sure,
I would like to amend the motion if
We
it
don't-
gets.
we don't have a motion.
We haven't made a motion yet.
We have to have public comment.
We need to have public comment on what we're about to do.
Okay, I'm going to take R first.
Oh, so we are talking about sending to further studies something that we don't have comments on that. So it's a little bit confusing. The only person in the committee that says comment is okay to go with the approval, with the exception that editorial comments will be sent. The others that don't have comment, for some reason, they against approval, they say, we don't want to approve, we want to send to further study. If we send to further study, we need to have our reasoning. So each of us supposed to be, at least me, for speaking for myself, I need to read this, understand, and during the commission meeting already bring my points. So to me, I am clear with this package and I have no comment, and I don't see why would I say go to further study without hearing any comment that is in conflict with or any of these 9 criteria are not met. So I'll be short because I know everybody wants to talk.
Steve.
Steve is not a member of this
No,
board.
I'm waiting
You're
for.
not one. Okay, Dawn.
I agree with Ara. I do have several comments, but I need to be able to compile those and send those to the state. And then I have had difficulties in the past with review from the agency because oftentimes they are adopted without returning back to the committee for review. So I'm agreeing with Ara. Let's look at these, take the time that's needed and voice these concerns. If there's no concerns, we can move through these quite quickly.
Ara, is that what your comment was? You're muted.
My comment was, if no one is bringing any point or no one is questioning the proposed language, so I'm okay with moving all the package as one as for approval. That's what I am saying. But again, if anyone has any comment, definitely this is the time to do. So, but the way we work now, Cheryl has comments that is not shown anyone, but Cheryl doesn't have a problem to go with my proposal. But for our other colleagues, they are not confident to do that. So, I
So
don't understand. So you make a decision, either you approve or disapprove.
After we hear the public comment, Ara, I'm open for you to make a proposal, make a motion for approve as submitted, and we will see where that vote goes. Okay?
Yep.
So David,
Oh, so Ara, I'm in support of what you're saying. What I was saying is I didn't want to pick it apart and keep portions of it and not keep other portions. I have no problem voting for this, for approval right now, just because I'm aware of what it's doing and I'm familiar with the existing building code. So I'm with you on this. I just don't want to break it up and lose something. So to take all these comments that Cheryl and Don have, you have to further study it. You can't fix it here. We talked about writing code on the floor, which is here. So to take all these comments and try to correct it here, we can't do it. But the state fire marshal can take your comments in a further study motion and repair it. You can't do it here.
okay, Randy,
Can we open public comment so we can find out if there are any, so I can make a motion and see where this goes?
absolutely. I see Mike Malinowski has comment.
And keep the comment to specific to what we're
Yes,
talking
we-
about now.
we,
We already
right.
understand
Can-
how much work has gone into this.
Yeah, Irina, can you comment on our 45-second rule?
So we already passed the time that we advertised on our notice. So we are at 5:05 now. So friendly reminder to the committee, we may need to close the meeting now and continue tomorrow from the point where we stopped today.
All those people that were interested in this issue are still on. I don't think they jumped off at 5 o'clock.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to speak. I did have my hand raised. This is Michael Malinowski again. I would request.
I need some guidance from the Building Standards Commission if we should terminate the meeting for this evening and we can pick it up tomorrow, or if we should continue on. I need some guidance from the commission on that.
This is Mia. Can I speak?
Yes, thanks, Mia.
Sure. So I don't think we have a hard, I'm looking at the agenda right now, but I don't think we have a hard stop at 5. I didn't think we said 9 to 5, but I'm double checking right now. It starts at 9 a.m. so we can carry on a little bit. I just, I got to use caution because I have staff here that do have to leave soon.
I'm gonna.
So I would also like to suggest that if we start having a lot of public comment and if we start having committee comment, that we just adjourn for the day. We don't adjourn the meeting, we just close for the day and we pick this up tomorrow morning. The other part of what I heard is that there are members of the committee that want to supply edits to the state fire marshal. And that's totally fine. I want to remind the committee that they have an opportunity to chime in during 45-day if they find additional items or other items that they want to comment on during 45-day. And the state fire marshal has to respond to those comments in their final statement of reasons. So a little rulemaking training here right now, but you're right, Dawn. The committee doesn't see this again, but the committee has the opportunity to provide comments during 45-day. So that's something there. So we can continue on for a few minutes if you think you can finish this item out. Otherwise, you may want to just start tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay, I cannot see, thank you very much, Mia. I cannot see how many public comments we have. Irina, can you see 2? Let's hear the 2 public comments. Please keep them to 45 seconds. And then we'll see if there's going to be a motion on the floor. And we'll go through the motion if there is one. And then we will end the meeting after that motion and continue the discussion tomorrow. Mike Malinowski, I can see you, so I'm calling on you.
Thank you. I would object under items 3 or reasons 3, 4, and 6 to breaking this up and would request the committee postpone an action until tomorrow so it can be considered more carefully the potential negative implications of breaking this up into pieces. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next public comment.
Mr. Scott, Kevin Scott.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Scott speaking for myself, and just having been involved in a lot of code development, this committee to just say further study without giving guidance is doing a disservice to the process. The way I see it, you have two choices: either go through and look at them one at a time, or as you break it up, or approve it all and still forward the comments to the state fire marshal. I have heard no one say, oh, this thing is really bad. I've heard Cheryl say, I've got some editorial fixes or questions. I've heard no one say, this is bad. There is no way we can do this. I haven't heard that. So I think your better solution would be approve it as a package and fix it in the 45-day process.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Point of order, I believe we do have a motion.
No,
no, we don't have an open motion.
We're in public comment still.
There's one more public comment.
Okay,
Steve is the public.
I'm Stephen Winkle speaking for myself. As a past building standards commissioner, I know that we put great weight in what the Code Advisory Committee said. This has had a tremendous amount of work. It's an integral piece. I think it should be voted on as a single element. And what Mr. Scott and what said is vote yes and fix it in the 45-day.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve items 4-1 through 14-1 as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second, Tyree.
Any further discussion with new information from the committee?
With reluctance, I'm going to vote against the motion. I firmly believe that I would like to hear comments on whatever sections are at issue. And I don't see a problem breaking it into review this part or review that part and accept the rest. It's not, the state fire marshal isn't going to torpedo the whole thing, I doubt. So I'm not worried that state marshal will do something rash. I'd like to hear, I mean, I often, in code hearings, I often hear things that change my mind. And that's what I'd like to hear.
Dawn, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I would like to hear it as well. And I think, Cheryl, you can still submit your comments to the council and we can look at those tomorrow, and that may help guide us on the voting pattern. I don't have a lot of comment, but and I do have some editorials, but I would like to be able to have discussion in a public realm. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee? Okay, let's take this to vote. Irina?
Has her hand up.
Mia has a hand.
Yeah, go ahead and vote. I'll have when you guys are done, I have a comment.
Okay, so call in the vote.
Yes, thank you.
Steve Winkle,
Abstain.
Ara Sargassian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
Could you repeat, please?
He said
aye.
Don Anderson,
You're muted, ma'am.
No.
Gwen is here.
nay.
Okay, we have 4 in favor, 2 object, and 1 abstain. So it looks like motion is carried.
Okay. Mia, did you have a comment? Before we go we will have to complete this package for tonight, have a motion for the entire package after Mia's comments.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking for a motion from the committee on for package 822, items
Move to
1 through
approve
14.
committee
Thank you.
action on all items. of
Thank
the
you, Ara.
last, agenda item.
Thank you. Is there a second? Any further discussion from the committee? Hearing none. Irina, will you take a vote, please? Do the roll call.
Steve Winkle,
Abstain.
Ara Sargassian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
No,
Gwen Sear,
Nay.
4 in favor, 2 object, 1 abstain, motion is carried.
Thank you. Can you please advise me, do I have to do anything before adjournment for the evening?
No, you can just say we're done for the day and that we'll pick up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Good to see everyone.
Yes.
And we'll-
Apologies and condolences and a great job for Cheryl. I'm sorry to throw the thing to you. Apologies.
Yeah, I understand. No problem.
Yeah,
Okay, we are
There's overtime for sure.
we are adjourned for the evening. See everyone at 9 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good night.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening.